I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, so high. Light up the skyline, let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside, inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one back me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. In time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. Sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high in light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Everything still holds us. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high in light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. It's our time to shine high in light. We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want.
feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold and pursuit of the prize. I've been told, ain't no way to survive. Keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside.
When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment. The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength. Tell them who you are. My name is Pentacle, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain. I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. In this world, only ones in this world, only ones in this world. Call out my name, cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night. You know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world.
4 teams. I think they're strong, but I think we're stronger.
We did some mistakes, but we will work on it and be better.
One small mistake leads us to defeat.
We can win every team if we play our draft and if we don't do mistakes.
我觉得我们能很顺利的成为小组第一。
Okay, teams, let's do our best, and we will see you there.
我也希望能够把开根抓得上更大的舞台。
Match nanti lawan Isurus, kami sih udah ada persiapan dari draft. Lalu kan kemarin juga Isurus ada bermain melawan tim Secret. Kami juga udah nonton permainannya dan kami rasa kami bisa sih lawan mereka.
Cagendra, yo sé que ustedes les tienen miedo a Team Secret, mas a nosotros les tienen que tener más, porque hoy ellos sangraron, y sangraron mucho.
不管是对手是谁，这个做好自己，去赢下每一场比赛。
Öncelikle şöyle herhangi bir çekindiğim veya korktuğum takım bulunmuyor turnuvada.
在抽签下来之后，3个队伍可能都在我们上面一点点，但是经过一段时间的调整，我不敢保证肯定会赢，但是会是2场精彩的 BO3 的。
VK changed bot lane. They were playing with other 2 players in S1, so I think we have a little bit advantage on the bot lane.
Having that dream come true is very amazing.
Vocês vão conhecer os reis do Ocidente.
VK, 我们的目标是胜利。
打 RQ 我们对我们来说没有什么压力，
有很大的信心。
我们很早就在研究他们了，因为他们也是我们的重点的对手。我们确实会有比较特别的战术。
Hati-hati saja. Hari ini kami tidak menunjukkan apa-apa karena akan memberikan surprise kepada Unity.
Saya percaya diri bersama tim RRQ.
你们不用太在意输赢，知道吧？你们自然而然就输了。我们会拿出全部状态。
Fiercely battled for a power that granted them life, but cursed them with ruin. Wait! Oh, no, this story is too cliche. Maybe we can find inspiration from other stories. Hey, that might work. Got it. Woo! Oh. This story is adventurous, but lacks excitement. How about this one? This is too much. It needs more fun. How about this? Like the thrust of a spear in battle. No one can tell my story but me!
I'm born to stay, ay. It's my chest and my bonus play. Can't be late, won't hesitate. What do you say? Grace to find my face, scars to find my skin. I can't convince him, can't please him unless that I'm the one that you hate. H to the E-R-O, do it for real, locked on my door. From the ashes, I roll the game. Flow with a rumble, make them crumble, make them run. Baby, it's go time. Knock me down, how I rise. An inspiration, I know how. The one who go brother, my know how we gon' do it. Facing our fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best, so we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a trophies on this boom and illuminate. Another day, another way. You got the power to turn around. You got a champion, so you be last. Calling out for the king. There's no won't you yell out my name when I sing on top of the
Showdown.
You want to be strong? Learn from the pro now. When you're attacking a tower, you might accidentally target an enemy. Or when attempting a tower dive, you end up targeting the tower and minions instead. Professional players execute such impressive moves effortlessly. While you may feel overwhelmed and get killed by the tower, your control settings might be holding you back. Change the recommended basic controls to advanced. This activates extra basic attack buttons for minions and towers. Turn on show enemy avatars to accurately select the enemy's avatar for the kill and better assess vision exposure. Give it a try and play as smoothly as a pro, easily crushing the enemy faction. Learn from the pro. Learn more from Honor of Kings Global Esports.
All I need is a target.
Lane stealers only bring frustration to a team. The team will be at a disadvantage and players will not enjoy the match. We are also players, and we know the problem doesn't lie with the good players. Therefore, based on feedback, we created the lane pre-pick system. Players will choose the lanes they want to play before looking for a match. The system will take these preferences into account and find suitable matches so that everyone can enjoy the game. To combat lane stealers, everyone has a chance to create a better gaming environment by reporting them and making the Gorge a better place. With this system, finding a balanced team is no longer a problem, but a practice in innovation.
Honor of Kings is the world's most played mobile MOBA, featuring intense and fair team-based battles, high-end graphics, a deep roster of diverse heroes, and a variety of gameplay modes, all combining to offer players an innovative mobile gaming experience.
One of our main goals is to develop Honor of Kings for a global audience. To achieve this, we continue to add localized content to the game, such as collaborating with popular franchises to bring new regionally inspired heroes, skins, in-game events, and more to our worldwide community.
While we are members of the development team, we are also gamers.
meaning we want games that foster fair, competitive environment and reward players based on their skill. This is also our North Star when it comes to developing Honor of Kings, ensuring that the game's mechanics, heroes, equipment, and more are well balanced. The game has been designed from the ground up with a mindset that all elements that affect gameplay can be earned through effort and time spent, such as hero unlock and the KAGE system. This core tenet ensures that Honor of Kings remains fair, competitive, and most of all, fun.
In addition to accessibility, we believe that a good PvP game needs to maintain friendly and fair matchmaking for players of all skill levels. This is why our team focuses on both game balance and matchmaking optimization. In fact, we review the community's gameplay data every 2 weeks to help us determine how best to balance the hero roster's skills and stats. It's like adjusting a precision clock to make sure everyone experiences the competitive fun of each match.
Maintaining a safe, competitive environment makes for a healthier Honor of Kings community, where players can meet friendly teammates and respectful opponents in every session. Our team is passionate about ensuring that players can cooperate effectively in each battle. With a feature like map lane pre-selection, a reward system for positive play, the ability to report bad actor mid-match, and an easy-to-use Conwheel interface, all designed to foster safe, cooperative matches based on good sportsmanship.
We also want Honor of Kings to be a platform where players from all over the world can realize their dreams of high-level competitive gameplay. Alliances, leaderboards, and other social features allow our challengers to meet like-minded friends and show off their skills. Meanwhile, our partner program and its incentives allow content creators to stand out and become rising stars in Honor of Kings. The esports ecosystem provides a global stage for all professional esports players to compete. These systems combine to form the game's ecosystem, building a stage for players from all over the world to shine. This is what Honor of Kings means to us.
We look forward to meeting you in Heroes George
as we come together as one strong, competitive, and awesome community.
Welcome to Honor of Kings.
You want to be strong? Learn from the pro now. When you choose a long-range marksman to take down enemies in the distance, only to find the enemies constantly staying at the edge of your attack range. When you enthusiastically pick a high-burst mage, planning to crush the opponents, but the enemies keep sneaking outside your vision. The professional players have long been using the small tricks in their settings for smooth operations. Let's take a look at how the pros set up their game. Change the setting from fixed camera to camera shifts with skill direction. Your vision will move with the direction of your skills, allowing for a broader vision range. This not only enables more accurate targeting, but also gives you the upper hand to anticipate incoming enemies in advance. Come and try this practical secret that professional players are using. Play like a pro to dominate the enemy team effortlessly. Learn from the pro. Learn more from Honor of Kings Global Esports.
Our group is 4 teams. I think they're strong, but I think we're stronger.
We did some mistakes, but we will work on it and be better.
One small mistake leads us to defeat.
We can win every team if we play our draft and if we don't do mistakes.
我觉得我们能很顺利的成为小组第一。
Okay, teams, let's do our best and we will see you there.
我也希望能够把开根抓带上更大的舞台。
Match nanti lawan Isurus, kami sih udah ada persiapan dari draft. Lalu kan kemarin juga Isurus ada bermain melawan tim Secret. Kami juga udah nonton permainannya dan kami rasa kami bisa sih lawan mereka.
Cagendra, yo sé que ustedes les tienen miedo a Team Secret, mas a nosotros le tienen que tener más, porque hoy ellos sangraron mucho.
不管是对手是谁，做好自己，去赢下每一场比赛。
Öncelikle şöyle herhangi bir çekindiğim veya korktuğum takım bulunmuyor turnuvada.
在抽签下来之后，3个队伍可能都在我们上面一点点，但是经过一段时间的调整，我不敢保证肯定会赢，但是会是2场精彩的 BO3 吧。
VK changed bot lane. They were playing with other 2 players in S1, so I think we have a little bit advantage on the bot lane.
Having that dream come true is very amazing.
Vocês vão conhecer os reis do Ocidente.
WeCast, 我们的目标是胜利。
打 RQ 对我们来说没有什么压力，
有很大的信心。
我们很早就在研究他们了，因为他们也是我们的重点的对手。我们确实会有比较特别的战术。
Hati-hati saja. Hari ini kami tidak menunjukkan apa-apa karena akan memberikan surprise kepada Unity.
Saya percaya diri bersama tim RRQ.
你们不用太在意输赢，知道吧？你们自然而然就输了。我们会拿出全部状态。
Fiercely battled for a power that granted them life, but cursed them with ruin. Wait! Oh, no, this story is too cliche. Maybe we can find inspiration from other stories. Hey, that might work. Got it. Woo! Oh. This story is adventurous, but lacks excitement. How about this one? This is too much. It needs more fun. How about this?
Are they looking for a fight right now? Danny going in the mid.
Well, confident by Fang. Fang doing the open. Time damage from Danny as well, taking up with Winchi as well. Niap is looking.
And we're back! Welcome back into the third day of the group stages. This is Honor of Kings Invitationals Season 2. This is your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu. And with me today, we have a change up. We're gonna introduce you to Holler. How are you doing, man?
I'm great. I'm happy to be here. This is day 3. There have been so many good games thus far, and we're going to find out some teams are actually going to be eliminated by the end of the day, which is kind of surprising if you ask me, Kin.
Yep, so Judgment Day, and this is, we're speaking specifically about Group C and Group D, which is going to be a nail-biter for the 4 teams that are competing today, because this will decide their fate, who will step into the top 8, win a little bit more money, but more importantly, qualify for the Esports World Cup. So, I mean, Holler, I'm sure you've been with us for the past few days as well online. Just curious to see, what's the monster matchup you're looking forward to today?
Actually, there's going to be a ton of good matchups, right? I think that you already mentioned it about 2 teams potentially being eliminated by the end of today. But I think we're going to start off the first match with a really good one. It's going to be Boom Esports versus Team Vitality. This one is going to be in Group A. There's still a lot of flux in terms of what's going to happen. But I mean, all that said, all these players, of course, playing on that Infinix. It's the experienced esports level gaming with the Infinix GT 20 Pro. Like all the professional players here at HOK Season 2 Invitationals. If you'd like to find out more, you can check out Infinix official website. Please do check them out. The phones are great. Kin, have you tried that one?
Yes, for sure. And another thing that we would definitely like other people to try out is the Esports World Cup experience. Now, of course, you have to be a player to experience this, but we would like to thank Esports World Cup for being our partners. And hopefully, you guys can join us all the way as well for the Esports World Cup that's going to be happening in July. Now, this is the prelude to the Esports World Cup, so I'm really excited. Now, today, we will need you to buckle up your seat belts, right? Squeeze your delts a little bit, and at the end of the day, the results will be fully spelt. Now, with that being said, I think we're talking about the first game of the day. Boom Esports, for me, I think they haven't had the chance to really showcase the true potential yet. We have seen that disruptive Athena, right? Their strategy was so beautiful and they managed to win that match for itself. But of course, they couldn't finish the job. This time today, I think they're really looking to close the door on that and maybe proceed a little higher on their table and make it out as one of the top 2 teams out of Group A.
Yeah, I think going into this one, you definitely don't want to be that loser, right? And Boom Esports, they've already got that loss. You already talked about that one. It's something that they cannot go into. There's not a whole lot of games left. You have obviously today and tomorrow, and we're going to find out who actually gets top 2 because you were talking about the Esports World Cup, right? 8 teams that make it to the knockout stage are going to move on. They're going to have a chance at not only, the prestige and being a champion, but also a whole bunch of money. There's going to be a lot of that going to be for that point. But Group A is probably, I would say, the group of death. There's a lot at stake in that one.
Yep, and right on the screen you'll see Group A. So we have Team Vitality and VKS Vivo Keat Stars who are at the top 2 spots of Group A. And this is open for change after we finish the matches at the end of the day. Now let's take a look at the other side, which is going to be Group B. Now Group B, we've already seen how dominant Loops and All Gamers Global have been. The positions have been secured so far. R8 unfortunately will not be part of the Esports World Cup experience for now. So we have the top 2 Loops and All Gamers Global in Group B. In a short moment, you will take a look at Group C and Group D. That is where the fire is going to be at because, like I said, this is the decider for today. And we'll take a look at the schedule. First up, for Group C and Group D, we have Team Secret who has, by the way, congratulations. They have already made it into the top 8. They will be qualified for the Esports World Cup. Today, we're going to be taking at the fate of Isurus and Kagendra, who is going to come out tops and make it all the way to the World Cup qualifiers. Likewise, for Group D, LGD Gaming Malaysia. They've already done the deal, signed the contract, signed, sealed, delivered. They are making their way to Riyadh as well for the Esports World Cup. This leaves us with impunity against RRQ.
Yeah, so much at stake, and both of these, we still have yet to find out who's going to make it. But again, both of the Malaysian teams coming out with the victors, understanding that the level of play was so high. Like LGD, I think their fastest game was about 7 minutes and 40 seconds. It was actually insane yesterday. And so they're going to be resting because they're just going to rest on their laurels to, get them into the EWC. But let's talk a little bit about today. I mean, we talked about Boom Esports Team Vitality. That's going to be the first one up. And then Isurus Kagendra. I think that one's going to be super close. And then, of course, Vivo Keat Stars versus Food Esports. That's going to be the third match of the day. And finally, RRQ versus Impunity Esports, which, again, every team needs to win today.
Yep, victory is a requirement. It's not even left to chance. So at this point, I think the stakes are really high, right? So I think when we take a look at the games later, every single thing matters, right? Every single camp, every single creep, every single turret, and of course, the crystal is important. But let's take a look at the team's lineup today. Boom, gonna be represented by our 5 lovely players here. Miggy, Ajizix, Dragon, Toshi, as well as Impressive. Now, for those of you that have followed us throughout the couple of days thus far, Impressive really speaks and embodies his name. He has been really impressive on that support roam role, and I'm expecting even bigger things today. And of course, their counterparts, they're going to be going up against Team Vitality. They're no slack as well, right? But we'll slowly introduce these players in a bit. So, Holler, what do you think about their competition so far?
Well, let's talk a little bit about Boom Esports here. Not to make fun of Miggy, but Miggy looks a little sleepy in this photo. I feel like also in the tournament, he can kind of step up a bit on this one. But let's talk a little bit about Team Vitality here. This is the team from France. We have Nighty, we have Shanks, Highland, Yash, City Boy, and Benji, of course. City Boy's, I think he's one of the kind of the standouts, at least to me. What are your thoughts on Team Vitality, Kid?
Really strong, and we're really seeing the shanking action yesterday, right? So Shank was playing the farm lane yesterday, and a very monstrous performance with the Arlie as well. So I think there is quite a lot of even ground between these two teams. The question is today, who is going to be able to make that slight edge, right? Who's going to get that advantage for the team where they can start building off of it and maybe steamroll the competition out of the first game at least, right? Once again, this is a best of 3 series, so the stakes are high, right? You need to have that advantage. Having a 1-game cushion is going to matter that much more, especially when you're vying for the top 2 spots in Group A.
Yeah, every point matters, right? Even the game differentials. So if you can 2-0 is way better than a 2-1. So you definitely want to put yourself in a prime position. Now, if you happen to be watching in, you're tuning in, or you happen to be in KL itself, this one is going live at the Sunway Velocity Mall. Do check it out. Of course, you can see these players in action and kind of see, you know, the whole heart of victory and defeat. Sometimes you might see some people crying. I mean, unfortunately, there's so much at stake that it potentially could happen. But we're going into the draft here. Boom Esports starting off with the Dahlia pick. Your thoughts on this as a first pick?
I think it's a very flexible pick, right? It opens up a lot of options for the side of Boom Esports, but more importantly, I think there's a lot of respect coming out from Team Vitality, right? They are actually going to ban out the Arlie as well as the Athena. We've already seen the damage an Athena can do, right? So much disruption going into the jungle, and it really messes up the tempo of the team. Likewise, on the side of Boom Esports, they're going to ban out the Mai Shiranui as well as the Pei. So Mai Shiranui, we've already seen, if put into the right hands, it can be an extremely strong start for the team. So they will take that out of the picture. Let's take a look at the next set of picks here. It's going to be the Lady Sun along with the Haino here. So RG6 and Dragon responsible for the next 2 picks for the team. We've already seen how strong a Lady Sun is, especially when you give her an unfair advantage in terms of the farm and gold accumulation. Right, and Haino, of course, with the Fate Rewind, not only able to save his own health, he can kind of reverse the health of the turrets as well. So that's something that we need to keep an eye on.
And I mean, okay, the Dahlia pick, the way I'm kind of looking at this one, it's only been picked 3 times in game, but it has a 0% win rate thus far. Yes, we've only had 2 games of play, but that's not a really good showing. Lady Soon and Haino much higher in terms of the pick rates. They're definitely more popular. Lady Soon, you have the potential for outplay. The amount of late game damage that this monster can do is just absolutely insane. And you already talked about Haino in terms of just having that flexibility, that poke, and of course that Fate Rewind, which is going to be amazing going into any sort of game. But now let's talk a little bit more about the Shangguan here. We've seen a little bit of a pick, again, a 0% win rate. It's only been seen in 2 games thus far. But what are your thoughts? What about this, about the Shangguan pick that Team Vitality is looking at here?
Well, Shangguan, as we all know, with the finishing stroke, very good single target damage, right? So I think that's the idea behind this pick for the side of Vitality. They want to be able to burst down a singular target. And, you know, one of the reasons why we don't see Dolia winning that many matches is that she's not exactly very tanky as well, right? Even with the Wave Breaker, yes, she does get some heals in the health, in mana, but she's not exactly a very tanky hero. She's pretty squishy, to be honest, and so this is the doors opening for Vitality to get a snipe down on the squishies of the team, and hopefully with the lack of control, with the lack of healing coming out for the team of Boom Esports, Vitality can kind of capitalize on that, get the main damage in. That's also the benefit of the Kaiser and Elaine, right? So they are both pretty tanky as well. Kaiser with his ultimate will be able to go in, get the lifesteals, get the slows, and hopefully steamroll, lawn mow their way across the front lines and maybe just across the entirety of Boom Esports.
Yep. And I like this one. I mean, just kind of rounding out the draft a bit in terms of the Zhang Fei kind of helping out. You're talking about them being a little bit more on the squishier side. You kind of want somebody to kind of be frontlining and being that initiator tank. And then the Elaine and Kaiser can kind of clean up a bit. So I do see the synergy throughout this draft thus far. But if we're looking more to the Boom Esports, who kind of helps round this one out? You probably need a bit of a tank here as well, right?
Yep, they do. Which means at this point with the finalization of the draft, right? I think the Haino will actually go for a tankier build. At the same time, with a tankier build, it helps with his auto attack. It gives him more lifesteal in that sense, right? So having the Yu Yuan is great because with her ultimate itself, she will be invincible and she gets to heal her team as well. But my concern is they are very prone to surprise ganks from the side of Vitality. And with the Shangguang, it's actually something that is one of their prowesses, right? One of their strengths. And I'm really concerned whether Vitality, or rather Boom, can they survive the onslaught when Vitality hits their strides in itemization and even map control.
Okay. Looks like we've got the drafts in mind. The coach is going to just shake hands here going into this one. But if we're going to look at the draft, and we'll sew that one up just to kind of reflect on what we've going into this one with the first match, game 1. Going into this one, but who do you think has probably the easier lineup to play here?
I think both of them have the pros and cons, but I'm just gonna go with Vitality on this one, at least for game 1, because they seem a little bit tankier. They have a little bit more in the tank, which means in the war of attrition, I think Vitality will have always that extra man advantage, which will make the world's difference in team fights as well.
Okay, all right. So you like Vitality going in, but overall through this prediction of this first matchup, do you want Team Vitality to come out the victors on this? Or are you not? Or do you not have a horse in this race?
I wouldn't say I want them to win, but I think at this point, Boom Esports have shown me that they have the potential to take the entire series. Right now, it is up to them if they can achieve this result. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome. This is Boom Esports versus Vitality.
Yeah, we're going to go right into this one. Of course, the roamers, the Dahlia and the Zhang Fei, they're just going to kind of stay in the middle to kind of push things around a little bit, to kind of not to, I guess, force the issue. I feel like this is basically BAU at this point, right?
Yeah, business as usual for sure. At this point, they're gonna put the G6 Yu Yuan in the jungle here, and it looks like in the farm lane, Toshi's gonna get a slight advantage here, getting the Firehawk, which means he's gonna be level 3, a little bit faster than what they have on the side of Shanks. Right, they're gonna give it a trade, but at this point, I think it should be pretty much even because it looks like Toshi will allow his jungler to take that final camp on the bot as well.
Yep. Okay. Now, if we're going to look a little bit more in the Clash laners here, this Elaine, I kind of like them. I play Clash lane myself. I feel like it has a lot of potential for outplay. But your thoughts in the top lane going up against Miggy on the Mayan?
Well, I think this is a pure skill matchup, right? It's just who is the better Clash laner at this point. Both their skill sets allow the outplay potential as well. But of course, in terms of survivability, I think we have to be really concerned about 90. 90 requires him to be front-facing in fights, right? In order to be able to deal the damage. Mayin, slightly different. She can come in at an angle. She can stand at the side before she jumps in with the whatever. And I really like the name of the skill because her first 2 skills are just called whatever 1, whatever 2.
Oh, the flash away. Toshi's going to go for this. So the finishing stroke is not going to be enough damage. It does not. It's an unfinishing stroke at that point. Hylian will limp away, not get that first blood that he's looking for. A bit of a rotation, and it looks like Boom Esports will come out and they'll survive at this point.
Yeah, so it's pretty clear, right? Both teams now looking for that entry point. Where is the advantage, right? Where can we win the map over and allow us to have a little bit more space, a little bit more advantage to try and make a play? And as it stands now, both teams kind of understand the rotations of each of their counterparts, and it looks like they're not letting up. And this is a perfect way to start first game of the day.
Yeah, it's a good start. Of course, I mean, the net worth lead is like negligible at this point. Everybody are kind of playing it very safe. Nobody's getting that. Nobody wants to give up any kills at this point. But now, who's, I mean, you talked about Vitality, you like their lineup, but who has to have a better early game?
Oh, definitely it needs to be Highland at this point, right? Because Highland is one of the core winning win cons for the team. Because if Highland can instantly take out one of the members on Boom with the finishing stroke, it's gonna prove to be a very huge advantage. Because yes, Highland you can kind of see him as a one-shot wonder, right? After he finishes the finishing stroke, he's not gonna be that useful until the cooldown of his ultimates. But in the meantime, right, I want to take a look at the growth of the items so far. Most people have not completed their first core item yet, but more importantly, the Lady Suntoshi already has the Meteor on hand. And that's going to be quite the painful bullets landing on
Unbridled Outburst. They're going to go for this one. Highland's going to look to go for this, and they do end up getting Doshi, and that's a massive blow into Boom Esports here. Really nice rotation by Team Vitality.
Yep, the players from the French side will take the lead for the moment here in the 4-minute mark, and this is exactly the perfect timing because this is where the first few objectives of the game will pop up, the Tyrant as well as the Overlord.
Right now, G6 and them, it looks like they're going to kind of gather around the Tyrant here. Team Vitality playing things a little bit safe. The Tyrant doing a decent amount of damage as well, and the Fate Rewind keeps him alive. G6 is being chased down to the ends of the earth, and it looks like he's going to go down. Highland will secure that one. Doshi has now joined the fight. Dragon thought about going back in. He throws out the Scepters, and Shanks now on the run. Doshi sends him away.
Yep, and Vitality definitely stepping up the pace here, not only getting a couple of kills, they are also establishing map control here. G6 unfortunately going to be the first one to fall in that skirmish, and being the jungler, this is not the position you want to be. Yes, they are on the same levels, but at this point, there's other things at play as well, which is the mental state, right? Now as a G6, even throwing out all of the different skills, your Mournful Tempo, even with the peace, Melody of Peace as well, you don't survive the fight. And what does that do to you as a player? It makes you fearful, right? I have done everything I could have done, and yet I still did not get the advantage. So Vitality definitely not only just leading in the tangibles, they are leading in the intangibles as well.
I mean, mainly about the net worth, but at the end of the day, Team Vitality have not taken any towers, right? So I think that Boom Esports can kind of hang their hats on this one. And it looks like Miggy will be backing off. He's been playing 1 versus 2 almost the entire game. Team Vitality have been pushing the top lane, but Miggy playing it safe, not giving anything up, so he's playing things well. He's keeping that tower alive, which is what he needs to do, and just basically farm under that tower, so he's done a great job. Now, looking in the bottom lane, Impressive goes in, gets the Ode, and it looks like the Leaping Savior, but this is a 4-man rotation from Boom Esports, and they get nothing.
Well, for now, you know, Miggy is going to join the fight as well.
Yeah, Unbridled Outburst, he's going to go in for this one. He dives in. He takes a lot of damage, does need to be a bit careful. The finishing stroke keeping Highland alive, but Shanks now, he tried to flash away. He's going to be busted, and G6 will get that kill, so they get something in return. And now the Tyrant is going to be started.
Actually, it's quite unfortunate. Yeah, so Shanks taking a fall there is not the ideal situation for Vitality because he's one of the main damage dealers in the fight itself. And because of that death, they will allow that open entry, and this is going to be the first Tyrant of the game going over to Boom. Now the stage has changed, right? The state of the game as well. So Boom will take a lead in terms of the map control. At the same time, they will be able to capitalize off of this and recover that goal. And slowly but surely you will see the goal is shifting in favor of Boom.
Yeah, nice play there. I mean, that's what you want. That's how you get back in the game. The game is never really over, obviously, in the first 5 minutes. Or the first 8 minutes, unless you're up against LGD, which is a whole nother story. But Boom Esports playing it well. They're trying to protect their jungle as much as possible. Team Vitality trying to take whatever scraps they can get. They might even think about going for the Overlord. I doubt it in the end, especially since Boom Esports have kind of rounded themselves around it. It's very difficult for them to get anything going. But now Team Vitality, they are actually behind in terms of the net worth lead. Impressive, all the way in the front. Forbidden Domain, and Zhang Fei, Dragon is going to be killed. And it looks like in the top lane as well. And the Unbridled Outburst just keeping him alive. He's very tanky. He gets back to safety and under tower, and he should be fine.
Yeah, that's a very scary situation for Boom actually, because the fact that they can kill a dragon, I'm not sure whether it's because he didn't have the Fate Rewind. Hopefully that's the case, because if he did expend that Fate Rewind and still died, then you definitely know that Vitality have a little bit more firepower than Boom is expecting at this point. And also the gold growth, oh, hang on.
Oh, they do get him. Highland, he gets sniped out. Miggy gets him with the whatever. And CT Boy, all he can do is watch. He's going to be bursted as well. He's going to be chased. And it looks like the rotation has been made an appearance. It looks like he's got the meteor kill, keeping him alive, at least for now. Benji is joined as well. He's taking a lot of damage, and Boomy Sports not afraid to dive. They want to go in for this one. But Benji somehow still alive. Doesn't get killed. The Fate Rewind keeps him alive. Dragon, that is. He's going to be fine. And it looks like Highland was the only one to have fallen. But Boomy Sports continue to push on to this T1. Logistics zoning them away. And I think that's going to be the end of that fight there.
Blue team has
Yep. So at this point, Boom Esports, you know they understand the assignment, right? They have spread the damage across the entire team. And the Wave Breaker, I need to mention this, impressive with the Wave Breaker, has been consistently helping the team out. It might not seem like much, but the heals in both mana and HP is really giving Boom that edge against Team Vitality so far.
Oh, they're going to find Miggy. He's going to be there, but nice two-man knockup. But Miggy's going to be the first to fall. He's going to go down. CT Boy will take credit for the Gotten Dragon as well. So Team Vitality, that's one way how you get back in the game. Now they've got it. They're going to continue to chase here, make things difficult and very uncomfortable for Boom Esports. They still have 3 members alive. Yet that Sunset all the way in the back line does some AoE damage, but nobody's going to be killed. Unbridled Outburst. He's going to be up in the front. He's kind of tanking as much as he can. And it looks like they're going to back off here. They got that T1 mid, and that should be the end of this fight. Boom Esports really not able to do anything else at this point.
Yep, they had to commit the Elements of Dolia as well as G6 just to chase them away. And this is why I prefer Team Vitality's drop earlier today, because I think they have a lot of life that Boom Esports has the kind of...
They've got 90. G6 is going in for this one. CT Boy, 90, barely gets alive. Highland has continued to turn this around. Impressive solo. He's going to be sniped down. Highland will take credit for this one. They've got Doshi as well. That's a double kill. Logistics gets knocked up with a meteor kill. He's being focused down. He does get killed. Dragon does have his scepters. He's doing a lot of damage, and he wants to go for this one. He's continuing to stay there. Fate Rewind not able to get used, and Dragon will go down, and that's a 4-for-1. And Team Vitality have found that opening.
Yep, they will not be denied. Team Vitality, this is, like I said, they are so strong, they have so much life to offer, but not only that, they offer the most important part, they offer damage as well.
Yeah, and this is going to be the replay of this one. Logistics sticking around, but it might have stuck around too long as he goes down, and then you see the action. Miggy getting chased all the way. He's been thwarted by Benji, and that lets Dragon go, but Dragon does fall in the end as well. He was playing things a little too close with that Fate Rewind. Probably should have used it a bit earlier, but the meteor kill onto Miggy. He hops over the wall. Logistics now being chased, and now Team Vitality have taken the enemy jungle. They're in prime position.
Right, and that's the strength, right? So if you break it down into 2 different things, the Benji and Shanks combo, just chasing Miggy away makes the world's difference. But you know what? Vitality doesn't want to allow me to speak. They want to keep fighting. But yeah, for now, it looks like they're just going to prime and poise themselves for the next attack.
Yeah, why would you not fight, right? If you're Team Vitality at this point, you're up 5k, you have full control, you have a net worth lead, you've taken all the objectives as well. The top 2 T2 goes down. I mean, it's just a matter of time where you pretty much, when you have the guy down, you don't want to let him get up, right? You take away the breathing space, so to speak, and Team Vitality have done a great job of understanding how to play with a lead.
Yep, I really like the itemization here, especially from Highland. He actually has the breakthrough rope along with the venomous stuff. I can't explain to you how detrimental that is to the Haynor as well, because number 1, he does have the insatiable tomb along with the Holy Grail as well. So, you know, the healing isn't as strong coming out from the side of Boom.
Yeah. Definitely not as much, but it looks like Team Boom Esports are going to steal the Overlord here. They hit it, they took it right from under their noses. Team Vitality looking to go in for this one. Nighty continuing to stay on the front. The meteor kill's a little off the mark, and it looks like they're going to continue on Choi, trying to chase out. Unbridled Outburst, creating a path, sending them the wrong way, sending them to the point, but Fate Rewind pushes him back. Impressive is going to be the first to fall. They've got Logistics as well, and I guess they, they'll take a 3 for nothing, all for the cost of the Overlord.
Yeah, what do you do when you have a team that is so tanky? They're taking a shield to bash you in the face. Vitality just outpowering and outmuscling Boom Esports at this point, and as it stands now, I think the base could be barren in a couple more minutes.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, it's this 10 seconds, but the problem is they don't have minions. The bottom lane is pushing, and they've done a good job of that. They'll probably take this bottom T2, but they want to get the high ground one. Here, the minions are now crashing into the top lane. The Drakes are making things a little bit more difficult. But Team Vitality have taken this one, and again, this net worth lead is just, almost been 10K at this point. Sorry, I don't have my abacus.
And this was all in an instant, right? So at this point, right, the Vanguards don't matter. Sure, you have the Shadow Vanguards, but look at the damage that they're offering. I want to take a look at the itemization from the Theron tier here, which is going to be in the hands of Shanks. He does have so much damage. His core items, the Frostscar Embrace, along with the Doomsday. He does have attacks as well as percentage health damage, and more importantly, it is about the chain lightnings that come out from the hits when they proc that passive of the item as well. And he does have the Cuirass of Savagery, so even if he gets damage, that increases the amount of damage he's able to lay out. At the same time, he's also able to move faster because there's an increment of the movement speed as well.
Yeah, and I mean, net worth is one thing. The itemization is definitely on point. It's way higher. But if we're looking at levels, this is the tail of the tape, so to speak. You have Shanks and CT Boy both at 15. They've been there for quite some time now. And Boomy Sports are playing from behind. They're playing very defensive. They have no way to even contest this Tyrant here, which is going to be easily taken by Shanks. So Boomy Sports, what do they need to do to get back in this game, other than with thoughts and prayers? What is the other option?
Well, at this point, I think they need a little more than the healing that's coming out, because they are already out-itemized at this point, right? Healing is not one of their winning conditions anymore. They need more damage.
Okay. Miggy thought about going in for this one. He's just looking to clear the minions, but the T3 bottom has been taken out. Looks like they're going to take the middle T3 as well. And all the way in the front, CT Boy just trying to attract as much attention. And with the Unbridled Outburst, Tanky keeping him alive. He's leaping Saviors back. Shanks continuing to stand up in front. He does with the shield. He's going to be fine, but they've taken all the T3. The base is wide open. Boomy Sports, how do they hold?
Well, they still have one T3 at the bottom, right? So at this point, like I say, it's just about buying time. They need to get as much farm as possible across the map, and that's exactly what Vitality is trying to stop them from doing. And at this point, it's just a one-man show. He will be taken out, right? So it's difficult because they need to get more damage.
Yeah, more damage, or 4 versus 1 fight like that last one. Oh, nice 3-man knock-up, though, by Miggy. But it looks like they're going to back off. They do have a slight advantage in the sense that CT Boy's down for about 30 seconds. But, Team Vitality, not afraid. They don't care about the numbers game. They're going to continue to fight. And Dragon Fate rewinds back. The Scepter is going to be doing a decent amount of damage spread throughout. And Highland's going to be the first to fall in this fight. And Benji backing off. And, Boomy Sports doing all right. They got it to, Highland down. And they're going to look to take the Overlord here.
Yep, they take one back, but it's still 10k down, and at this point, boom, maybe there's a sliver of hope because Toshi is actually able to deal a lot of that burst damage. This is one of the perks of picking up that Lady Sun in the first place, and Toshi seems to be making it work, but they need a little bit more time. They need someone to be able to tank the damage. Because if you take a look at what's happening in the past few minutes of the game, CT Boy, when he's at full life and he procs his ultimate, the Invincible Warrior, he's able to really just capture the attention of all 5 members. So let's take a look at the growth on the Lady Sun, Master Sword, Eternity Blade, as well as the X of Torment. Now, he does get the Succubus Cloak right as we speak about it, so he is given some safety against the skills of the Shangguan here, right? So Highland might not have as easy of a time trying to get the snipe onto Toshi, and that might be a huge difference in the upcoming team fights.
Yeah, it's kind of scary going up against this Boomy Sports. I mean, the Lady Soon right now, getting a couple kills on that one, really kind of, accelerating her growth in terms of net worth, because she needs that. But this is the one where Boomy Sports, they need to fix the lane. They need to, again, to your point of just slowing down the game, I think those 2 kills were very helpful for them in terms of extending, probably about an extra 3 to 5 minutes, I would guess, at this point. But they put themselves in a good spot. Team Vitality took a bad fight. I mean, they lost the CT Boy early, and then they tried to take another fight, 4 versus 5. And again, it's a numbers game, right? You really can't be doing that kind of thing, especially at this stage. Team Vitality have made a mistake. They're not. They're definitely still in the driver's seat, but it's one of those situations where, hey, if they go up against an LGD, they can't afford to make those types of mistakes.
Yeah, for sure. And at this point, one of the things they need to watch out for is the Tyrant. With the chain lightning, it's going to increase the amount of attack and offensive capabilities on the side of either team. So they need to really plan this out really carefully.
Oh,
the damage.
They got him. He's untargetable. Logistics, he's looking to just kind of back off. He's trying to out-heal this one. He's been chased, and Highland will get credit for this one. Nighty forcing it down. He's trying to go for Doshi. He wants to take out that damage. He gets pulled back in. Nighty somehow still not able to kill Doshi. Doshi's still on the run. Impressive's been killed on the backside, and now Doshi's running the wrong way. He has no choice, and he gets cut down, and CT Boy will get the double kill. They've got the finishing stroke on a Dragon. He gets pushed back in. It's a matter of time. Wait for those minions. Miggy trying to just slow things down, get the minion away, but Mighty is here, and Nighty, excuse me, and he does get the meteor kill. He's got him knocked up. Shanks takes the bottom T3, and it looks like that's going to be the game. It's a matter of time before they focus the base, and it looks like Team Vitality are going to take game 1.
Yep, Vitality take one step forward, one-upping their competition so far, and this is going to be a very good start to the day, especially for a team that needed this boost of confidence at this point. So Vitality, what a good start for them. Boom, I think they're not really lacking as well. It's really important that we understand that Boom did not do a very bad job. It's just they just could not catch up, right? And the way that Vitality itemized, oh my goodness, very clear understanding about the win cons of the draft on the side of Boom Esports. You like the heals? No, you don't get no heals. We are gonna stop them. We're gonna, stifle your healing abilities, and we're gonna be so tanky that you can't out damage us, right? And to be honest, I expect when the graphs show up later and the stats come out later, let's see quite a lot of damage coming out representing Boom Esports, but it's just not enough.
Yeah, not enough time. And it was one of those things where they had the advantage, Team Vitality, and then they kind of understood how to close the game out, right? Good teams are really good at this, of just closing things out. You cannot, let them get back in the game. And Team Vitality, aside from like one mistake or so, and they'll kind of talk about that in the replay or during the break, I don't think we're going to see too much more of that. But Team Vitality playing out strong, closing that game out, that's what we really wanted and we expected from Team Vitality.
Yeah, and you were asking at the start of this game, why is there such a low win rate for Dolia? This is the reason why, because she's not very tanky, right? And if you take a look at the stats in a bit, right? Let's talk a bit about the items first. Look at the amount of health they have. Omnis Premonition, Dawnlight, they have the Long Night Guardians, as well as the Glacial Bucklers, Cuirass of Savagery, and more importantly, for the last member, 90, they have the Blood Rage as well. That's so much additional health, so much additional shields coming out from the entirety of Team Vitality. It's not just, hey, one member is tanky, it's every single person. Now, on the flip side, if you take a look at Boom, they tried to even out the odds as well. Dawnlight onto Impressive. They do have the Succubus Cloak onto Toshi to try and mitigate the damage that Highland was chasing him down with. And more importantly, I think Dragon, he wanted to go for damage as well because they were lacking in damage. Toshi was the only one that was able to offer consistent damage as long as they couldn't touch her. But that was so hard to achieve because when Dragon doesn't survive, the next target that's going to be in their sights is going to be Agisics as well as Toshi. And Impressive being impressive on the Dolia, Dolia is not a tank. You can't do anything against her. With her at this point against the lineup of Team Vitality. And the last member, the one who would have made a difference with the whatever, could not, because Miggy was constantly chased out by 90, right? And if it wasn't 90, it was the Benji Shanks combo. And as Miggy, as a Mayin, it's hard to do that, right? Because you are playing against a range hero like Shanks, and Shanks continuing the trend of yesterday, shanking his way through the likes of Boom Esports, leading to the first game of the day being a Vitality win.
Yes, and I mean, if we're talking about Team Vitality, look at that net worth. It's pretty spread throughout, like 12K from CT Boy and Highland, Shanks and 90, both with 13K. But Benji, I mean, he's only 8K. I mean, he's clearly the weakest link of this team. No, I'm just kidding. It's Roam Life, obviously, with the support, doing what he can. But he did a great job of making sure that, you talked about the fact that Boom Esports didn't really have that tank, that guy that would kind of peel for, the farm lane and all that. And I think Benji did a great job of this. And now if we're talking a little bit about, the team fight rate, like some of the other stats, I mean, this is nothing to be, kind of what we expected, right? With CT Boy making a lot of the plays. I mean, that 93% team fight rate, that's awfully high, right, Kin?
Yep, exactly, and that means they aren't able to farm. And if you take a look at the flip side, 90 itself only 18% on the team fight rate, which means he was consistently split pushing. So not only were they winning the fights, they were winning the map as well. And 90 did an extremely good job, because when he appeared in the team fights, his role wasn't just to kill, his role was to peel and to push. Right? Push them away, separate the team fights. So what if you have a Dolia? So what if you have the heals from a G6? It doesn't matter if they are not in the heals. And if you can see with the graph, they did manage to come back for a little bit, slightly towards the later part of the game, maybe around the 16-17 minute mark. But by then, Vitality had fully hit their strides. And when they're at the strongest, I mean, it's called Team Vitality. They have a lot of health. And what do you do against that? It looks like Boom can't find the answer just yet. But more importantly, I'm curious who the MVP is today.
Boom, Highland. I mean, he was making plays throughout. I think this is the first win with the Shangguan going into this invitational. So it's good to see, and he played it on the MVP level. Highland was on points, making things very difficult. Yeah, you tried to get on him, but he was just kind of finishing stroke his way out to safety. He just played the hero almost to the limits, so to speak.
Yep. I mean, with the paintbrush itself, he literally painted the path for Vitality to take that one step forward. So let's take a look at the replay itself. One of the main things you will see is that Ajisix is consistently being chased, right? And isolated from the rest of the team. And when that happens, when there are no heals coming down, so what if you have magic damage? Because you wouldn't survive the burst potential. So Highland was always in charge of that single target isolation kill. And he did his job the best. He made sure that he was always consistently dealing singular target damage, and all they had to do was to win the rest of the fight, because at this point Vitality, they had more health, they had more damage, and with Shanks on the backlines having the freedom to just go and throw those tokens onto the side of Team Boom Esports, there was nothing much they could do to really just turn around the fate.
Yeah, normally in, Honor of Kings, you kind of see these team fights happen where, the squishy ones get focused early, and then that kind of ends the game. And you're talking about Ajisix just getting constantly harassed here and just, blown up. But if we're looking at the Boom Esports lineup, almost everyone very, very squishy. It's like a glass cannon. Yeah, you've got the damage. Yeah, you have the potential for outplay and mobility. But when you get focused, you're just going to have a tough time. And I think Team Vitality really took advantage of Boom Esports, weaknesses in their draft here, and they just kind of closed the game out. Yeah, it took about 18 or so minutes to do so.
The first game of the day, not just done yet, right? And there's another thing that we're not done yet. That's going to be the new hero coming out. Yao is going to be coming out, the shining star, the brother of our dear jungler assassin, Jing. And this is going to be available tomorrow. Now, welcome to July. Do we have the surprises for you as well? And, Holla, we were talking about surprises, right? But I think Boom Esports legitimately was surprised by Vitality's performance thus far. The question is, can Boom Esports recover mentally and, physically with the fingers as well? Maybe they can outplay Vitality to tie these series up.
Yeah, and I expect them to bounce back. I think that this is more of, hey, we lost the first game. I think that we did, we had some problems with our draft. We'll come back a little bit stronger in game 2. This is the Boom Esports way. We've seen them time and time again be able to make some plays, right? So I expect bigger things in the game 2. So, this series is pretty much guaranteed, I would think, going into game 3, Kin. Your thoughts?
Well, I think you can kind of count out a lot of things. But when you meet Pilipinas, no way. You keep your eyes on the Pilipinas, because they will always bite back. So I'm having huge expectations for Boom Esports at this point. Now it really is, can they live up to that expectation? I fully believe, I agree with you. I think this is going to be a 3-game series, but it really depends on whether Boom Esports can recover from this first loss. Because let's be honest, when you have a 1-game cushion in a BO3 series, that takes off a lot of stress off of you, right? Vitality's mindset is going to be, hey, all the pressure is on you right now, right? We're just going to draft the same. We know the win conditions. We know how to itemize against your win cons. And let's see, can Boom Esports reply?
Yeah. And I mean, they have another game after this one. They have another game tomorrow. So Boom Esports and Team Vitality, considering they're both in Group A, So it's one of those moments where you don't want to be on the bottom looking up, where you have to rely on those teams to potentially get knocked out by one of the other teams. So you want to kind of, choose your own fate. You want to kind of control your own fate, your own destiny, right? And this is the time where, I think you need to just make sure that you have that draft that you really, really want. Your backs are on the wall. You got to look at it almost like an elimination game, right? So I think going into this one, we should see a much better Boom Esports team here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, at this point, it really is a leap of faith. Hopefully, they get to rewind their fates and make it even against the side of Team Vitality. The French monsters so far have been spectacular in the execution, and I really like the thought process. You can tell, right? The moment the draft was completed, when the game started, they understood exactly how to itemize against the likes of Boom Esports. Now, the big question is, strategy wins half of the war. So at this point, the draft is going to be extremely important for both teams. I'm wondering how, the Boom Esports coach will be thinking about this next series.
Yeah. Just, play to your team's strengths. You know what those are, but get something a little bit more balanced. Yes, you can kind of finesse things and you can kind of just power through them, but I think that this is a moment where they need to come out with a little bit more of a balanced draft to kind of give themselves a chance. I felt like target prioritization was not something that they were able to do because they were constantly being, the initiations from Team Vitality would have pushed them back. They were control who would fight whom. So Boom Esports need to do a much better job of getting the jump. They want to be the initiators, not the ones that are taking, the initiation, so to speak.
Yeah, so with that being said, let's take a look at the bans right now. Athena, still respecting the Athena, they're going to be banned out in the second game of the day as well as the Da Qiao. So these disruptive heroes will be taken out of the hero pool for Boom and Vitality to pick from. Likewise, on the side of Boom, it is going to be the Mai Shiranui as well as the R Lee. Now, to answer your question about that, I think Impressive, the coach should really give Impressive a more active support. Someone that is able to join in the aggression, someone that's able to deal damage as well. That could be the marker that changes the way Boom Esports makes a difference in the game.
Yeah, it'll definitely help them out. And they're going to kind of start things off. Team Vitality picking up the Dahlia, the Kaiser, which they seemed very comfortable with, and the Lady John, who's of course the second most pick. Mayin had just surpassed her by just one pick of the last game, but she has quite a high, win rate, 73%. She's been picked 11 times. This is a hero that you definitely need to worry about in terms of control, the terrain that she provides, and just the ultimates. The destructive deluge. There's a lot of impact that she has in the game, and so it looks like they're going to counter this Boom Esports with the Mozu pick here, but they're going to pick up the Shangguan and Elaine, which are very similar to what we saw from Team Vitality in the last game.
Well, my prayers have been answered for Team Boom Esports here, because Mozu going into the roam support position is going to be quite vital, because at this point, Impressive, we know he can be an absolute destruction, a very disruptive player, right, for the opponent team. And when you give him a hero such as Mozu with the cannon blast, he literally will blow them out of the water consistently. Now, to make things even more difficult for the side of Team Vitality, I like the fact that they picked the Shangguan once again. In the laning phase, Shangguan against Lady Chen, it really comes down to a skill matchup, right? Can he avoid the flowing side coming out from the Lady Chen? And if he can actually turn it around and use his full combination to go into the finishing stroke. Lady Chen does not do well against Shangguan's finishing stroke. Yes, there is a potential for outplay with the Ocean of Tear passive, but it's pretty hard to do when you are constantly being pressured. Now, there's a lot of iframes that are coming out as well. So Shangguan with the finishing stroke, with Elaine with the Death at Sunset as well. So I like the way that Boom Esports are thinking. There's a lot of reversal in the team fight situations. The question is, what else does Vitality have in the book? Because they've taken out the two main farm lanes that we have seen Boom Esports play, which is the Divenjie along with the Lady Sun.
Yeah, and it's keeping it away. I mean, Boom Esports here, you have potential. You're still kind of flexible in the sense. The Mozu pick is, you have a lot of potential. The Cannon Blast can kind of control things, but it's one of those things where you're also kind of staying at range, still very squishy, and I think that that's the MO of Boom Esports. But Team Vitality, is there some way to circumvent this, to get up on them? So it makes it very difficult for Boom Esports to, again, play defensively. And it looks like Boom Esports are going to kind of round out their draft a little bit by picking out the Marco Polo, the Fevered Barrage, doing a lot of work, the Roaming Gun, the Resplendent Revolver, all these things. Very good skills for the Marco Polo. I think that the potential for outplay is quite high with Boom Esports. But your thoughts, Kin, on this pick?
Well, you know, we were talking about this game being a marathon, right? Not a sprint. But if we take a look at the Heroes Gorge now, we're going to see a lot of sprinting coming out from Boom Esports because the entirety of the team is extremely mobile. And I've just seen one hero that I fell in love with the moment I started Honor of Kings. And that is going to be the Fang. My goodness, a Fang is a monster to deal with. Iframes for her second skill, as well as the rotating wheel. That is going to be the wheel of death going up against Boom Esports. I think Team Vitality, they need a little bit more crowd control. And Dharma, with the different mantras, will be the difference maker here. If he's able to get the truth mantra onto Marco Polo, able to get it down to Elaine, or even more to in this point for Dragon, it will spoil the fight for Team Boom Esports.
Okay, I thought when you were talking about Fang and how she was like your first love in Honor of Kings, I thought it was because you had a propensity to like short girls, but all jokes aside, I think that there's a lot of potential from the Fang. There's a lot of potential that could happen. I like the draft going into this one, but all right, we know the draft, we know what's going to happen, or we know what players have picked each of the players. Who do you give the edge to with just draft alone? Don't look at the players.
I think just purely on draft, I think Team Vitality once again has the upper hand because it takes a little bit of time for Marco Polo to come online, right? He needs at least 2 items before he even makes a difference in the team fights. At this point, he does need the Doomsday along with the Dagger as well, right? So until those items come up, it's going to be very difficult. But for Fang, it's slightly different. Right off the get-go, at level 1 with target sighted, it's going to be massive amounts of damage onto Fang as long as he can sidestep consistently against the Marco Polo. So, I mean, right away, it's going to be a very huge problem. And the fact that Shanks is taking it into the jungle this time is a huge problem because then Fang is going to be over leveled. He's going to have a higher level than the entirety of Team Boom Esports, especially on the farm and the mid lane. And that's going to be a big difference maker. That first play having huge expectations for Shanks.
Okay, we're going to be going into this one. Of course, this is the first match. Game 2, Team Vitality up 1-0 already against Boom Esports, and they're kind of already winning at the top of the Group A standings thus far. So Team Vitality, if they win this one, they would be in a very good position to make, of course, the knockout stage with the top 8 going to the EWC. So something that they want, there's going to be a little bit more pressure, more on the Boom Esports side to kind of, how do they answer? What can they do to get themselves back in this game? Now, if we're going to talk about Boom Esports, which player really needs to show up this game?
I think at this point, Impressive needs to show up because Impressive is that nail in the coffin for them, right? If you do not catch out the mortar, he is consistently going to disrupt your team fight. He's going to get you stunned. He's going to lock you in place with the thing inside the box. If he manages to catch the Fang along with the other farm lane as well, it's going to be a tremendous difficulty for the side of Team Vitality.
Okay. All right, looks like Boom Esports are going to focus a little bit more in the Clash lane, sending Impressive to make the long trek up there. Now, Team Vitality are looking to just kind of invade, steal, take the space that's given to them by Team Vitality or by Boom Esports, and they'll take this one on. But, different from the last game where Boom Esports are kind of, Miggy was kind of by himself going up against Nighty and Siki Boy in the top lane. But they've kind of changed things around. So the strategy changes have been made. It looks like the call is going to be there. Is that the smart play?
Oh, for sure, because at this point, right, it's really difficult to play against Shanks in the farm lane. I don't think Impressive will be able to help to get the kill on Toshi. Like I mentioned, his damage output isn't high enough to secure the kill unless Shanks makes a very huge mistake. So why not make it more efficient in a sense where we can stifle the growth of the Clash lane, and then jump down and help out the Marco to even out the odds as well. Now, talking about Marco Polo, there's a couple of things you need to pay attention to. Marco Polo's combination is usually his first skill ultimate into second skill, and this is going to be the Resplendent Revolver going into the Fevered Barrage, finally ending things off with the roaming gun to get out of the situation safely as well. Now, a couple of things, sometimes with regards to the spells, you could take up the stun to complement your ultimates as well, but right off the bat, City Boy already pushing Impressive away.
Yeah, we're looking at the some of the basic skills that they have. The Frenzy one, I mean, this is just one that's been picked up by Dragon. Increases damage by about 10%, resistances by 15, physical lifesteal by 20, magical lifesteal by 30% for 7 seconds. It could be a game changer if used properly in a team fight. So something to take note of from Dragon when he kind of launches that out into a hopefully a 5-man team team fight. So I think the potential is there, but. Now let's talk a little bit more about, what this lead means for Team Vitality. They're up about 0.5k. They're focusing more in the bottom lane, trying to get, again, Shanks as much farm as possible. But, is this anything kind of stick out to you? Like, is Team Vitality doing the right strat here?
Yep, I think definitely, because at this point, Shanks, okay, I play a lot of Fang myself, and one of the things that you'll notice about a Fang player is the ability, if you give him about 15 seconds or 20 seconds of free hits in every fight, the minimal amount of kills he's going to get is at least 2, because his cooldown of target sighted is pretty short, right? So as every single person that gets target sighted landed on them, unless there's an iframe, unless there is a stop in the ability to hit the opponent from the side of Shanks, it's almost a guaranteed kill, right? And it doesn't help that Boom Esports have Hainoa at this point, because Hainoa is very prone to being bursted down, right? If he does not survive during the Fate Rewind, it is an instant loss because there is no way for them to come back from that. At the same time, Boom Esports, they're really squishy. So yes, they have picked a lot of heroes that have a lot of iframes, but they need to do more than that. They need to have the counterplay potential, but that can only come in the form of Mortis, maybe, or even Marco Polo if they can get the stuns in.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a nice, Fever Barrage going in with the Cannon Blast that kind of like lines them up, gives your Marco Polo a chance to do as much damage as possible. I mean, it's one of those things where Doshi, he goes in and he gets stunned, it's going to be an awkward time, right? Everything just gets shut down. So he has that gap, so to speak, where he can kind of get blown up. You don't want to be that first initiator in. And to kind of Haino's point of, logistics, of making sure that Fate Rewind is used properly. Sometimes in the last game we saw just, if you use it too late, you basically just get blown up and you're going to have a rough time. So you need that nice balance. And playing that hero to the limit is very difficult because the timing is super easy to hit at times.
Yep, so let's take a look at the growth of the items. They have been trying to filter the gold into Shanks. He does have the Axe of Torment as well as the Vampiric Scythe, which means at this point he will have a bit of damage and life steal as well. But I think a Boom, they have shown they have better map control. Okay, right as I say that, they died, but they did get the Tyrant.
Yeah, they got the Tyrant, so I guess that's something. But Dragon down, giving up First Blood, not something great for them. Dragon has been taken out, and it looks like Team Vitality, again, they take 1 kill, they try to take as much space as possible, and trying to force the issue in terms of, invading the enemy jungle, realize that nothing's really there, so they're going to move their way to the top lane. Do they take out the Crimson Golem? They're making their way there, and it looks like Aegis is going to probably have to back off, and CT Boy will take that.
Yep, you know what? One of the things I think Boom Esports needs to try and achieve is to have very consistent fights, I feel, right? Play around the cooldown of Shanks' skills and Highland skills as well. And right as I say that, they do put the pressure on them as well. Okay, so the reason for this is because Shanks, yes, his cooldown is pretty short, but in any case, in the moments that his skills are on cooldown, that's actually the perfect time to go for the kill from the side of Boom Esports, right? Because that is the moment where her wheel away is not active, there is no iframes possible. It is the best time to get the damage in. And if you can kill Shanks, he's not a very tanky character as well, right? If you can burst down Shanks, they have a massive drop in damage output.
Definitely. I mean, it's throughout, right? You kill Doshi on the Marco Polo, and they pretty much are way more limited. Obviously, Boom Esports have, I would say, more damage in the other heroes than, say, Team Vitality, which are a little bit more, more support-oriented, I would say. and they have a little bit more control, right? But Team Vitality understand that, hey, if Shanks can stay alive and just kind of attack people from the back lines, they're going to have a great time. Logistics, he's getting knocked up. He's going to Fate Rewind back on out of there, and he says goodbye.
Yep, and this is without the target sighted, right? So we haven't seen the burst potential yet. But so far, I am very happy with how impressive he's playing. He is pulling the strings from afar, right? So all of these cannon blasts, some of them might not have been too accurate, but it's one of the difficulties of playing Mortar, right? You have to be very accurate with your cannon blast as well. But later, as the game progresses towards the mid and the late game, when he gets his items up, it's going to be quite the pain in the butt, because impressive, not only will he stop you with a CC, he's going to be pain as well.
Yeah, I mean, he just hits a nice cannon blast there, connecting. But the Blade Storm just zoning him away. Doshi will, he'll just roaming gun out of that one. And it looks like they're just going to continue to farm as much as possible. CT Boy has now joined the fray. The Resplendent Revolver will welcome him into this side of the map. But again, it's all about the map control, taking out as much farm as possible, especially from the enemy jungle. Agistics here might get jumped here. And it looks like he's going to farm uncontested here.
Yeah, at this point, it's really just about information sourcing, right? They want to take this T1 on the bot. They will make it out, but here comes the finishing stroke.
Yeah, not really finishing anybody at that point. Benji's just going to shrug that one off. Logistics, he'll just kind of deal with CT Boy. They're kind of dueling here. I don't think that there's any going to be real chance of any deaths. Logistics will just kind of back off. Let's just say that tower's so nearby. But Boomy Sports, they need to kind of push the lanes a bit. Put a little bit more pressure. Force Team Vitality to kind of react to what they're doing. As I say this, it looks like Agistics, he'll Fate Rewind on out of there. Playing the hero again to the limit.
Yeah, so they are kind of testing, you know, where is the limit for the team in terms of team fight, and based on the interactions between Agistics as well as City Boy, I think pretty safe to say that Agistics at this point is going for the tank items. I haven't seen his build yet, but yeah, Agistics able to survive in the fights, and that's exactly what he needs to do, because as long as he builds space, buys time for the team, they will be able to come back in the fights.
True, but you don't have that Fate Rewind. Now it's on cooldown. Now your tower is being forced. And they did a little bit of structural damage. They haven't taken out that T1 mid, which is, of course, in my opinion, the most important tower of all of them in this game. But, you know, again, Boomy Sports is still on the defensive. They're down about 2K. They're finding it difficult to just find any sort of farm. I think that level-wise, Agistics and CT Boy still atop of the game, but Shanks, level 12. That's something to kind of take a note of.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that was the whole game plan, right? We need this Fang to really just get up to scratch, and at this point, the Zero Golem going to be threatened again. I don't think they want to risk anything at this point, because neutral objectives are up. Oh, hang on.
Oh, they're chasing. They're going for the finishing stroke onto CT Boy, who will tank most of this one. Benji getting a little bit low. Does need to be careful. But CT Boy with the Invincible Warrior, he's going to take most of this one. Agistics going in for this one. He's been knocked up. Is he able to Fate Rewind on out of this one? Yes, he will. He gets on out of there. And again, playing it to the limit. That was like a Marvel movie. Everybody fighting. Again, no one died.
Yeah, but now you start to see the perks of Boom Esports' draft and the way they have itemized. Now you fully see the capabilities of our Filipinas here. Because right now, because of the tankiness of G6, he's buying time for the team. Sure, they can give this time away. Ideally, they don't want to, but they will. They have to. But they are buying time for the rest of the team. And as time goes on, Boom Esports will have more and more damage.
I mean, speaking of damage, oh, Dragon, he gets knocked down. Looks like Agistics, he's in the front of this one. The Resplendent Revolver doing a decent amount of work. Okay, looks like he's going to Fate Rewind back. Agistics is going to be fine. Invincible Warrior going to be topped off by CT Boy, chasing after them. They want Doshi, they want Miggy, but it looks like they're going to back off. Benji getting solo. The Scepter is just barely not able to hit them, and they do survive again.
Yep, so it's a push and pull, right? We're kind of watching a seesaw in action at this point. I'm just curious, super curious about Toshi's builds at this point. How far along has his itemization evolved? Because he will be one of the main win conditions, right? He has not yet done a Fevered Barrage that I've noticed in any of the team fights, right? There hasn't been that perfect positioning just yet. So I'm curious because Boom Esports, they haven't shown their full powers yet. And like I said, as time goes on, the damage increases. Toshi is going to be more and more like a menace you have to watch out for. You cannot ignore him anymore.
Yeah. And I mean, to the point of Toshi not really showing his Super Saiyan powers as of yet is that we haven't seen that team fight, that 5-man team fight where he goes in with the fever barrage and just blows everybody up. And I mean, I understand that he's trying to get to level 15 as well as get as much farm as possible. So they're slowing things down, but this is space that's being provided by the rest of Boom Esports, right? They're forcing it out, trying to get Doshi as much as possible, but at G6, he gets knocked up. He gets knocked up yet again. Is he able to fade rewind on out? He will do so. Doshi's back as well. Dragon all the way in the front. It looks like he's going to be focused. The finishing stroke keeping him alive, at least for now, but he goes down, and Nighty will take the double kill, and that's another window of opportunity for Vitality as they continue to push the mid lane here.
Yep, Vitality giving them another killing blow at this point, and you can start to feel the pain, the pressure as well. Mid T2 is going to be taken shortly by Shanks once again. Shanks just performing out of his mind at this point. Yes, he has a lot of farm, but nonetheless, now finally, I get some validation on the items as well. It is going to be the Frigid Charge along with the Doomsday as well as the chain lightning coming out from this side of Toshi. So he does have some survivability and some magic damage as well. But Shanks already finishing the Blood Reaper along with the Eternity Blade and Crimson Reaper as well as the Axe of Torment. He's pretty much the final form already, just lacking that one last item, which I presume could be maybe Daybreaker. I'm not sure. We'll see how that goes.
I mean, it's kind of getting scary, right? The 9.1, like they have two members of Team Vitality are higher than, you know, all of Boom Esports, being in the 9K realm of, you know, wealth. But this is a situation where Boom Esports have played things very defensively. They have still yet to record a single kill in this game. It's been very tough, and they've lost the bottom T2 as well. And the noose is starting to tighten. It's getting a little bit scary for Boom Esports.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's a vice grip, right? They aren't allowing Boom Esports to step out from their base at all without taking a huge risk. And as of now, I think the saving grace, the silver lining for them is that I think Vitality have kind of loosened their grip on the top lane for a little bit because they want to take priority over this Tyrant, which gives G6 a little bit of room to try and go for the push. But based on what we've seen earlier in the game itself, he doesn't offer that much damage, so it's going to take him a while to chunk down this Overlord Vanguard at the same time to try and clear the waves as well.
Yeah, but you didn't really have much of a choice from Boom Esports, right? There's no real way that they contest it, the Tyrant that is, so you have to take what's given to you. G6 was pushing the top lane. Unfortunately, you know, as you mentioned, he doesn't really have the damage to do any structural damage to it, and now he's just kind of being a nuisance, trying to steal what he can. He gets launched up. He's G6 continuing to fight here with CT Boy. He's going to walk into 4 members. He probably wants to hit that rewind button, but he's not able to go 88 miles an hour, and he's not able to travel back in time.
Yeah, man, that's the benefit of 90, right? I'm talking about the crowd control. That is necessary to be able to get rid of G6. So I think G6, a little bit of overconfidence there because he was willing to go in a 1v5 situation. You know, it could have been a forced error as well, but nonetheless, they're going to try on the side of Boom Esports. It is not over till it is over. They will make a last stand in the base.
Last stand here. The minions have made their match, so to speak. The T3 mid has been taken out. Shanks is just doing so much damage. CT Boy willing to stand up front, provide vision as well as tank, and they're just taking free reign at these T3s. Shanks takes yet another, and of course the bottom T3 is the last one standing. Team Vitality have played this one almost flawlessly.
Yeah, Vitality, very clean, very methodical gameplay so far, and right now it's about the cleanup crew, right? Can we clean up the jungle, please, on our 4? Because Team Vitality, they are fully rich in the items, in the experience, and this time they are hitting their final strides as well.
Okay, I have a problem with the rich getting richer. I'm not a huge fan. I'm not part of the 1%, so I kind of have an issue with Team Vitality taking over everything, taking literally every single piece of the farm on this map, making it very difficult for Boom Esports to find anything. Look at them. They're all grouped in 5. They're holding hands. They're singing Kumbaya at this point because really, what else can they do? They don't really have any farm to kind of, you know, get themselves back in this game.
Yep, and just to make things a little bit harder, it's only 16 minutes, but so we're 4 minutes away from the Tempest Dragon. I'm not sure whether Boom Esports can actually reach that marker. Impressive needs to play out of his mind to be able to save some time, buy some time for the team as well. And if Shanks gets his way, once this Overlord is taken, it looks like the death's door.
Agistix all the way up in the front. He fate rewinds back. He's attracting attention, but Dragon now getting sliced by CT Boy, who takes him down. The Invincible Warrior living up to his name. He's going for this. He's taken out 1 versus 3. Okay, now he finally decides to back off with that Cannon Blast kind of scaring him away. But Nighty in the top lane still dealing with Miggy, trying to chase him out. Miggy trying to buy some space, buy some time. But now with the base wide open, it's just a matter of time before the minions start to crash. The Ode is going to push them away. Agistix continuing to stand and fight. And he's all the way up in the front. The base is wide open. Nice 3-man Cannon Blast, though. The Blade Storm continuing to zone. And with that Catapult finally going down, that's going to slow things down. But the Drake is now here. The base again. Agistix trying to fight. He's continuing to do it, but the base is going to go down in the end. And that looks like it's going to be game 2 going the way of Team Vitality. They prolonged it a bit. But again, very clean game by Team Vitality.
Yeah, what a performance by Team Vitality. They are your first game of the day and they will be the first victors of the day, taking away Boom Esports with ease. Very clear understanding of what it is, of the win conditions for the side of our Filipina team here. Did not make it work, unfortunately. So Boom, they have a huge mountain to climb in Group A. And as the day ends for this, I am very hopeful for Team Vitality. They have shown very, very strong winning strategies, as well as a good understanding of how to make their game unbeatable thus far in the past 3 days. Now, with that being said, I would like to take a look at the interview. Choo Choo, over to you.
Thank you so much, Carson. And we're back on stage here right now. Congratulations to the side of none other than Team Vitality from France, winning over the match between Boom just now. That was a big one. But yeah, don't worry. They always have some comical scene on their side. So we're going to starting off the interview with Benji. Congratulations. Don't worry. I know you're kind of nervous about this interview. I'll help you through. Now, Benji, you guys can actually win earlier, game number 1. But Boom almost come back. What happened?
We have some problem with communication. Some people wanted to do some objective. Some people wanted to invade. So it was miscommunication. So yeah, just it happened. But anyway, we win at least.
Yeah, I think you definitely win that one. Almost. But who want to do this and who want to do that?
I don't know. Just everyone wanted to do something
different
you know?
things.
Yeah. So yeah, but we could play way better this game.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, I agree. When it comes to the first game, you can actually do it a bit cleaner, but you still win. That's what really matters. Also, when it comes to Tyrant, I noticed that you always let Boom take the first Tyrant. Can we know why? Or anybody else want to answer? No, Highland, not today. Today is going to be a Highland, the English version Highland. There you go. Highland, why do you guys always let Boom take the first Tyrant? Why do you guys always let Boom take the first Tyrant?
Because we sing give them one. Because in the first one we can give them, but the before one they can't get it.
So you guys don't want to take the first Tyrant?
It's because they have early composition, and we wanted to play around the top side, so we let them the first one. Like it was not good to contest it.
It's not favorable for you guys. I understand. Sometimes you let them some, you take more than they do afterwards. I agree. But also speaking of the first, right? Both games, you guys ban out Athena.
Yeah.
You guys always ban out Athena. Why?
It's because we saw them play Athena and they are pretty strong with this composition. And I think it's the only composition that they have trained a lot. So we make sure to ban Athena.
You see, Boom, you ban Athena, it's no problem. But when it comes to the other two, I need these two guys coming out, which are going to be Shanks and CT Boy. Come here. You know why? These two, if you put them at the end of the line, they do their own story. They always like poke or something. I don't care, between you two. Okay, City Boy. I know a story. You actually the captain. But you don't want people to know you captain. Why? 你是队长，但是你不要别人知道你是队长，为什么呢？
因为就没有啥因为吧，就这样吧，我就喜欢这样。
我可以讲中文啊。你可以跟我讲吗？为什么你没跟我讲你是队长啊？
就我觉得他的范儿更像队长吧，我觉得。
Okay. So actually, the real captain is City Boy, or AKA Baby. Now you guys know. So City Boy is actually the real captain for the team, but he doesn't want to be named as captain on paper, so he put it on highlight. I asked why. He said he wants to dodge interview most of the time. That's the case too. And also when it comes to Highland, he feels like Highland got the vibe of the captain, you know. Really, Highland, give me the vibe of captain. How does captain look like? Pose. Captain pose, yeah. Yeah, that's the captain pose, guys. But last but not least, any words for your fans? 对你的粉丝有什么要说吗？
我觉得我们好好打，好好努力，对得起就行。
Okay, they will try their best and they will try to do their excellence for everything.
Can I say something to the fan?
Please.
Okay, guys, I love you.
Aww. Thank you so much, Benji, and also the entire crowd Vitality. We're gonna toss it back to the Gazers. Gazers, what do you think?
All right, thank you, Choo Choo. What an interview. And yes, we can feel the love. We are fans of Team Vitality as well. Holler, I think what a performance by Team Vitality, right? In a short while, we'll be taking a look at the actual breakdown of the stats as well. Now, how do you find Team Vitality so far, since this is your first day on screen?
I have to say, I'm very impressive win, right? It was one of those things where they had a slight lead. They took it into, like, they closed out the game from then on, right? They controlled the map. They understood what they need to do. They played objectively well. They played, understanding the hero's limits, knew what the enemy was trying to do as well. So, again, and I think that was actually the first game that Dahlia had won in this Invitational. So more props to them, proving that they can do it with almost any hero that's out there.
Yeah, so breaking the curse, right? Dahlia not having the best win rate so far in the Invitationals for Season 2. But of course, when put into the right hands, it could be the deal breaker for the opponent team. So that's it for the first game of the day. In a short while, we'll go through the stats of the itemization, the kills, and we'll kind of break it down for you why that worked out for them on the Dahlia for the second game as well. So once again, we re-look into the itemization of the team itself. And if you take a look at it, one of the things that Benji does very differently this time is that he is going to increase the amount of healing he gets and the shielding effects, right? This is going to come in the form of the Long Night Guardian. He did not complete the full item just yet, right? He only had the half item, which is going to be the Dark Knight Breastplate. But nonetheless, it was more than enough because he had the fully completed Dawn Light. So every single time he uses a skill, he's going to be able to give a shield over to the nearest teammate, right? And of course, within the team, whoever has the lowest health as well. So this not only provides the protection for Shanks, this also allows for the slow from the Frozen Breath to affect the rest of the team on the side of Boom Esports because of her ult.
Yeah, just a really impressive play, right? Understanding the right itemization, knew who to kind of protect. I don't think anyone was really vulnerable to dying. Team Vitality, I mean, Highland was the only one who died a single time. So really understanding the limits of what you needed to have done. But let's talk a little bit about Boom Esports. It seemed like Agistix was like, hey, just almost like the Athena strat of just like being out there, providing a lot of vision and, hopefully creating a little bit of space. He was taking a bunch of damage and you saw that. Unfortunately, not with the same results that they had in the past. But that is a lot of damage taken by Boom Esports right there, constantly just being forced into any sort of action that Team Vitality were taking.
Yep, and this is where disruption matters, right? So actually, Team Vitality, they took Boom Esports' memo and turned it on themselves, which is, I'm just going to disrupt your farm, I'm going to disrupt your jungle, I'm going to disrupt every single thing. So Toshi and Impressive were busy trying to get their farm up. They're trying to get the gold in their pockets as well. And in the meantime, there was nobody to support G6. He was doing the greatest things, soaking in the damage, able to deal a little bit more damage in comparison to the rest of the team, but there was no follow-up. And there is no fault of G6 or for the team. It's just the way Vitality played. They outskilled them everywhere across the map. And if you take a look at the team fight rate, G6 and Dragon were constantly engaged in the fights. There was no room for growth. And once you see the graph, it's very clear. 2 Shadow Overlords, 2 Shadow Tyrants. That was all the plan for Vitality. Earlier in the interview, they said, sure, we'll give you that first Tyrant, but we are taking everything else.
Yeah, very smart. I mean, this is what you want to see out of your team, right? If you are a Team Vitality fan, this is what you want. You want that steady growth that never really dips down. You never lose control of that game when you're winning. So Team Vitality really proving it right, understanding what they need to do, understanding that, hey, we can give up that first Tyrant. We don't need it. We know how to play this one objectively. We know when we hit our power spikes, and that's very important. But Kin, who do you think is going to be the MVP of this game?
I think it has to be Shanks. No, it's not Shanks. It is actually going to be City Boy here, dealing 74.2k damage. Now, the reason why he is the MVP, because he was both the sword and the shield as well, consistently pushing out or pushing into the lineup of Boom Esports. And in a short while, we're going to show you the highlights of his replay as well. Take a look at what's happening on the Hero's Gorge here. First and foremost, the kill on the Dragon taken by Highland itself. And if you notice, City Boy was always in their faces. He made life so difficult for G6, forcing out the Fate Rewind consistently. Once he's done with that, he will look for his next target. And all of this, being the sword and shield at the same time, look at how Boom Esports reacts. They know that, hey, it's a little bit too dangerous. City Boy is always in my face. We need to stay safe. They are separated. And that one single style of play destroyed Boom Esports from the inside.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at the highlights, it's literally just Team Vitality blowing up the enemy team. I mean, they only died once, right? I think in the very, very end or whatever. But this is one of those things where if you look at all of the team fights that they had a numbers advantage. They were never taking a fight 3-on-3 or whatever. But okay, let's talk a little bit about the groups here. Team Vitality on top with that secondary win, that game win differential, 4 games, very, very strong for them. I'm almost saying that they might be a lock-in. Of course, I need to check the math on this one, but they're definitely in the driver's seat going into the next day, which is going to be, of course, day 4. They're going to be done. We're going to have Vivo versus Food Esports. That's going to be coming up later. We're going to find out who really wants this one and who maybe will share the throne, because only the top 2 teams will make it into the knockout stage.
Yeah, VKS, of course, in a better position compared to Foot Esports because they have already taken 1 win from the past 3 days already, right? But here we are looking for some help as well. So VKS, they need some help to win the next game. But in the meantime, before that happens, we want some help. We would like you to help vote us as the mobile esports game of the year as well. All you have to do is to tune into esportsawards.com, click on the link, go and log into the website, give us your vote, make us number 1. Now, I know you guys are very fervous in your support. We have been on the top of the Play Stores very quickly from the moment of the release of the game. Now, you help us achieve number 1 as well with the help of the vote. Not only that, we also have some rewards for you. All you have to do is to follow us for our campaign. For the upcoming campaigns, we will reward you with incredible prizes, hoodies, phones, smartwatches, and earpieces as well. Tell me which one of these you don't want. I will take it for you, right? But in the meantime, if you're interested to win any of these goodies, all you have to do is to follow us on our social media, right? Of course, this is not a chance for everyone. It is a chance to win the prize, not a guarantee. But if you don't take a chance, you never have the shot. So follow away.
Yeah, follow away, make sure you do. And if you do win out, again, if you don't want to give it to Kin, you can give it to myself as well. So we're happy to take it off your hands. And we're going to be going in this one. But again, I think a big shout out to Team Vitality for moving on. I think it was very impressive. It's great to see good high-level play, HOK play. And to kind of to your point of where HOK is now, we do definitely need your help to kind of make us the best mobile esports game. But this is one of those moments where, hey, if you're starting out, now is the time. There's so many good opportunities, so many events to get you as many heroes as possible, even free skins. So please do take advantage of it. There's a lot of good stuff that's happening right now in the game.
Oh, exactly. If you need help in the game, you can add me. My in-game tag is as well as this, Kindofu. So if you need to send me some of the gifts, I'm ready to claim the Mai. I'm ready to claim the Charlotte as well. But now, the more important one. If you thought that the game was very tense just now, I assure you this next one is going to have an even higher level of tension. It's going to be Isurus going up against Kagendra. This is a fate decider of a match because this will decide which one of them will join their counterparts in the EWC. Now, this is something that I think Hall and I, we have spoken behind camera that this could be a monster matchup. Prepare for the spice. I know, we are in KL right now, so Malaysians love the spice, and I love the spiciness of a good battle for sure.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is the last game. Winner moves on. Loser, sorry, but you're going home, unfortunately. So there's going to be a lot of pressure going into that one. We're going to be going into that one. I think that we'll talk a little bit more about predictions and to do a deeper dive as we get into that series. But again, I think that there's a lot of pressure on this one. There's going to be this one as well as I believe it's the fourth match where two teams are going to go home. And while it's sad to see, it's also, the best are going to have to move on. And it's going to be great to see who actually really is going to be able to move on and wants this at the end of the day.
Yeah, it really takes a lot of effort to do so. And what he's speaking about is actually the RRQ impunity matchup. It's something that I think we have to mentally prepare ourselves as well. But of course, now it's all about Group C. And of course, for Group C itself, we're going to take a break before we get to that. So we'll see you soon.
Welcome to day number 2 on our Invitational 2024 Season 2.
Our group is 4 teams. I think they're strong, but I think we're stronger.
We did some mistakes, but we will work on it and be better.
One small mistake leads us to defeat.
We can win every team if we play our draft and if we don't do mistakes.
我觉得我们能很顺利的成为小组第一。
Okay, teams, let's do our best and we will see you there.
我也希望能够把开根抓带上更大的舞台。
Match nanti lawan Isurus, kami sih udah ada persiapan dari draft. Lalu kan kemarin juga Isurus ada bermain melawan tim Secret. Kami juga udah nonton permainannya dan kami rasa kami bisa sih lawan mereka.
Kagendra, yo sé que ustedes les tienen miedo a Team Secret, mas nosotros le tienen que tener más, porque hoy ellos sangraron mucho.
不管是对手是谁，做好自己，去赢下每一场比赛。
Öncelikle şöyle herhangi bir çekindiğim veya korktuğum takım bulunmuyor turnuvada.
在抽签下来之后，3个队伍可能都在我们上面一点点，但是经过一段时间的调整，我不敢保证肯定会赢，但是会是2场精彩的 BO3 吧。
VK changed bot lane. They were playing with other 2 players in S1. So I think we have a little bit advantage on the bot lane.
Having that dream come true is very amazing.
Vocês vão conhecer os reis do Ocidente.
VK, 我们的目标就是胜利。
打 RQ 我们对我们来说没有什么压力，
有很大的信心。
我们很早就在研究他们了，因为他们也是我们的重点的对手。我们确实会有比较特别的战术。
Hati-hati saja. Hari ini kami tidak menunjukkan apa-apa karena akan memberikan surprise kepada Impunity.
Saya percaya diri bersama tim RRQ.
你们不用太在意输赢，知道吧？你们自然而然就输了。我们会拿出全部状态。
Fiercely battled for a power that granted them life, but cursed them with ruin. Wait! Oh, no, this story is too cliche. Maybe we can find inspiration from other stories. Hey, that might work. Got it. This story is adventurous, but lacks excitement. How about this one? This is too much. It needs more fun. How about this? That's enough! Like the thrust of a spear in battle. No one can tell my story but me!
I'm born this way, ayy. This is my chest and my bonus play. Can't be late, won't hesitate. What do you say? Grace to find my face, scars to find my skin. I can't convince and keep pleased, I'm molested, I'm the one that you hate. H-to-the-E-R-E, doing it for real, I found my goal. From the ashes, I go the game. Flow with a rumble, make them crumble, make them run. Baby, it's go time. Knock me down, how I rise. An inspiration, I know I'm the one who go fill them up, no lie, we gon' do it. Facing our fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best, so we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gonna lose it. I got a trophies on this boom and illuminate. Another day, another win. You got the power to turn around. Ain't got a champion, just give me that. Calling out for the game. There's no time. Won't you yell out my name when I sing a song for you? Won't you yell out my name? Yeah, cry.
You want to be strong? Learn from the pro now. When you're attacking a tower, you might accidentally target an enemy. Or when attempting a tower dive, you end up targeting the tower and minions instead. Professional players execute such impressive moves effortlessly. While you may feel overwhelmed and get killed by the tower, your controls settings might be holding you back. Change the recommended basic controls to advanced. This activates extra basic attack buttons for minions and towers. Turn on show enemy avatars to accurately select the enemy's avatar for the kill, and better assess vision exposure. Give it a try and play as smoothly as a pro, easily crushing the enemy faction. Learn from the pro. Learn more from Honor of Kings Global Esports.
Right now, Danny going in the lead.
Well, pumped in by Fang. Fang doing the time damage from Danny as well. Taking up the win sheet as well. Niap is looking.
Our group is 14. I think they're strong, but I think they're strong.
We will work on it and be better.
Welcome back to Game 2. This is going to, of course, the second matchup. We're going to see Isurus versus Kagendra. My name is Holler, and with me is my favorite kind of Dofu. It is Kindofu. Kindofu, give me a little your first thoughts of this second matchup. I know it's an elimination game, but what are your thoughts going into this one?
I think nerves play a very important part at this part of the day, right? Because now this is fate's decided Judgment Day, right? Winner goes forward. The loser will have to take the ticket home. So I think it's high stakes, high rewards, and it could be a very stressful situation.
Yeah, stressful situation, but it's one of those things where, you could be a little bit less stressful if you're playing on an Infinix GT20 Pro. This is, of course, one of the first smartphones to support Honor of Kings in 120 FPS. It's an amazing phone. It does everything that you want, plus more. I mean, the gaming is unreal. Experience playing like the pros today with the Infinix GT20 Pro. All of them are playing with it today, so you can just see how fast they are. Their reaction times are quite good. So again, please do give them a shout out.
That's right. And not only that, we are also very proud to announce our esports partner, and that's going to be the Esports World Cup. Now, we're going to have our top 8 teams move ahead to the Esports World Cup that's happening at the end of July as well. So really excited to see their performance today, because those are a glimpse into the future of what the games will be like at the Esports World Cup over in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, the kingdom.
Yeah, and only, again, the top 8 move on. A bunch of them are going to win a decent amount of money as they get into this one, and to have a chance of a bigger prize pool in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, that's going to be pretty amazing. And the potential for, just kind of growing with the ecosystems that is Honor of Kings is very, very, valuable to them. This is a huge life-changing moment for them, with not only the money, but also the prestige. Being a champion and being able to move on is going to be great. But again, let's go back to match 2. Isurus versus Kagendra here. Both of these teams need this win. Winner moves on. But your thoughts against, the Argentinian squad or the Indonesian squad, who do you like, Kid?
I'm gonna base my answer based off of the interviews earlier that we saw just now. So I think Isurus, they did mention that they have strategies for Kagendra, right? And these are the people that will execute that strategy from Isurus, represented by Master, as well Mengeche, Win RJ, and Cutbox Saber. Now, they have given us a glimpse of their confidence. Now, it's time to back up the words and put it into action and put it into results. Isurus, I do have high expectations. I think, once again, they've been put up against the monster squads of Malaysia, so they couldn't pull out the best results just yet. But this time, they're going up against a close rival, and I would like you to have that introduction for them instead, Holler.
Yeah, and this one's going to be Kagendra. They're going to be another squad, a formidable one. Again, they didn't really get to shine against Secrets here, going 0-2. But we've got Hans, we got Wyra, Senko, 0-0, and Mofers, of course. And this is a team that I had high expectations going in. They've done quite well in the Indonesian scene already. But are they ready for the global grand stage that is the Esports World Cup? Of course, I'm getting ahead of myself we have the Season 2 Invitationals ahead. They do need to win out to even have a chance at that other tournament. But this is going to be one where, there's a lot of pressure at stake. I think that they all need to kind of step up. I haven't seen, it's going to be interesting going up against, Isurus in the sense of who really wants it at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think, it's pretty clear both teams want it, but like you said, it's who wants it more, right, at this point. And as it stands now, I think we are evenly matched in both of their wants. Now it's really to put the action, right? And to win the first half of the battle, which is going to come in the drafting phase for the ban and pick. Now, we've already seen a couple of the picks from the day before. I'm very curious as to this time, how are they going to put themselves a foot forward? Because the last time, for Isurus, they did pick out the Elaine. They have a pretty strong Mai Shiranui as well. And we have already seen Marco Polo in the previous game. And they are one of the teams that have pulled out a Marco Polo. Unfortunately, that result did not go in their favor. And they're one of the few teams that have the willingness to try a different jungle. Luna.
Yeah, and Marco Polo picked 3 times, 0% win rate. So there have been a couple of these heroes that just have not done well on this stage thus far. But again, I think Marco Polo, you have to play almost like a perfect game. It has so much potential to do damage. I think it's still one of the top, top farm laners that you can get, and then that's kind of why the team synergy has a rate to kind of help support Marco Polo to get to that level where, again, getting something in the win column would be huge at this stage.
Yeah, exactly. And now if you take a look at Kagendra itself, I think Kagendra have proven themselves that they are a team that you need to watch out for. But I'm really curious as to see if they can actually put an even stronger performance today.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is the time, right? Like, let's be honest. This game 1, you need to look at this as, we got to stop messing around. We got to put our best foot forward. I want, if you're going in a heavyweight fight, you want to be the first guy that really lands that first punch. You do not want to take that punch and be like, oh crap, now I need to kind of get myself back in this best of 3 in some fashion. And so you got to put yourself in a good position, right? And so you want to come out strong, kind of like what we just saw in the last series, where Team Vitality won that first game and they kind of just took over the game, and that's kind of what you want to do in this one as well. Game 1 needs to be very important.
Yeah, and they are not the only teams on the side of Isurus that have very unorthodox picks into the jungle compared to what we have seen today. Kagendra is also one. They like the pay as well, and I'm really curious if they're going to be able to pull out the pay, because right now there are no bans on pay, and this is going to be KAGE on the blue side.
Yeah, that'll be interesting, seeing how they're picking. But again, the first pick that's coming in is going to be the Lady Jun. Top pick already in the league. It's picked 12 times already, 75% win rate. It just had another, win in the last game that we just saw. So it's very strong, right? And to kind of pick it first, it's very, it's something that you want as a first pick.
Oh, for sure, but that's going to be instantly countered here. The Lianpo are going to come in with the D-Rens here as well. So there's good tankability. More importantly, it's about the CC immunity that Lianpo offers. And that's good. That could be quite hard to deal with for Lady Chen.
Yeah, definitely. And it's strong, right? I like the Lianpo here. It provides, some sort of like a tank peel for your D-Renji to kind of keep him safe, right? And I think that you definitely need someone like that. The Zhang Fei is another one that kind of sticks out to me. But Lianpo can do it as well. So a lot of potential here. But the counter pick to that, the Elaine and the Kaiser, we saw Team Vitality pick both of these. Actually, Boomy Sports picked them as well to less, success, so to speak. But it's a very strong combination. What are your thoughts on that, Kin?
Well, I like the iframes of Elaine. Like we said, the Death by Sunset is something that's going to be fully utilized in this matchup. Now, Mengeche going to pick up the Angela, and I think the Angela is a pretty good counter against the Kaiser as well, because the ability to melt someone down is going to be very vital in the team fight for this side of Isiris. Now, you're talking about the strength of Kage. What do you think Kage should pull out next?
Kage, again, look, I love the Zhang Fei. Unless you prove me wrong, or because you need somebody who's kind of up in front, kind of keeping everybody alive. You want to keep that Lady Zhang kind of safe in the back lines, right? So I think that it is something that I would want to do, at least for my team.
Oh, interestingly, they're going to ban out the Marco Polo. And you know what? That leaves the doors open for an Arlie, right? And Arlie at this point could be one of the main picks that they're going for. Now, it's not a pick I'm comfortable with because there's easy access for the Lianpo to get his hands on her. So curious to see what Kage is thinking at this point.
Yeah. Actually, that would be an interesting pickup. Just being able to outblast, because Angela is very static, right? She doesn't want to do a whole lot of moving around. I mean, with the Blazing Brilliance. And if you could set that up and you've got the Lianpo to kind of just be that tank, being that, the one in front that like controls everybody, definitely very important. But it looks like they're going to pick up the Mayin here. I do like that one. It has a potential chase. It has just ways to kind of, again, just be that front liner for everybody else.
Yeah, exactly. The iframes are going to matter a lot at this point, but more importantly, it's about the catch, right? So imagine if you're able to catch out Hans, that's going to be a huge win, especially when you have someone like Mengeche. I doubt they're going to be missing any of those Chaos Cinders leading into the Blazing Brilliance. So hopefully, that's the story of the day for Isiris.
Oh, Consort, the Zhang Fei. Boom! Okay, yeah, I like it. I was talking about it earlier. The Consort Yu, though, does have some potential outburst or outplay potential, at least against the D-Renji. But what are your thoughts?
Agree, right? Protecting wins with the physical immunity might be the difference maker in the team fights, as well as the vaulting shot. But the thing is, I don't think it's that easy to jump in on the lineup of Isiris as well. Now they're going to conclude their draft with the Pei.
Okay, the Pei rounds in and out. All right, we know the drafts. We know what's going to happen, or at least where the players are going to be picked. But what are your thoughts? Okay, well, we'll ask that question when it comes up here as the coaches kind of come in for that handshake, the arbitrary one going in, the high fives, the pump each other up, the motivation required for this must-win series. Loser goes home. This is going to be very important for both of these squads to really show up here. Oh, look at this. Oh, give me a hug. I love it. Sportsmanship at its finest.
That's right, and of course this is kindness and calm before the storm, because this is an important match for both of these teams. Now we will see who will be the victor of game number 1. Isiris going up against Kagendra, who's going to make it work.
Yeah, who's going to make this work? But okay, draft. Who do you like? Which of the squads?
I like Isiris draft. There's a lot of burst potential, so if they catch Kage off guard, it could prove to be fatal.
Okay, all right. Yeah, definitely. I could see that. Is that an easier lineup to play than the Kagendra lineup, though?
I think you have to be very mindful about your placements of your skills, especially for Senko, right? Not as easy when you're playing against someone like Pei or D-Ranger who has a little bit more mobility.
Yeah. Okay. All right, so we're going to go into this one. This is, of course, the second match of the day. Game 1, Isurus versus Kagendra. And it looks like, Isurus are going to kind of just force the top lane a little bit, make things a little bit difficult for Hans in that top lane with the Elaine.
Yeah, Mengechi actually one of the fastest wave clears with Angela, one of the most basic heroes, right? So I expect faster rotations coming out from Isurus.
Yeah. And I think that's what you kind of want. You have a lot of potential here, but Isurus, again, just kind of taking out the enemy jungle. Mengechi taking it out with the Angela. You have so much burst potential. Like, the wave clear is just on point, and she's already back in the mid lane. She didn't lose anything.
Yeah, that's right. The speed is the name of the game here for Isurus, and it looks like it's working out so far. And if you take a look at the lanes, I think the difference maker will probably be in the Clash lane, because that first rotation might spell death for the Ma Yin on top. No, for Hans on the lane on the top.
All right, but it looks like Kagendra, Wyra right here, continuing to farm. Pushing out the lane as quickly as possible, making things a little bit difficult. But Mengechi, it's like on the Angela, if your positioning is good, like, you can almost stay in the lane indefinitely, right? It's like you have you have so much magic burst potential that it's like, it makes it somewhat easier, I would say. Your thoughts?
Well, it makes the difference when you have the map control, right? Then you can force them in the corner. Makes things easier for Mengechi.
Okay. All right. Wyra continuing to just farm his own jungle. Okay. Let's talk a little bit about the farm lane here. The D-Ranger versus the Consort U. How about you walk us through some of these, this skill, this tooltip, so to speak, Kim?
Yep, so if you have experienced Consort U before, skill 2, which is the protecting wing, is going to be very difficult to deal with because it makes her immune to physical damage. At the same time, with the Oak Bulk for her skill 1, that will be used to kind of wear down the opponent, your heal. And of course, finally your ultimate, which is going to be the bolting shot, will be responsible for you to get those stuns and kills as well.
Yeah, it'll make it tough. But, 0-0 here, getting a little bit low. ISG kind of forcing the issue in the bottom lane, putting a lot of pressure on, and Consort U, 0-0, has to recall back already. That seems to be a bit of an issue for him.
Well, all props to Mengechi, right? It's all about that chaos in this, along with the Blazing Embers as well.
Yeah, putting a lot of pressure on. Again, just the Scorching Barrages. Look at how fast it clears. It takes 2 members of Kagendra to kind of deal with this, but okay, now let's talk a little bit more about this top lane. Hans versus Mooster. Your thoughts about that top lane, the Mayan against the Elaine?
Well, they have the Netto Gauntlet, so I think the Elaine going for a little bit more defensive measures, and meantime, Master actually going for the Meteor first, so he's looking for the Armor Pierce. So once again, it's a battle of sword and shield, right? So who is going to make the first mistake of mispositioning themselves so that the other Clash League will actually get the advantage and get the kill?
Okay, it looks like they're going to go for the top lane. The Meteor kill does knock out Moosters, but he's fighting 1 versus 2. He has Death and Sunset. He's turning this around, and Mengechi has to run away. And Hans is like, okay, you want to come at me? Let's go. And he actually scares both of them.
Not only that, yeah, bot lane also having an aggression coming up for both sides.
Forcing it out. The Tyrants, the Overlord, both of them be taken at the same time. Hans, it looks like Movers will take the Tyrants, and it looks like Ezreal will take the Overlord, but it looks like Hans had overstepped, and Mooster will take First Blood. Not great for Kagendra here.
Yeah, Ezreal actually taking the First Blood, and as well secures the victory. A first step forward for the side of Isurus, and this is a good start to the game for our Argentinian boys here.
Yeah, they're doing well. That's what you want. If we're going to go back into the bottom lane, though, that's where pretty much most of the action is. Mooster has taken out the top T1, did it very quickly, as a lot of pressure has been kind of, or the rotations from Kagendra have been more in the bottom lane, trying to prioritize farm for 0-0 as much as possible.
Well, Holla, we're going to expect a very quick change of pace here from Isurus because now that they have the neutral objectives and a slight gold lead. Actually, no, it's not even slight, it's 2,000 gold ahead. This is where they're going to ramp up the speed and they will try to take more objectives, more kills.
Oh, the burst ram. Magma Slam movers. He'll just take this one up. Doesn't really care. He's got the Leaping Savior. So, but Menguche, he pops out of the bushes and he says, surprise! And throws out the Blazing Brilliance and he just kind of back off. But this strike is going to push the bottom T1. And yeah, Magma Slam again. And again, just a little bit of a standoff in the bottom lane.
Yep, they're actually nullifying 0-0's protecting wins here. They don't even want to allow them to feel safe. Every time Menguche shows up, it's constant fear in the eyes of KAGE.
Yeah, Death at Sunset going to be expended by Hans. He's going to be pushed away, just trying to force it out. But Wyra taking the Azure Golem, he needs that. So they'll give him a little bit of space. But in the jungle, are they going to be able to take that one away? I'm not sure if Israel or who took that one at the end of the... Oh, it looks like Wyra does get it in the end.
Red team.
Yep, even trade so far, but mid lane, maybe a potential pincer coming in if we take a look at the rotations of Isurus.
Yeah, Loopers, Capax making his way. He's going to provide a lot of vision. They've already taken the bottom as well as the top T1. So ISG, you know, playing it very strong, understanding the objectives, knowing how they kind of, you know, take away those towers and that the vision that those towers provide, and then also at the same time getting into the enemy jungle to take what you can get.
Yep, so far a lot of pressure being built up by Isurus here. It's going to be momentarily stifled by Senko at this point, so it's still damage limitation for KAGE at this point.
Limited at this point, but you need to take this Crimson Golem. You need to get your buffs. You got to own your own jungle, right? But being down about 3k, this is not a great situation for Kagendra. But it looks like they're going to go for this. The Unbridled Outburst pushing Azrael back. The Blazing Brilliance on top. And it looks like they do end up killing Azrael. They do have the damage. The Magma Slam, the Tremor Smash from Capax pushing him away. Mooster runs away, and it looks like Kagendra have found a bit of an opening as they're going to force down this T1 mid.
Destroyed a tower.
Right, the Indonesian heroes making it work for themselves at this point. It is going to be cut down to about a 2,000 gold lead at this point. But the danger is not over yet for this side of Isurus because it looks like KAGE will be able to establish a little bit more dominance across the map if they can get a couple more kills.
It would help them. Look at this. They're hiding in the bushes. They're waiting for 0-0 to make some sort of mistake. He's actually going to not kill the pheasant because of this. He wasn't sure where they were. Movers is now made an appearance, just trying to clear away Mooster, who's going to be scared back into his side of the map. But here's the Blazing Brilliance, and Mooster, oh, surprise! And that was with the Fog of War hiding in the bushes. You got to check all the bushes. You can't face check them like that. And Menguche, he's going to flash over the wall. He's going to be fine.
Red team has slain
Menguche as well, and Win RJ gets another kill. And this is a perfect start here to the mid-game entry point for Isurus as they make a big deal for themselves in the tier 2 top lane as well.
They're going to take this one. Easily done. Blazing Brilliance pushes 0-0 back. And he's had a hard time. Kanto Yu, again, wants that farm. Has a potential to outplay the enemy farm laner in the DRNG. But it looks like they're going to go for the Unbridled Outburst. They do have him. He dashes over the wall. The Leaping Savior over. Goes for Mooster, but he whatevers over the wall, and he's fine.
Yeah, and it's difficult, right? So at this point, KAGE, they're still looking for the entry point, opening start to the fight because they need a little bit more time before they can deal that massive damage that we're expecting out of 0-0. In the meantime, Tyrant going to be threatened by the side of Isurus.
It's about half life. And sometimes they're disappearing because we're playing with a Fog of War. It's a little difficult, but the Tremor Smash goes in. Wyra's down for the count, but they did get the Tyrants. Israel will take that one, but Menguche finally dies. I think that's his first of the day. And the flowing, it looks like they're going to just kind of bounce that Flowing Sai around. The Ocean of Tears just kind of providing a little bit of space for their retreat.
Yep, and it's not just that, it's the jungle being threatened as well at this point. Azrael looking for a potential kill here. This is the benefit of the Pei, right? Pei able to deal massive amounts of burst damage, but that comes with a cap as well. So Isurus, they are on a timer. I think KAGE, as long as they last the game, they should be able to do it. Take a look at the itemization that they have so far. Consort U already has the Eternity Blade, Crimson Reaper building into the Blood Reaper as well.
I mean, this is an 8K net worth lead. I mean, some of the positional ones, I wish we could show that screen again, but there was like a 2K net worth lead in the positions alone. They've been doing quite well, ISG that is. But now with the Overlord here, looks like Catbox will scout this one out. The Blazing Brilliance just landing and doing so much damage onto Wyra. And the Ocean of Tears slows things down, and KAGE are like, okay, we don't want the Overlord that bad. We're not going to take this one. We're going to back off here.
Yeah, actually not ideal because Senko actually used his destructive delusion. At this point, it's not a good fight for the side of KAGE to take.
Yeah, definitely not there. And, but they're going to back him off. Menguche back with the Blazing Brilliance already. And it looks like they're going to turn this around. Israel will start the Overlord. And it looks like they're going to kind of do as much quickly as possible, and they're going to make their way to the bottom lane to kind of deal with the Tyrant because they know KAGE are making, or they're eyeing their prize on this. And they're going to go in for this one. The burst ram back. They've already gotten the Overlord. Redbox is going to get and the Blazing Brilliance onto Wyra, but everybody's so low from ISG, and it looks like KAGE don't want any more of this.
Yep, smart decision to pull away, right? But at this point, KAGE, they need to find something more on the map. They are trailing behind by about 4,000 gold. It's not a very healthy gold difference at this point. They need to get that Chain Lightning buff. They need to get the Tyrant as well. So, KAGE, I know they're behind, but they need to take some risks.
Yeah, you got to take some risks, but it's one of those things where we know that they're going for it. Like, their play is very teleported, right? Like, or sorry, telegraphed, excuse me. Like, ISG know what's happening. They're like, oh, they're all off the map. Where are they going to be? They're going to be in the Tyrant. So we just need to make sure that we need to contest it, make it a little bit difficult for KAGE to basically play the game that ISG want them to play.
Yep, and ISG doing a lot of work with the vision control. I really love this. You don't really spot a lot of members on the side of Isurus out in the open.
It looks like they're going to take the mid T1. So yeah, it looks like they've kind of gotten that opening. They're going to continue to push into the mid lane here. Wyra going in for this. Does need to be careful. There are 4 members. He's going to get bursted and he gets blown up. Moosters will take credit for this, as well as taking the T2. And this is the opening that ISG wanted.
Well, they have a chance now. 0-0 is still alive, so KAGE can make the defense, but at this point it really comes down. Will they get skill shotted out of the defense? Right here, Chaos Sim is going to be landed down as well. Oh, there's a nice stun coming in.
Was going for it, but they just back off, like understanding that, hey, if they jump for us, we can just get on out of this. Wyra down for another 10 more seconds. KAGE really don't have that opening. They're not going to take a fight 4 versus 5, especially outside of the base.
Yep, and you can feel the pressure, right? KAGE, definitely, they don't want to take a risk, but Isurus is not even allowing that as an option.
Yeah, no options here. Move first. He's going to get jumped in here. And it looks like ISG, again, just controlling the map. This is a very impressive play.
Well, as we take a look at the rest of the map here, it looks like Isurus, they will have a little bit more control. Obviously, the tier 3s are not down yet, right? So at this point, whenever the tier 3s are still up, you still stand a pretty healthy chance of a turnaround. Now it's really up to KAGE. Can they get that snipe? Can they get that straggler from the side of Isurus?
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I mean, look at ISG are pushing on all fronts here. Boosters, he's all the way in the front and, attracting 3 heroes' attention. And while at the same time, they're pushing from the top lane as well. So ISG putting pressure on all fronts. But where are they weakest? Here's the Tremor Smash. He's going in for the Tremor Slam, excuse me, with the Magma Slam. And it looks like Wyra will eat this one. He uses the Invincible Warrior. So the ultimate is on cooldown.
Oh, that's not ideal, right? Because right now, this would be a perfect opportunity for Isurus to pick their fight, because this is the time where they're out of ultimates for Senko as well as Wyra.
It looks like they're going to chase after movers. He's being chased. He's under the tower. He's going to be fine. But again, a lot of this attention is being just kind of pushed in, forcing it out, making it very difficult for KAGE to do anything at this stage.
Yeah, man, if you take a look at Win RJ, my goodness, doing so much work with the Sparkforge Dagger, the passive procs of the Chain Lightning, just melting down the health bars of the members on the side of KAGE. Really like the Hot Knife through butter at this point. And the add-on to that, welcome, this is going to be the Shadow Overlord spawning for the side of the top lane.
Yeah, this is going to be it. I mean, they don't know where they are. Look at how KAGE are hidden, right? They don't really see everything. Obviously, the Fog of War playing a bit of an issue. Mover walks in just to see if the Overlord is being started. It has not been. But again, they don't really know where ISG... Okay, now they're being shown in the mid lane. But it's going to be a matter of time before that the Overlord is going to be started here.
Yep, and this could be the decider of the match here.
Oh, Wyra going in for this. The Unbridled Outburst going to be committed. Oh, nice Tremor Slam. It connects on the 3. The Death at Sunset. They might have gotten a Catbox, and they do. But Wind RJ now on the run. Hans continuing to fight, but he's going to be bursted. He's going to be killed. It's 1-for-1 thus far. And in the top lane, the lanes are pushing. This is going to be providing a lot. But now KAGE, this is the opening that they might have gotten. Yes, it's only Catbox, but this is something. You got to push on, but again, the minions are not there. So KAGE actually have to back off and wait for the next minion wave.
Oh, Mengeji is going to try and delay this. Master in the lone in the bush. Oh, pushed out.
Yeah, Booster just providing vision.
Ezreal.
Tiger pounces out. Booster continuing on. Does get the launch up onto Wyra. The Blazing Brilliant is just a little too short. And it looks like KAGE will back off. They're going to wait for Hans to come back into this one. But Catbox is going to be back as well. And now they're going to just make the rush for the Overlord. Already at half-life. Menguche all the way in the front. Throws out the Scorching Barrage. It looks like KAGE, are they going to steal it? 0-0 will take this one out. That's a win for them. KAGE really needed that. They went for the Hail Mary play, and they did get it. So very well played by KAGE.
Yep, they recover, and not only that, they managed to protect the tier 3 as well. Now this is a swing of momentum. Once again, when the tier 3s are still up, you have a very healthy chance of that turnaround and that comeback. And KAGE making it work so far. We are close to the 17-minute mark, 3 minutes away from that Empress Dragon.
Oh my gosh, it's going to the distance, so to speak. All they need to do is survive. KAGE, like, digging in deep. Again, this is what they wanted to have done, right? Making sure that they're trying to just give themselves a chance, right? Yes, they were behind. They're still behind, but they're making action happen. In that top lane, they do need to be careful. They did lose the top T3, but they want something in the return, which is looking to be the bottom T3 with all 5 members. Death at Sunset, they push them away. They scurry them away. They did get the T3. Very smart play. They've committed the Unbridled Outburst as well. Catbox is going to have to just back off. The Blazing Brilliance just pushing them away, and it looks like KAGE will back off, taking that bottom T3.
Yeah, Master making a very good game-saving play there. Now they have to rush back to the base. They will not allow them to recall as well. This is horrible for the side of KAGE.
Yeah, look at this. Mooster actually had pushed the top. Hans had to recall all the way back in, or back to base, excuse me. Wyra still alive. He does use the Invincible Warrior. Muster, he's looking to just whatever dash out of this one. He pushes Hans. Death at Sunset, but it's Menguche. He's trying to kill him, trying to force it out. The flash has been committed, and Hans continuing to fight, but he's being bursted. And Menguche says, hello, you want me? I'm going to take you out. Mooster's down for the count as well. So with the 1-for-1 thus far, KAGE still finding ways to get themselves back in this game. Looks like they're going to take the Tyrant.
Yep, now it's all about the wave management. If you take a look at the itemization, fully built onto Pei, there's no entry point for them. This will be the Tyrant for the side of KAGE.
Yeah, they've taken this one out. It's 18 minutes and 30 seconds. It's a 5K net worth lead for ISG. They're kind of definitely still winning, but it feels very neck and neck. I feel like the next team fight might be a coin flip, and if KAGE can come out of the winners of that one, ISG fans, you got something to be worried about.
Yeah, but the odds are stacked against them because they have 2 Sages Sanctuaries on the hands of the kids of the members on the side of Isurus. That's going to be the hands of Pei as well as the Tyrant here. So it's going to be Ezreal as well as Wind RJ. 2 heroes that will be able to deal a lot of damage as well, right? Third member responsible for damage will be at Mengeche. So we will see if this will be the difference maker. Will that second life prove to be the death of the side of KAGE for game number 1?
Yeah, that would be huge. Look at Wyra sticking around. Look at levels. Everybody's level 15 at this stage. I mean, yeah, we're close to 20 minutes into this one. So it's a matter of who blinks first. KAGE, you see them on the map. We don't see ISG, and this is not a bug. This is more of, where are they? What is going on? We're trying to keep it in suspense, and that's, so to speak. But, you know, at this point, ISG, they're just kind of, you know, reclaim their own map back. And it looks like Wyra will walk into Capex.
Right, and here we are. It's gonna be the close to the 20-minute mark. The Tempest Dragon, first one of the day. It's gonna be spawning really soon. And right now, KAGE have a better position of it.
Yeah, better position, but they need to worry about where the minions are, right? The bottom lane is pushing in favor of Kagendra, so it looks like they have two members. This is Menguche and WindRJ are going to have to deal with that. And now the rest of them, Mooster still on the run. They don't really have the catch, which is a little bit of a problem because Mooster on the Main is just so mobile.
Yeah, Kapokseba though does catch vision onto his respective counterpart movers here, and this positioning not ideal for the side of Isurus. It looks like KAGE could get this ball rolling.
Oh, Hans, he dives deep. He goes for the Death at Sunset, but he doesn't really connect. He doesn't do the damage. Does need to be careful. The Tremor Slam goes in, and Hans is going to be blown up. And that was a bit of a misplay by Hans going out of position. Now your team is in a bad spot. Kagendra need to figure out how to defend this, or maybe contest with only 4 members.
As well, looking for the opening as well. This could be the game decider here. Whoever gets the Tempest Dragon and survives the fight will be the winner of this game. Yeah, oh, Master is on the split push!
Oh, they got somebody needs to come back. They need to be careful. It looks like Wyra will go back, and now it's going to be 3 versus 4 around the Shadow Tyrant here. The Burst Ram, he's going to go for this one. The Mega Slam, the Unbridled Outburst is going to be used for Moofer just to keep him alive. The Blazing Brilliance is burning him up, but Catbox is the one that actually goes back. That's going to be life number 1. The Resurrection, they do have him, and he's going to be immune, but no, Ezreal goes down. They're so low. Wyra continue to chase. He has the Invincible Warriors, and Catbox is down as well. Mooster now on the run, and Kagendra have found that opening. They somehow held, and they're now up 2 heroes. They found this opening, and they want to push in the mid lane.
Yep, they waited the whole game for this opportunity, and finally, as Route is dead, they have the potential to take the Tempest Dragon if things don't work out. But it stands now, KAGE, they see the light, they want to go forward as well. It'll be slowly slowed down, but that might be the end of the game here.
Yeah, they might be the end. I mean, the minions have been slowed down, if anything. The Death at Sunset on Menguche, he's just trying to force it out with a Meteor kill. He has the Blazing Brilliance, but it misses, and the base is open. Of course, the minions are now spawned. It's going to be difficult for them. Kagendra are trying to figure this one out. They had the one last catapult, and that one's going to go down, so they don't have the minions to deal with this. And now it looks like ISG have held, and they prolong the game a little bit longer. But do they go for the Shadow Tyrant here?
Well, it's a mirror effect here because the Super Minions will be crashing down on top lane of KAGE, as well as the Super Minions will be crashing down in the mid and the bot lane to the side of Isurus. Now it's all about the timing. Ezreal here looking to work on the Tempest Dragon. Where's the rest of them? They're trying. Kapokseba, he will be the one to try and slow them down. There's not enough time maybe.
Oh, the Shadow Tyrant already so low. Who's going to take this one out? Who can get it? And it looks like Israel will take this one out. But now that they're on the run, the Death at Sunset, Menguche flashes over the wall. It looks like Movers is going to be the first to fall. They've gotten him killed. Hans is continuing to fight. Wyra does get WindRJ. That's most of the damage. They've got the double kill from Wyra. He's continuing to fight, and now ISG on the run, pushing the lane as fast as possible, trying to just buy a little bit more time, seeing as they've got 2 members down, but with Movers, down as well for another 30 seconds. ISG, what do they do here?
It's a critical time, right? So they need to clear the waves, they need to put the pressure on the KAGE. At this point, if you take a look at the top lane itself, Super Minions, sure, that's easy for them to deal with, or rather, that's a little bit of difficulty, but the Tempest Dragons coming in with the disruption, they could open the doors to start and break down and make the base barren for the side of KAGE. Now, KAGE, this is a very tall order for them at this point. It's 130 seconds before the next Tempest Dragons. KAGE will do well for themselves to make sure they don't leave any openings at this point.
Yeah, no openings here, but it looks like Kagendra have done a good job of just pushing out the lanes, making sure that nothing is really pushing. Yes, the top lane is vulnerable, and they do need to deal with the next one in the top lane, but if we're looking at what ISG have done, they've kind of gotten what they've wanted. In the sense, they've slowed the game down. They're starting to regroup and to take a proper team fight with the hopes that Kagendra gets spread too thin.
Yeah, but 0-0 needs to make sure that he doesn't get caught. Yes, he does have the Sage's Sanctuary, but at this point, the damage coming out from ISG might be too much.
Yeah, might be too much here. It looks like the Oceaneer just slowing things down. The Destructive Deluge as well. But if we're looking in the mid lane, Wyra, Invincible Warrior or not, but this is a 4 versus 1. They do have the knockback. The Sunset, he just tries to get him. That's going to be life number 1. He's going to come back in. Ezreal's back up and at it, but Menguche is down for the count. That's a lot of damage. They need to be careful. Kagendra here, they found that opening. They do have 1 member down, 40 seconds, but they need to protect their base. The top lane is being pushed as well, and Hans will look to just kind of defend this one. Senko is in the bottom lane, and this is the problem. Kagendra, yes, they are getting kills, but they need to deal and protect their own base.
Yep, so far, I mean, it feels like KAGE is the one with the more open base, even though there are 2 lanes of super minions marching down onto Isurus, and that speaks volumes about the damage that they're doing, right? So at this point, KAGE, they need to watch out. They have so many things they need to do. They need to clear the waves, they need to make sure they don't overstep their boundaries and get picked off as a straggler as well.
Okay, so it looks like we're going to happen 30 more seconds before the next Shadow Tyrant as well. So that's going to be another pretty big win. But Kagendra here finding ways that, yes, they're losing in the objective department, but they're finding kills and making it difficult for ISG to push. To think that we would see a 25-minute game in the second match of the day, of course, we knew it was going to be close, but we didn't think it was going to go to this distance, correct?
Yep, I mean, at this point, I think the ideal understanding is that we would not have it any other way. KAGE and ISG, their fates are on the line. This has to be the one. We have to have a long game. And this is the second Tempest Dragon of the game itself. KAGE and ISG, their fates are on the line.
Yeah, everything is at stake here. And it looks like ISG, like, you're sticking around. Mooster, you're probably wondering, like, what is he doing? Why is he just waiting in the, in the cave? He's just providing vision for when that, okay, Wyra finds him. Woofers goes after this one. It's a 1 versus 1 thus far. He has the knock up with his whatever, but he's going to be chased back. Gets knocked back with the Ocean of Tears. And ISG now, are they going to actually go for this?
I doubt so, because at this point it's really up to Master. He needs to make sure he finds more than one person with the whatever as well to get serious. They need to get the lockdown, or else they will not be able to win the fight. Right now, the firepower is equal on both sides. It's really about protecting your damage dealers. This is going to be in the form of Menguche and WinRJ for the side of Fires.
Yeah, it looks like Tempest Dragon here, just kind of chilling here, waiting for somebody to make the first move. But you want that kill. You got to do it safely. So ISG and Kagendra both playing it very, very slowly. Nobody wants to blink. Nobody wants to make that first mistake. And it looks like Hans will deal with Ezreal. They need to deal with this. And like, look at minions have all been pushing. This is the late game. If you want to see how to play late game HOK, tune in right now and stay tuned for the rest of this one and probably the rest of the series.
Yeah, Master once again doing a very good job. Oh, they got caught by the reroll here. He has a ton of hit points. It doesn't matter if he gets caught out by Menguche at this point.
Yeah, and it looks like again they've slowed things down. They don't want to they just got to fix the lanes, right? The top lane is pushing, something to take note of. But it's difficult to burst someone at this point. Hans is a little bit low. Wyra finds Ezreal. Ezreal's on the run. He's going to be knocked up. He Tiger pounces away. He's going to be fine, but you got to play things super carefully. You dying right now could literally just end the game.
Exactly. So there is a little bit of insurance on the side of KAGE, and for Hans and Wii 0-0, they still do have that Sage's Sanctuary, Senku as well. So this could be the turning point for the side of KAGE. Movers, if he gets the perfect pick off, it could be huge.
Yeah, this is it. I mean, if we're talking about net worth lead, like, it doesn't even matter anymore, right? At this point, everybody's kind of capped out. It's just a matter of the positioning and the correct calls, right? Getting that pick off would be huge. Finding that objective or that space is super important. But at the same time, you got to make sure that your lanes are not being pushed where you're potentially, you could just, be backdoored or whatever it is. You got to be careful.
Yep. And at this point, Skydome, in the hands of Ezreal, he's going to have additional movement speed and damage reduction. And every time he gets a kill, it is refreshed. So they need to be very careful not to give the kills to Ezreal. If they have to give a kill, they have to give this someone else.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, it's like, again, nobody wants to make that first move. Everybody's super cautious. Like, it's one of those things where, how are we going to do this? What do we need to do? Like, we don't have the proper vision. We just got to fix the lanes. We just got to provide as much vision as possible. But Moosters finds Wyra, pulls him back with the whatever. and they don't actually have the control, so to speak. Very difficult situation for both teams.
There's so many things they need to consider. I mean, ideally, you want to take out the jungler, right? That kind of helps you to secure the neutral objective a little better. And here we go.
Oh, the Blazing Brilliance.
KAGE putting down.
Oh, they're doing a lot of damage. Unbridled Outburst, though, he just shrugs that one off. And yes, that's an ult committed. So I guess that's a win for ISG. But can they turn this into something here?
No, they're looking and they're trying. 0-0 still clearing the lanes. They need to make sure that the wave management is good for them.
They found roofers yet again. Again, no Unbridled Outburst. This might be the opening that they want. But the Invincible Warrior, that's going to be committed. Wyra trying to find Ezreal, trying to burst him down. He gets a little bit low. Mengucci taking on a lot of damage as well. He's the squishiest of all of them, so you got to be careful with that. But the lanes are pushing, at least in the top lane. 0-0 will go to fix it.
Well, Ezreal looking to try and sneak in and attempt with the Tempest Dragons, but once again, KAGE keep their eyes open, eyes peeled for the danger of the steal as well.
Yeah, they're sticking around. They know this is the big objective. They cannot give it up. It's about half-life or so. It went back in, healed a bit. Catbox is around the corner. It looks like KAGE are looking to burst this one in. Go in for this one, but 0-0 does take this, and it looks like Ezreal's going to be down for the count as well, and KAGE, but the base, the minions are there. They need to deal with this one. It's so low. WindRJ is down for the count as well, and the minions are turning into winions. They just need to deal with the little lesser-known ones with the Mengucci. He's going to come back. He's going to use Blazing Brilliance. He's going to look to just keep him alive, but now Wyra is here, and Mengucci, he's going to stasis for now, but the base wide open. Mengucci's down for the count, and KAGE have done it. They dug deep, and they end up taking game one.
Yeah, KAGE now, your winners of the first game of this best of 3 series. They will take the dub at this point, and it's well deserved. Playing the map just slightly better than their counterparts here. Isurus, they said they had the strategies, but it wasn't strong enough. Now, KAGE, I mean, what a game for them. It really takes a toll. This is a 30-minute plus game. And this is definitely going to be mentally exhausting. So I'm really sure the second game is going to be an even bigger banger at this point. Now, Holler, I think we have so many things we need to cover in this game. Now, I really like the late game potential of the draft so far. You could see Wyra was so hard to kill. And at that point, there's a lot of confusion, a lot of commitment required on the side of Isurus to at least burn Wyra down to half his health, and I think they capitalize off of that advantage really well on the side of KAGE.
Yeah. They tried here. Okay, let me also go to your original point of ISG coming in and having this strategy. It's one of those things where even if you're playing chess, you have like an early to mid game strategy in mind, and you're playing it. But the late game, anything is fair game. Anything can happen. And you kind of saw that, right? Where, all they needed to do from KAGE was to get to that late game, to give themselves a chance, because they're like, hey, actually, it's all about strategy. It's about, communication at that point. We're able to do it. We know what we need to do. And KAGE played that one super smart, played it to the end, and that's what you want to see out of a team that's, potentially going to make it to the knockout stage.
Exactly, the lane did so much work for the team there with the Death by Sunset, actually making sure he was always in the face of Mengucci. And if I was the Angela, I'll be honest, I'll be pissed, because that was a hard game to play. Every single Blazing Brilliance was, made ineffective simply because the lane was constantly in the face.
Yeah, completely thwarted. And this is the problem with the Angela, is that generally speaking, you want to be static. You don't want to be moving around. And the just constantly harassing you and just forcing it out is just very difficult. But look at this net worth lead. The net worth by 0-0. 23K. I mean, WindRJ was 22, but nonetheless, it was 0-0 at 3-0 and 4. Flawless game, right? You got to give him the MVP, right?
Yep, I mean, with the KDA, he is right up there in contention for the MVP. And, with the building of the Sun Pool as well, it really played to the strengths of the Consort use basic attacks, right? Because DemonJ has to go close. And yes, if it's a straight-on 1v1, there is a chance that 0-0 will be out damaged by WindRJ with the help of the rest of the teammate for Isurus. But the way that 0-0 played, look at the security and insurance policy he got for himself. Sage's Sanctuary, they couldn't even burn that first life out. And in the meantime, he was just busy shooting them with the activation of the Sun Pool as well. So I'm pretty sure if you take a look at his damage, it's going to be insane. Oh, 185,000 damage dealt. My goodness, Holler. 0-0 is definitely up there.
Look at Zico. Look at Zico. 221,000, right? So in terms of damage, they were doing a bunch, right? And of course, Wyra was up in the front. He was trying to attract as much attention as possible with Hans. So both of those kind of, and Moofers, of course, you can't, count out the roam. All of these guys providing a lot of space. The fact that 0-0 didn't die speaks volumes about everyone else. It's very difficult as Consort Yu, who did not have a really good, early game. He did struggle, but they were able to claw their way back because the rest of the team was able to help each other, to support themselves, and give themselves a chance to get back in this game. They played very smart.
Yeah, Blam was talking about yesterday with the potential for Crystal being threatened, and then there's a comeback game from that. I think KAGE would have been the first team, right? Kagendra maybe the first team to really pull that out of the books here. If you take a look at the graph itself, it was a really, really difficult game because ISG, even though they had a very good start, look, they still maintained the advantage all the way to the end of the game, and it really just took that one good play where they broke the bases and turrets of the tier 3s on the side of Isurus before KAGE could really turn that game around.
This is a graph where I'm kind of like, stats? What? Stats? Like, it doesn't matter if I'm losing everywhere, but okay, Wyra here gets the well-deserved MVP. He made a lot of play. He was definitely in your face almost the entire time. So 426, I mean, that's KDA aside, but his damage was actually crazy. He was doing so much throughout.
Yep, specifically as well as the damage taken. Adding on to that, so not only was he taking, dealing the pain, he was taking it in as well. And it precisely because of the damage that he helped to soak, besides his, support and roam, it was the difference maker. Every single time that Unbridled Outburst was used, it was huge because it opened up the doors for them to get the chase in. Opened the doors for Hans. In the meantime, Rewall was always in on the backwards, chasing in, trying to make life more difficult for the side of Isurus, and oh boy did it work out.
Yeah, it definitely did. I mean, look at Hans, just constantly chasing them. And like Mooster, he's like all by himself. He's fighting 1 versus 4, but Hans gets picked off here. And it was really neck and neck, I would say. Like, ISG definitely had the advantage going into this one, but it just seemed like, Kagendra were able to really find those openings. The team fight was very smart, though, just the way that they played. And at the same time, their situational awareness of when the lanes were pushing. Like in the top lane, it's like, somebody needs to go back. We'll deal with this. Somebody was able to get out of the team fight to deal and protect the base, right? This is, again, you have very good awareness of everything going on in the game.
Yeah, exactly. And if you notice the way that Rewall actually engages in a fight, it buys a lot of room. 0-0 is always on his own on the backline. He's free hitting the entire skirmish. Nobody else can deal any damage to him. And with that, look at the result of that. 2 lanes of super minions, and that is the base for the side of KAGE to take the advantage here. And I really like this. It really shows how intense this game is. Now, Kagendra finally have the advantage. Question is, can they hold on to it? Because it's difficult to win a game. It's even more difficult to hold it against your opponents.
Yeah, for sure. And this is a situation where going into game 2, like ISG are going to be like, hey, we were actually winning the entire game, but we didn't close it out, right? So I think in terms of the adjustments of what need to happen, I think it's like, obviously the losing squad needs to kind of make more, but their strategy was still sound. I think that they know how to win and they know how to do this. They just need to know how to close the game out, which is a different skill set, I would say. So it's going to be interesting seeing what they bring into game 2 here.
Yeah. Now, we like to create opportunities for the team, but more than not, we like to create content for Honor of Kings. Now, if you're interested to become an official Honor of Kings creator and post about the Season 2 Invitationals as well, you do have the chance to. And if you manage to, you will get a reward as well. All you have to do is to search the HOK Studio to link your account, and you can find out more information about it. Now, we all like, pretty content, funny contents, and of course, exciting contents as well. And boy, has it been an exciting day, at least for the side of Group C so far. Isurus going up against Kagendra, and right now, Kagendra, our Indonesian boys, have done it. They have put a slight advantage.
Slight advantage. I mean, it is game one. Of course, I would love to be in that position as opposed to being behind a game, which is a completely different set of emotions, so to speak. But this is one of those things where ISG, look, that was rough, right? And it comes back to the coach to be like, hey, settle down. We still played all right. We need to change things up a little bit, but we're still playing our brand of, HOK, right? We need to ensure that we continue to push on, and we just play a little bit better. We clean things up. But again, backs on the wall, game two. You got to go all out on this one. You got to make sure you close it out. You cannot give up a lead like that again.
Exactly. At this point, it literally is go big or go home, right? So Isurus, they have a lot on the line here. This is tournament life on the line. The Sharks, they need to do it. Now, Kagendra, of course, pressure's a little bit lesser on them, but nonetheless, there is still pressure. So Kagendra, looking to close out this second game for a clean 2-0 series, securing their way into the Esports World Cup. And of course, Isurus looking to do the same.
Yeah, this is the moment, right? And like, you got to get yourself back in this game. You got to figure things out. Just settle down, right? I think if I was the coach, and I would obviously be speaking in a different language and not in English to them, but I would also just let them know that, hey, it's like we're still doing things right. We still need to figure things out, but we need to find better openings. We need to close them out in the sense of push them back, force them to do it. We don't need to split push as much as we did, especially when we're winning. We can kind of continue to, close the vice that you were talking about earlier.
Yep, and I think Isurus already have a very clear idea of what the problem is, and that's going to be the lady turn as well as the lane taken out of the hero pool straight away, because what a menace they were in the first game.
Yeah, definitely. Those are that is something that you don't want to deal with, the lane. I mean, it's one of those things where if I go Angela, you don't want to see the lane, right? That's like the number one thing. And I think that they're just like, okay, we have to ban it if I want to go the Angela again. But it looks like they're going to go with a different direction, and they're going to go with the Mai. Your thoughts?
I like the burst potential of Mai Shiranui, and as we can see, Mengege is very good with the mage heroes that he has shown thus far. The Angela, of course, a huge problem for the side of Kagendra, but now I think Mai might be an even bigger problem for the side of the Indonesian boys.
Yeah, definitely. And we're going to go into this one, and the Dahlia pickup again. Again, not the greatest of win rates, but the Kaiser kind of backing it up. I do like the Kaiser here, so a decent combination to kind of start things off. But, the counter picks from ISG, walk me through the Mayan and D-Renje.
I mean, they are looking to kind of burst and melt the Kaiser down, right? So the moment Kaiser actually activates his Invincible Warrior, one of the things that will help deal with that situation is the Mayan get serious and the Mayan whatever, right? Because that will have crowd control effects. As long as Kaiser doesn't get to move his hands, there's no lifesteal coming out. And with the burst of Mai, with the melting of Direnjie, it could prove to be fatal for Kaiser.
Yeah. Okay. I think I'm okay with this. But the counter pick to all of this was the Byron. Are you okay with that? I mean, he has a lot of tank ability.
Well,
he's
Byron,
definitely kind of in your face.
Yeah, the thing is, if Byron gets his passive proc, which is the Fearless Chariot, then yes, the moment he procs his ultimate, right, the Force Field Suppression, he is going to be quite the troublemaker. And especially if he's going to be going with the Flash, when he gets into the backlines, you can expect that the Direnjie, Mr. Win RJ, will not live for long.
Yeah, for sure. And that's the thing where I think ISG need to kind of have some sort of way to kind of protect the Renjie a little bit. Just, some sort of peel, some sort of way to kind of keep him in safe so that he can do his damage. He needs that space. And Kaiser, who's going to be running at you, and the Byron as well. So, you got to be safe. But the Marco Polo pick, I'm kind of okay with that.
Yep, exactly, because there's going to be a lot of room created by the Byron and Kaiser as well. And if you take a look at the bans, it makes a lot of sense, right? The fact that they've taken out Ming is because the synergy between Direnjie and Ming is extremely potent. At the same time, the Luna will have access into the backlines, probably catching out the Marco Polo and Dolia, which are easy kills for a Luna jungler, right? Now, on the flip side, if we're talking about Isurus, the ban on Gun and War as well as the Shangguang, very clear opportunity. Do not burst down my damage dealers. That's the whole story.
Yeah. Yeah. Keep them alive. And they're going to try to do that. But okay, ISG right here. I mean, they picked the Sunbin and Musashi here. The Sunbin, obviously, just like it kind of helps in terms of keeping it alive. You have your time flux, the zoning with the time lapse. Just a little different than being something that's more of like a tank peel type roamer. So I'm okay with this. But ISG, they kind of are wanting to go fast and furious and just kind of burst people out, correct?
Yep, exactly. And the benefit of actually picking the Musashi is because of the duel to the death. Now, because when you're imperiled, you do not get healing stats. You do not get healed. And it is until the duration of the duel to the death ends do you get the heals again, once again, right? So this is a prime example of how to counter the Kaiser. Now, the only question is, can he reach Kaiser? Because with the way the draft works, I think Kagendra is going to have a very clear idea of, let's pick our fights very carefully.
Yeah, it's going to be super important. And this is, of course, the second match, Game 2. So much at stake. ISG, they need to win to keep their tournament hopes alive. If they lose this, they are out. So again, there's just too much pressure here. But Kagendra have a chance to just make history, get themselves in that top 8, get them a chair, an opportunity into the EWC. So much at stake.
Yeah, so at this point, ISG, they're trailing by 1 game. They need to even this out. It is go big or go home. KAGE, on the other hand, they have a little bit of an insurance policy. They have a 1-game advantage. Of course, at this point, Holler, I think they're looking to close this series out. What do you think?
You know, I don't know what to say, because I always look at teams that, like the last game where ISG pretty much they were winning, right? I don't think that we discount that amount of effort and work that they did. It's one of those things where they know what to do. It's just a matter of the small mistakes that really cost them in the end, where they can do better. So I feel like ISG, if there's going to be any team that can take this game and this series to the distance, it's going to be ISG. I think they can do it. I'm expecting them to really bounce back in this game.
Yep, it's important. What a nice steal there on the River Sprite as well, and this is going to help him get a little bit more experience for this side of Hans.
Yes, definitely so. And okay, Senku looks like the Angela pick here. Just gonna do a little bit of took a decent amount of damage from Menguche, that is. But he's gonna just shrug that one off. 0-0 by himself. Capox doing a little bit of babysitting here, making sure that nothing really kind of sticks to him. But Menguche already forced out and to use the healing dew.
Yep, and I really like this, right? But because this is the leash. KAGE is putting a leash on this Mai Shiranui, and when your Mai is not having enough damage, that is where KAGE is going to benefit.
ISG rotating. They've committed 3 members to the top lane. And it looks like Menguche is going to have to make a beeline for the mid lane, as that one's pushing and put a little bit of tower pressure there. Israel will just kind of clean this one up and pick it up. But Senku, with just this burst, just so annoying to deal with. Senku, just wave clear, is just so fast.
Yeah, we might see the first blood on the class lane
as well.
Menguche
coming out of the wings! Does end up letting Booster get first blood, though, but the dash and the burst, the flash was committed by Menguche as well, and they did have the damage, and they clean him up, and Hans is going to be down.
Yep, this is a very important moment for ISG. Isurus now, they have their first blood. This is going to be extra gold, extra experience. What can they turn this into? That's a big question.
Yeah, they need to turn. I mean, it's just first blood. It's not the end of the world here for ISG, but you can kind of use this as a slight advantage of taking some of the enemy jungle. Oh, the Blazing Brilliance! Oh, Menguche's like, oh, dash, I'm out of here, guys. Not worth it.
Yep, at this point, you can see the advantage, you know, being stifled once again, right? Even though they got the first blood, it still feels like KAGE is in the driver's seat right here because of Senko on that Angela.
Yeah, it provides so much, like, because you have the wave clear that just clears it so quickly, and then you can rotate to the other lanes and just kind of help support where needed. So you can kind of make your presence felt throughout the entire game, and just, you know, it makes it very easy for her to just kind of move around. Now, again, it all comes down to game awareness and where you need to position properly to play the Angela properly, but definitely something that you know, Senko is definitely capable of.
Yep, right now it's all about the vision game. I don't think they know the rotations are coming down though. Bot lane, Sun Bin might be in trouble.
Yeah, might be in trouble. I think they're going to just kind of back off. Almost all the health bars are kind of full. But like 0-0 needs time and farm on this Marco Polo, right? I think at the end of the day... Oh, the knock-up. They found him. Hans, that is. He's been knocked back.
Not enough.
And it looks like the friends are here.
No.
The Invisible Warrior. And Meguche gets sliced down. Senku will take that kill.
Yep, so at this point, a slight mistake there. They do make the counter play, and this is a huge effort for the side of KAGE. This could spell the change and shift in momentum for Kagendra here.
It's an opening that they have, and now 0-0. Okay, are they going to go for the Tyrant here? That would be a lot more damage for the Marco Polo, but the Blazing Brilliance, just doing a lot of work, and Israel has to back off.
Yep, Muffa is doing a very good job in the ult as well. This is buying time for the side of KAGE, and I think this is a position that they enjoy at this point. They are going to be evening out the gold advantage at this point. 11 to 12k, it's a slight few hundred gold.
It's neck and neck. It's 50-50. I wouldn't say too much about it. It's more about who takes this one. Ezreal will secure the Tyrant here and making sure that you do take that away from Kagendra, which is a bit of a win for them. ISG now need to kind of turn this into more. You have that damage boost, which is going to be great, but what else can you do?
Yeah, I think it's really about the wave management at this point, which is why, you know, we mentioned so much about Senko. I think Senko is going to be the winning condition here for the side of KAGE, at least in the first few minutes of the game, because the faster wave clear and the rotations will matter that much.
Oh, we're trying to be cheeky. He's going to use the Invincible Warrior, wants the Crimson Golem. I'm not sure if he got it in the end.
Israel?
Looks like he did, but Wyra, excuse me, still up in the front line. He's been time bombed. He's going to just kind of explode there, and it looks like he's going to be scurried off. ISG defend their enemy or their own jungle. Now it looks like they're trying to make the rotation, but this is a 3 versus 4. Not a great fight for ISG to take up. But they did find Hans, and they will get the kill, and Mooster will get credit.
Yep, I really like the trigger discipline there. Ezreal did not use the duel to the death, and I think that was a good decision here because they bought a lot of time. KAGE was more wary. There were 2 tunnel vision on the potential fight at the bot lane that they left Hans alone, which allowed Meguche as well as Mooster to really get that surprise and sneak kill there.
Yeah, Hans, I mean, it's a tough situation, right? As the Clash laner, it's a lonely life sometimes, and sometimes you're kind of like, hey, where are my friends? What's going on? But it's a situation also where you need to be careful. You can't be overstepping your boundaries. You got to be having that perfect positioning, always very important in auto games.
Yep, and a successful defense on the jungle camps once again. So ISG they're securing the lead, and they're making sure that this lead isn't that shaky. Hans, once again, catches the vision onto the Mai. Meguche just being a total menace at this point.
Yeah, I thought you were going to use another word, one that started with the letter B. It felt like it was coming out, but then you kind of like you retracted it. Nonetheless, I understand exactly. You know, Hans is having a tough time, right? He'll just farm under tower, just not overextend. He needs to play safe here, but Wyra all the way in the front with the Blazing Brilliance scurries him away, the Invincible Warrior, but he's not really invincible, okay? He's a little bit low, but with a time bomb, okay, I guess he is the Invincible Warrior as he survives that skirmish.
Yeah, but it's a tense situation, right? Right now, they're dancing on the knife's edge. It's going to be at about a close to 2,000 gold lead for the side of Isurus, and at this point in the game, it might seem a little big, but it's not the end of the world yet. So KAGE, as long as they maintain this position, it should be fine.
Yeah. Kagendra know how to win from behind. You know, I think they've proven that in the last game. Oh, but here's the Blazing Brilliance with the Scorching Barrage. Oh, the Chaos Cinder as well. Everything thrown at him. Even the kitchen sink. And Mooster is down for 20 seconds. And Senku, very patient with that one.
Yep, really like it. And so KAGE knows the winning strategy here, but they might be punished.
Oh, time bomb. Oh, 0-0 gets blown up. Ezreal from the sidelines comes on in, and Mooper's trying to stay alive as well, and he's going to go down, and Ezreal will get credit for this one. And now Kagendra, even with 2 members down, they're like, hey, we're going to take mid T1. We're going to get something out of this.
Yep, that was a huge trade. Actually, it's still favor for KAGE because at this point, the map is pretty much barren at the Tier 1 sector for the side of Isurus, which means KAGE now have freedom to roam the map a little bit more because vision is going to be obscured.
Yeah, it's going to be obscure. It's going to be tough. right? And ISG right now not having that top and the top and mid T1. Yeah, you have a little bit of space in the bottom T1 or that area, but it's still a situation where ISG now they need to be a little bit more conscious of where the minions are at all points, right? KAGE have proven that they use this map advantage to kind of let Senku just hide in the bushes and then just kind of blow up somebody. That's been their MO thus far, and it's kind of worked out. But mind you, they're still down in terms of kills, but in terms of net worth, they're still in it.
Yep, Wyra going to secure the overload for the team. So the Vanguards are going to start marching down the lane itself. Now this is going to be a little bit more map control. So Ezreal going to trade with the Tyrant buff as well. So I think they're looking for a fight.
Looking for one. The Time Bomb will slow down Wyra. Resplendent Revolver from Zero. I mean, we saw some of his stats. He's 0-1 and 0. Still trying to get that farm. But with that Tyrant buff, he's doing a little bit more, you know, AoE damage, so to speak. Oh, but Musters, he's going to be chased, but that bottom T1 is still alive. He's going to slow things down.
And we might see the fight here. They're committing.
Looks like the time lapse just to zone. And it looks like they're going to stay under the Resplendent Revolver, zoning them back. Menguche thought about going in. And with the time flux, they'll just kind of push them away. KAGE, okay, yes, that attack was thwarted, but they didn't lose anything in return.
Yep, so still a benefit for the side of KAGE at this point, and with the next 4 seconds time, you will see the Shadow Overlord get spawned as well. This is going to be a big objective, especially for the side of KAGE.
Yeah, that would be huge if they could take this one out. But KAGE still, they're going to force the Tyrant first. We don't know where the members of ISG are. They do see this one. Wind RJ is definitely within the vicinity. He's doing a little bit of chip damage, but on the top side, or the mid side, oh, the time flux, they're going to back off for now. They don't want to overcommit. The time lapse creating a little bit of zoning. And it looks like they're going to take this one. Wyra will take this one, takes the Tyrant, and now they're looking to chase. Wyra's still up in front with the Invincible Warrior. He's going to back off, bring the Time Bomb to his friends, because that's what you do when you have the Time Bomb, at least in my ranking.
Well, this is a good discipline coming out from KAGE at this point, and you know, if ISG don't find a trade somehow, this is going to be disastrous for them because we are hitting the mid-game stride. KAGE do have quite a bit of the items in the kit as well.
Yeah, but they've caught back up. I mean, look at this net worth lead. It was like 2 or 3K in favor of ISG, but oh, here we go. Fever Barrage doing some damage, but Booster, whatever's out of this one with the Resplendent Revolver. Oh, with the flash, and he does get the snipe out, and that's going to be the first kill for 0-0. We can call him 1-1-0 from now on. Right? That's
right, for sure.
Call him based on his KDA.
Yeah, but at this point, I think they're looking for more there. They are not satisfied with just the kill. They want the buffs as well. KAGE establishing dominance across the map, and you know, at this point, yes, they do have the primal bonds, so I don't think they're gonna go with the Shadow Overlord just yet. But the map is truly theirs at this point.
Definitely theirs, and it's good to see the 0-0 pop off right there because they really needed that kill to make sure that they push it out. Look at how much space is being provided by that kill. KAGE pushing the mid T2. The top T2 has already been taken out. 0-0 now focusing on that T3. The Blazing Brilliance, the time lapse will zone them away. They've already taken the mid T2. They've gotten what they've wanted, excuse me, and KAGE will look to back off. But look at the bottom lane, all 3 towers still surviving.
Yeah, that's fine because at this point, similar situation to game 1, right? If they have 2 lanes of super minions, what good is that going to do for the side of Isurus? So what if you have 1 lane?
Yeah, true. But it's something that you need to deal with. Oh, but here's a surprise! Capix gets blown up. Senku again. Look, every time Senku's in a bush, he comes out, he gets a kill. He just surprises people.
Exactly, and this is what you want to see, right, from Senku, especially from an Angela as well. This assassination style coming in. KAGE, they definitely feel in the groove. They might be looking for more though.
Oh, they want something. Mooster has made an appearance, but Hans is like, okay, you want to go? I can take you 1 versus 2. And his friends have arrived, and they're looking to push this bottom T1. They finally do get that one. And through it all, they're going to continue pushing. Wyra all the way up in front, not scared. He's going to continue to just be that frontline tank for 0-0 to just do the damage.
That's right, KAGE have them in a chokehold at this point, and Isurus doesn't look like they will be able to break out of this chokehold just yet. Let's take a look at the replay here. They actually tried to go for it, but they were surprised with that brilliance, the blazing brilliance used by Senku really to maximum effect.
Maximum effect. Capix is one of those things where, like, he got blown up so quickly. He's just like, all he could do was be like, hey, I found him. And just died. That's like he couldn't have done anything. He was just, you know, like Senko on the Angela is just doing so much damage at this point.
Yeah, Vanguard pressure. This is going to be the T3 on the top lane threatened, and it looks like there is nothing else they can do.
Yeah, nothing much. Hans goes in for this one. He finds it. He lets Israel chasing after him. Strike and boom, slams it down. Israel up to the door. The Blazing Brilliance right on the Mooster. Yeah, flash away into the mid lane now. They're going to go for this one. The roaming gun forward. That was aggressive, but 0-0 a little bit low. They need to be careful. T3 has been taken in the mid lane as well as the top. The bottom has been taken as well. The base is exploded. ISG now are like, what is going on? We're down 4K.
Yep, when you can run, you can hide, but KAGE will still find you. They make the base barren on the side of Isurus, and at this point, it really looks like a matter of time before KAGE deals the final blow.
Kagendra right here, I mean, look, they know that, hey, we're not going to always win every game, or be winning, excuse me. But Kagendra find ways to get to the mid game where they're very strong and they can kind of stabilize, understand what they need to do to get themselves in a winning position. Now they're in, they do have the knockup, the Invincible Warrior from Wyra all the way in the front, deals with Mooster, who chases him away, as well as the Blazing Brilliance. Again, they don't have a lane to deal with this like they, you know, Kagendra had last game.
Yep, they can't do much there. Menguchi doesn't have energy to get his skills up on as well, and this should be a tyrant in the hands of KAGE. This is a huge advantage right now.
They might go for the steal here. They got to be careful here. The time bomb is going to be committed as well. They do have the zone. The resplendent revolt. Okay, they do get it. Senko will secure this one. They've gotten a tyrant, and now they're going to look to push the rest of the lanes. The top is something they need to be careful about.
And we are all looking for that entry point as they're struggling to keep up. Can they close the game, KAGE?
Yeah, they have the minions. The super minions are here. They're going to be pushing. This is going to be tough. Mooster thought about going in. He's been chased away with the Resplendent Revolver, but Wyra with the Invincible Warrior still up in front. Him and Hans have been this tag team duo that nobody wants to deal with. And it looks like, okay, they're going to have to back off now, and Kagendra will wait for the next minion.
Yep, teaching us life lessons here. Patience is a virtue here. We don't have to over-rush this. KAGE, they know what's at stake. They are looking for that closing point of the game, and Isurus, as you can see, they're struggling to keep up, but they're still in this. The game is not over until it's over.
Yeah, definitely not over yet. I mean, they'll play. This is everything is at stake. Mooster's been killed, and they've got him, I believe, in the bottom lane. And Kagendra have found that opening. This is 5 versus 4. They're going to continue to push. They just need to wait for the next minions. They'll deal with them as quickly as possible. They're all up at the river right now, so they do have a little bit of breathing room. ISG right now, 25 seconds before Muster is back up. So they need to figure out how to slow this down and stem the bleeding at this stage.
This will be the final play.
Invincible Warrior. They found him, and Menguchi just gets blown up, and the base is going to be focused, and Kagendra will just end the game. They take game 2, and they move on to the knockouts.
Indonesian pride, Kagendra make it work for themselves. Congratulations, they will make it into the Esports World Cup over in Saudi Arabia. Riyadh, the kingdom. Look at the happiness of the team there, and this is what we want to see. This is what happens when you come to the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 2. Now, this is a clean match, 2-0. ISG, I mean Isurus, they played their best, they gave it their best shot, but it just wasn't enough.
Just not enough, and unfortunately, you know, you see the amazing things when people win, but also you see the sadness that is when you lose. And unfortunately, ISG today was not their day. They're going to go home. They're going to think about what happened here. Hopefully come back even stronger. This is a team that I see a lot of potential in. They have a chance, but you know, unfortunately for them, their road is over.
You guys are back here on the live stage with me, Choo Choo, alongside with me is going to be coming out Kagendra of Indonesia. Just won their series. Give it up to Kagendra, guys. Now I'm gonna direct my first question to Senko, the captain himself. I need to, yeah, Senko. Yeah. Okay, thank you so much. You can speak Bahasa. It's okay, I will translate for you, brother. Senko, as the captain yourself, right? He's also the mid laner for Kagendra here. Now we saw the difference between the first match and the second match. It's so different when it comes to the tempo. You drag so long in game number 1. what happened in game number one? What was the biggest reason for the drag? Nah, kalau dilihatinnya pada game pertama kamu sama game kedua lebih pendek kalau dari segi gameplay kamu. Tapi game satu salahnya di mana? Kenapa di bagian kalian begitu sulit untuk menghabiskan gamenya?
Mungkin untuk di game 1 karena game pertama ya, jadi kita kagak kayak main aman, kita respect sama musuh, jadi kita lebih banyak bermain aman, jadi itu membuat diri kita agak sedikit takut, jadinya mungkin gamenya agak pasif ya. Dan untuk di game 2 kita udah pede karena kita menang game pertama, jadi kita bisa membawa gamenya jauh and lebih cepat.
So basically, when it comes to the first game, they were not that confident. They don't know the back end of Isurus and they have to study their gameplay first. So they were trying to read out their momentum, their strategy, how they approach the fight and try to build up the momentum in their second game. Hence they're giving a bit too much respect to Isurus in the first game. Jadi soalan kedua, di mana kalian ngerasa kalau di game kedua kalau ada silapnya bisa dibaiki atau dibaik pulihnya di mana? Termasuk juga game pertama untuk kalian sekarang.
Kalau game kedua, hal yang kita perbaiki mungkin dari kesabaran untuk bisa menyelesaikan gamenya. Karena kita ada beberapa momen maupun di game 1, game 2 kita terburu-buru pengen end, pada akhirnya nggak bisa. Jadi itu bisa membuat kita gamenya jadi lebih lama lagi. Mungkin pelajaran kita agar bisa disiplin pas pengen end gamenya.
Siapa biasanya terburu-buru? Kamu sendiri atau yang lain?
Mungkin karena komunikasi satu tim ya, jadi terbawa suasana turnamen.
So for the second question, I asked if you can actually fix things for the second game and the first game, what would they try to fix to make it better and a cleaner ending for the side of Kagendra? So basically, they were a bit too hasty when it comes to trying to finish the game as soon as possible. So they're quite worried, and due to the hastiness coming up from their end, they try to finish too fast. They tend to make more mistakes in there, and now they learn it. So maybe they try to communicate even better for the next couple of series. Jadi kalau kalian ya dikatakan specialty kalian ya, khusus kalian sepertinya di late game. Kalau terutamanya kalau kalian harus menentang tim seperti LGD yang dimana early game sama mid gamenya begitu hebat. Jadi bagaimana kalau kalian di sisi kalian sendiri, di pandangan kalian, kalau perlu bertarung sama LGD gimana? Karena kalian semua lagi bisa late game dibandingkan early sama mid game.
Mungkin kita lebih perbanyak latihan di scrim mungkin ya untuk bisa menangin early-nya. Karena kita tahu LGD memang tim yang sangat kuat, tim yang paling disiplin. Terlebih lagi ya player mereka skill individunya jago-jago. Jadi mungkin agak susah, cuma kita pasti akan mencoba hal yang terbaik dari kita sendiri.
Inshallah. So basically, I actually asked them, if they have to fight against LGD, how would they respond to that? Because the specialty of Kagendra right now is more towards late game phase, which we saw a bit of a dragging ending there. But if you compare with LGD, they are specializing in early to mid game phase. They're actually pretty much in pretty fast when it comes to ending their games. So what they mentioned was they need to have more scrims and have to try to evaluate themselves more, because on the side of LGD players, they individually themselves are super strong when it comes to their fundamentals. Now, last but not least, coming out from your end, do you have any words for your supporters out there? Untuk supporter kalian, ada kata-kata yang mau dikatakan?
Oke, untuk semua yang pendukung kita, maupun yang di sini, maupun yang di rumah, yang ada di Indonesia, yang di Malaysia, terutama juga yang sudah datang sini spesialnya ya. Terima kasih banyak atas supportnya karena sudah datang sini, dan juga untuk semua teman-teman di rumah, Bala Gendra, terima kasih sudah support kita. Kita bakal terus berjuang untuk bisa menjadi yang terbaik.
I don't think that's need translation. Keep on dokong Indonesia and wrap it up. It's gonna be the side of Indonesia Kagendra, and that's it for the interview for now. We're gonna toss it back to the casters.
Thank you, Choo Choo, for that wonderful, interview right there. That's just amazing. Just being able to be able to talk to them and understand what's going on in terms of just seeing what they want to do next, right? I think that's the super important part. Kagendra, I'm sure you could tell, there was a lot of excitement. There was a lot of intensity of just, I would say almost relief after that series of being able to make it into the top 8. Because again, all you need is a chip in a chair, so to speak, of getting into that EWC. Who knows what happens there? And so props to Kagendra for making it out there and then to getting into the top 8 here.
Oh, for sure. And I think at this point, it's really important to celebrate the wins as well. Every single step that they take is an achievement in itself. Now, of course, this means they will be securing their entry into the Esports World Cup. Now, that's the end of Group C, right? But before we go on to the further other groups as well, we'll take a look at the final stats of the game itself. We'll break it down to you in a little bit. And we will be showing you the itemization, and I think we will see a clearer picture of what's happening here. Eyes on Menguche first, right? He didn't offer that burst we were looking for, that ISG dearly needed in that game. Going for the Void Staff as the secondary option, third option of a core item as well, right? Already completed the Scepter of Reverberation as well as the Savant's Wrath. So decent burst there, but he could not compare to the 5 slotted KAGE Senku. What a player this game. I mean, with the burst, he was able to really melt down the entirety of any member on the side of ISG.
Yeah, very, very much so. And Menguche is the type where I think it comes back to that initial first 5 minutes where he tried to go for the gank in the top lane, where they were, they didn't even deal with the top T1, but they were just looking to cut the wave. But then they were trying to gank 2 versus 1, and then he died at that point, and that kind of slowed him down way too much. Menguche was not able to really make the impact that we normally see from him, so he kind of had a rough game. But not to take anything away from Senko, who was just like literally on fire almost this entire game.
Yep, exactly. And now let's take a look at the other stats itself. Look at the damage dealt. I'm very sure. Oh, hang on. The damage dealt later on you will see. I think Senko should be the top of the table for his team here. And yes, it is 74.5 thousand damage dealt. And how do you not have that number when you are essentially the hot knife through butter for your team?
Yeah. No, his positioning was great, right? He was so patient. There were times, again, he just waited in the bushes, and I think like lesser players, even like myself, who would have been like, I'm not doing anything, I'm not farming, I'm not, killing, so I need to just show myself and just kind of push the wave. But Senko was just like, no. I know if I just play this safe and just pretend like I'm not here, then eventually ISG will make a mistake. They'll get out of position, we'll be able to blow it up, and that kill will be worth more than any sort of push that I could do in the lane. So very patient player, very, very well played by Senko on that Angela.
Yep, exactly. And to pair on to that, as we look at the graphs itself, 0-0 also doing a very good job here with the itemization. Take a look at that. They pulled their game from the depths, right? All the way from the bottom, and look at where we are. We are now all the way at the top. KAGE, what a game. 0-0 helping out the team as well. You know what? One of the things about the Marco Polo, it is a pretty mechanically intense hero as well. So the fact that he could get in, do the damage, get out safely without dying was one of the reasons why KAGE won so hard at the end of the game. He was almost fully itemized already, going in with the frigid charge as well, just for that extra slow and magic damage, at the same time survivability. And with his 2 main core items, Sparkforge Dagger as well as the Doomsday, it made the world's difference. Now, Holland, who's your MVP?
Well, it looks like they're going to choose Senko, of course. Obviously, his ambushing, his Angela, the damage that he did was actually quite high. I mean, the damage taken very low because he didn't die a single time. He was 201. I mean, while the score doesn't seem very high, I think actually the KDA might have been a little higher than that, 201. Again, I need to check the math. I thought he had more kills than just 2, right? Especially with assists with just 1. No? Is that just
well, he was playing the assassination style, so it doesn't matter, right? End of the day, it's about the result. So Senku really making so much work happen for the team. Let's take a look at the replay once it's going to be played, and here we go. Replay. Let's take a look at how this all went down. Mooster here doing so much. It was a good start for the side of ISG, and I thought they had a lot of potential. Take a look at this, but the huge turnaround came in this moment here. What a perfect catch.
Yeah, perfect catch. And Menguche, that was the one where things started to go a little bit downhill for them. They did have a bit of a struggle. And again, look at Senko, just all the way in the back line. Now he's being jumped out by Mooster. And Mooster is chasing after him, but the rest of the team are like, I got you, fam. I'm going to defend you. I'm going to help you out, brother. And look at this. Another ambush. Just Senko, almost all the other times are just when he's hiding in that bushes. But, ISG, very good early game, right? They definitely put the test to Kagendra. Kagendra were able to respond in kind and figured out how to do this. And this is that nice play by 0-0, just chasing in the Resplendent Revolver with the flash to clean it up, gets him in the game where 0-0 would largely been just farming throughout. And Senku with just yet another blow up there, just cleaning house when he needs to.
Yeah, exactly. And at this point, right, the reason why KAGE won so hard is also because they're making so many good trades across the map, right? Either they take a structure, or they take a kill, or they take a neutral objective. And it's all these little trades that make the huge difference, allowing them to have such a monstrous finishing at the end of the game. So let's take a look at the tables now. Welcome to your finalists. This is going to be Team Secret and Kagendra that have qualified from Group C all the way into the Esports World Cup. Now, at the end of the day, we will have the finalization for Group D, which is going to be Impunity Esports and RRQ, looking to join the likes of the Malaysian counterparts on LGD Gaming as they make their attempt later tonight. But of course, we have another group that we have to keep our eyes on, and that is going to be a third game we will be looking at later today, and that's going to be Vivo Key Stars against Foot Esports. That's another banger.
Yeah, that's going to be a banger, and that's going to kind of set up the stage for tomorrow's day 4. Of course, you know, that wouldn't the Vivo Keyed Stars Food Esports, that is still in Group A. That one is largely in flux, I would say. I think Team Vitality have a bit of an iron hold in terms of that lead, or at least top 2 at this point. But we're going to have to find out and see how things play out, because it's pretty much a rat race. You got to get top 2. You just got to make sure that you give yourself a chance to get into that knockout stage so that you have a chance for that Esports World Cup, which is around the corner, and there's so much at stake at this point.
Yep, another thing I want you guys to take notice is the open split. This is going to be happening from the 8th of July all the way until the 19th of July. If you're looking for a stab at being a professional, here is your golden opportunity, right? Form your teams, go and find your teammates, and let's see if you can make it out in the open split and open series to see if you could take a place at the world stage on the Esports World Cup as well.
I think you and I need to just find 3 other buddies. I'm sure you've got 3 buddies with you, and then we can just. I got a buddy actually that I play pretty closely with, and I think we sign up just for funds, and see if we can make it as a pro player, huh?
Well, we might get more than we bargained for, because you know what? I started casting as a joke, and now here I am, right? So what if it becomes a case where we attempt to have a joke as a player and we turn out to be professionals there? That's an idea that we might entertain later on.
Yeah, of course. Let's make history as players. And nonetheless, we finished our second match of the day. We're going to be going into our third match, but shortly, we're going to take a quick little break. Make sure you get some popcorn, get your drinks ready, everything that you need to just maybe go to the bathroom, wash your hands for sure, but ensure that you come on back, because we're going to have that third match. We're going to find out Vivo Keyed Stars versus Foot Esports. That one's going to be coming up. And again, you talked about it being a banger, and I expect nothing but the best in that third series. Kin, your thoughts?
I think VKS has already shown that they're a very strong team, right? So at this point, it's up for Foot Esports to kind of show that they are up to par, they are up to standards as well. And you know, our Turkey counterparts here, I think they have a lot to prove, because this could really shake up the table if they can take a game off of VKS. So I have high expectations of how exciting this match can be. And I think it's really for Foot Esports to say and show everyone that they deserve this spot as well.
Okay, I'm looking forward to that one. It's going to be coming up. And of course, that will be the third match of the day, but we're going to take a quick little break. But that one's going to be coming up. Again, you know, going into this one, the third matchup or the fourth matchup, which are you more excited for, Kin?
I think, you know what, I like to have instant results, right? I like my instant gratification. So I would like to know the results of Group D. But that happened, let's go for a quick break. We will see you soon.
Our group is 4 teams. I think they're strong, but I think we're stronger.
We did some mistakes, but we will work on it and be better.
One small mistake leads us to defeat.
We can win every team if we play our draft and if we don't do mistakes.
我觉得我们能很顺利的成为小组第一。
Okay, teams, let's do our best and we will see you there.
我也希望能够把开根抓带上更大的舞台。
Match nanti lawan Isurus, kami sih udah ada persiapan dari draft. Lalu kan kemarin juga Isurus ada bermain melawan tim Secret. Kami juga udah nontonnya dan kami rasa kami bisa sih lawan mereka.
Kagendra, yo sé que ustedes les tienen miedo a Team Secret, mas nosotros les tienen que tener más, porque hoy ellos sangraron mucho.
不管是对手是谁，做好自己，去赢下每一场比赛。
Öncelikle şöyle herhangi bir çekindiğim veya korktuğum takım bulunmuyor turnuvada.
在抽签下来之后，3个队伍可能都在我们上面一点点，但是经过一段时间的调整，我不敢保证肯定会赢，但是会是2场精彩的 BO3 吧。
VK changed bot lane. They were playing with other 2 players in S1. So I think we have a little bit advantage on the bot lane.
Having that dream come true is very amazing.
Vocês vão conhecer os reis do Ocidente.
VK，我们的目标就是胜利。
打 RQ 我们对我们来说没有什么压力，
有很大的信心。我们很早就在研究他们了，因为他们也是我们的重点的对手。我们确实会有比较特别的战术。
Hati-hati saja, hari ini kami tidak menunjukkan apa-apa karena akan memberikan surprise kepada Unity.
Saya percaya diri bersama tim RRQ.
你们不用太在意输赢，知道吧？你们自然而然就输了。
我们会拿出全部状态。
Fiercely battled for a power that granted them life, but cursed them with ruin. Wait! Oh, no, this story is too cliche. Maybe we can find inspiration from other stories. Hey, that might work. Got it. This is too much. It needs more fun. How about this? That's enough! Like the thrust of a spear in battle. No one can tell my story but me!
I'm born to stay, ayy. It's my chest and my bonus play. Can't be late, won't hesitate. What do you say? Grace to find my face, scars to find my skin. I can't convince them, keep please, I'm illicit. I'm the one that you hate. Ain't shit to eat all day. Doing it for real, I found my goal. From the ashes, I'll go again. Blow with a rumble, make them crumble, make them run. It's go time. Knocking you down, how I rise. An inspiration, I know how. The one who will buzz them up, no lie, we gon' do it. Facing our peers, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best, so we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gonna lose it. I got a trophies on this boom and illuminate. The truth is, another day, another win. You got the power to turn around. You got a champion, get it. Calling out for the game. There's no time. Won't you yell out my name when I sing a song of Call
Learn from the pro now. When you choose a long-range marksman to take down enemies in the distance, only to find the enemies constantly staying at the edge of your attack range. When you enthusiastically pick a high-burst mage, planning to crush the opponents, but the enemies keep sneaking outside your vision. The professional players have long been using the small tricks in their settings for smooth operations. Let's take a look at how the pros set up their game. Change the setting from fixed camera to camera shifts with skill direction. Your vision will move with the direction of your skills, allowing for a broader vision range. This not only enables more accurate targeting, but also gives you the upper hand to anticipate incoming enemies in advance. Come and try this practical secret that professional players are using. Play like a pro to dominate the enemy team effortlessly. Learn from the pro. Learn more from Honor of Kings Global Esports.
Are they looking for a fight right now? Danny going in the lead. Well, confident by Fang. Fang doing the open. Time damage from Danny as well. Taking up with Renshi as well. Niap is looking.
They're strong, but I think they're stronger.
Hello and welcome back to the Honor of Kings Season 2 Invitational. My name is, of course, Holler, and with me is Kin, and we're going to be going into this third match. It's going to be Food Esports versus Vivo Keyed Stars. This is, of course, Group A. This is the group of death. We're going to see a lot of action on this one, and it'll probably close out tomorrow, but we're going to find out who's going to really be in that prime position to get in that top two, to have a chance to get into the knockout stage, and to get your seat into the EWC. Kin, your thoughts on this initial matchup here?
It's going to be difficult, right? But it's going to be easier when you're using the Infinix GT20 Pro. Now, there's another benefit that comes with it. You actually get some lights and announcements when you use the phone. So if you want to show off your gaming skills and style, you can use the Infinix GT20 Pro. It has a Mecha Loop LED design, right? So it lights up every time you destroy an enemy in-game. So you can experience a gaming performance like no other than the Infinix GT Pro 20. Now, with that being said, let me throw it to you. What do you feel about where we are headed to after this, right? All of them are playing for one of the big things in this game.
Yeah, of course. And I mean, everybody's playing for high stakes, right? It's going to be the Esports World Cup, getting yourselves into the top 8, which is the knockout stage. Basically, essentially top 2 of each of the groups. You have a chance to go to Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. That's going to be the Esports World Cup, the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 2. That's going to be there, and it's going to be pretty massive. Let's be honest. The stakes are so high, not only for this tournament, where you have, I think it's 300K USD, but also a much larger prize pool at the EWC. So there's, again, so much pressure on these players to make sure that they perform to get themselves at least a seat at the EWC.
Yeah, for sure. So at that point, I mean, with the stakes so high, right now VKS, as well as their counterpart here, that is going to be Food Esports, they have a lot to think about, right? But not only think, they also have to execute it well. So like we mentioned earlier today, we have to take a look at the draft. That is what is, those are the tools that they're going to be given in order to use and try and conquer the Hero's Gorge and maybe make their journey a little bit easier into the top 8 position of the group.
Yeah, and again, this is one of those things where Foodie Sports from Turkey, Vivo Kid Stars from Brazil. I had high expectations for Vivo Kid Stars. I mean, they beat Boom 2-1. They're the current second place team right now. But they felt a little shaky, at least in that series against Boom. But again, this is one of those things where can they really shine? Foodie Sports played up against Vitality, who we've seen is to be a strong team. So it's one of those moments where what Foodie Sports is going to show up for this third match of the day.
Well, I mean, if you take a look at it, I think Team Vitality is a very strong team. But as of now, I think VKS really edges them out. So if you're talking about the statistics itself, it's a difficult mountain to climb for Food Esports. But like any esports team, any esports competition, anything can happen. So I'm rooting for Food Esports to maybe look at pulling an upset against VKS. Now, with that being said, let's take a look at the players of VKS. They're going to be represented by the 5 heroes here, Nyap, Danny, One Caesar, as well as Maina. Now, we've already seen these names in the games yesterday, and now Danny, one of the main all-star players of Vivo Keystart, but they're all star-studded players nonetheless. But Danny made one of the biggest impacts yesterday. So they will be putting up fight against their competition, which is going to be coming up very soon.
All right, and this one's going to be Food Esports. We're going to see Void, Atix, Snape, Lost, and Rega. All of these teams these players, from Food Esports, the Turkish team. There's high expectations for this one, right? I think going into this, losing twice, which potentially Food Esports could do, would be debilitating for them. They do not want to be there. They must win this one, give themselves a chance. And then it comes back to, are they able to surpass Vivo Kid Stars? Because right now it looks like Team Vitality look to be a shoe-in, although it really comes down to game differentials and all that. The tiebreaker, still a lot to be played for, so to speak. But Food Esports here, getting ready, getting lined up, good to go. Of course, this is live. It's happening in KL. So again, there's a lot of pressure at this one, especially since, this is a pretty big tournament that leads even to a larger tournament.
Oh, for sure. And of course, with that being said, I think if we take a look at the players themselves, they seem pretty calm for now, right? But that might all change in a little bit after we step into the watch. Now, let's get the ball rolling. The band phase is going to start right now.
Yeah, it's going to start here. The My Band, the Dachau, the Dahlia, which we've seen to some level of success today. It's really kind of shown how, it does have some potential. But to ban it here, Food Esports doesn't really like it. And they're going to ban this one here. But what about the My and the Dachau, which, again, I think there's a lot of mobility plays that the team can do. So Vivo Kid Star is looking to ban that one here. But I know. What are your thoughts on this one?
I think it's a pretty standard ban, right? These are very usual bans we've seen from day one of the competition. And of course, Haino are now going to be the first pick for Nyap. And I think we've already seen the potency of a good Haino, right? So at this point, the ball is in the court of Food Esports. Can they deal enough burst damage to get rid of this massive, massive hero?
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. I think it's... there's a lot of potential outplayed. It doesn't really show your hand. Like, Haino fits in almost a lot of team compositions, right? You're not really showing anything, so to speak. But the Lady Soon, the Zhang Fei, I love Zhang Fei. I'm a player, like a spammer myself. So a lot of potential with these two. A lot of mobility. You got save. You're very tanky as well. So I kind of dig this. But going into the D-Renge and as well as the Elaine, are these two good counter picks?
I think they are, because if we take a look at the Death by Sunset, right, that's as we've seen the other teams display this behavior, it's a very instant access, and Snape gonna pick up the Angela for the team here. Now, one thing I will like to put it out there, Lady Soon has a very long reach. There's long arms for you, right? Now, in comparison to D-Renge, who doesn't have as much of a range, it requires a little bit of repositioning from D-Renge to go in and get the fight against Lady Soon. So at this point, it really is who has their door open, who makes it easier for their farm lane to access and deal damage to their opponents. That's the big question here.
Okay. And I like the fact that Food Esports came in with a strategy in mind, right? In the sense that, like, if we'll pick the Elaine, we'll first, second pick it going into this draft, but we'll also have the Angela, which is a bit of a counter for the Angela because Elaine just death as sunsets on top of her and blows her up. But if you picked up both, then you've got a lot more opportunities, right? So I see a lot of potential mobility burst plays with Angela kind of just providing fire support from the back. But you do need to kind of round this out because you do need somebody where, a frontliner that can kind of help Elaine get in and out where he wants.
Yeah, exactly. So this can come in the form of a healer, this can come in the form of a tank, but I think a tank makes much more sense here. Now, if you look at the final bans, Musashi and the Jing as well, very good bans because they don't want the instant access. Musashi, duel to the death, it's a instant I go to you button, right? And that is going to be very dangerous for Seiza on this Lady Sun. Likewise for Jing, once the mirror domain is open, there is free reign within that entire range itself to reach any target. So that's why they banned out these two heroes on their end. Now, if we take a look at the other side, Foot Esports, Aluna, same thing. With the new moon, she has access into the backlines, and things are going to be made worse when the passive is going to be propped onto Demons here, and maybe even the rest of the team, because that will suck everyone in. And Lady Turn being Lady Turn, Destructive Deluge really destroys positioning, gets a lockdown as well, and massive amounts of damage. Very clear why that ban has been taken up on the side of Foot Esports.
Wow. And okay. Gan and Mo, Guan Yu, both of them picked out right there in response to the Sunbin, right? Sunbin, 15th most picked only 5 times, but has a 40% win rate. We just saw in the last game where, the team lost, didn't have such a great time, and that was with Isurus there. But Sunbin, what are your, why would they pick this before the Gan and Mo and the Guan Yu? I'm just trying to think, understand the thought process here.
Ideally, I think the silence from the time-lapse would do a bit of disruption against the lineup of VKS. Actually, my question is, why would you pick a Guan Yu into an Angela Tirenxie and Sun Bin and even a Lane at this point, right? And now adding on the Kaiser, there's a lot of slows and slows and stuns coming out from the lineup of Foot Esports, which completely dismisses the kit of Guan Yu in the first place. Guan Yu needs to move around, he needs movement speed, and anytime there's a slow, anytime there's a stun, it cancels out his fighting potential. Now, I can understand the Gan and Mo, right? Gan and Mo, very huge burst with a couple blades, and I think that is one of the main win conditions. If this Gan and Mo can have a good laning phase, we might have a very disastrous game for the side of Foot Esports.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. The coaches shake hands, and they're going to go into this one. Of course, this is the third match, game number 1. A lot at stake going into this one, of course, with Group A. But okay, now we know the lineups. Who do you give the edge to, Kid?
I would prefer to give the edge to VKS at this point. I think their lineup, if you give them enough time, the burst potential will outmatch the health pools that they offer on the side of Foot Esports. At the same time, yes, Foot Esports, they do have the potential to come back, but that really depends on the laning phase. Can they whip out and drag that advantage away from VKS?
Okay. We're going to have to find out. This is going to be, I think, one of the more interesting games going in, because I kind of wanted to see how Foot Esports would kind of really step into this one. This is one of those moments where, the true test of a team. Like, again, I think we've only seen both of these teams play a single game each. So going into this one, super important to see how this team can really just live up to the international stage.
Yep. So at this point, looking at it, I think the wave clear slightly lesser for the side of the Gan and Mo, which is the reason why, because you have to aim her skills, right? Couple blades, unless you're right in front of the target, it doesn't hit that accurate.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Foot Esports looking to just prioritize the bottom lane. Ryuga all the way in the front. Just kind of zoning out as much as possible, but this is just for the spiked Horntail. They're going to take this one, the spiked beast, that is. They will take this one, but okay. The Gan and Mo versus the Angela. Who do you give the edge to in this mid lane here?
Well, I think if they can get that Scepter Reverberation first, whoever gets it first will have the advantage in lane because the wave clear will be much faster.
Okay. So now in the top lane, we're going to go Guan Yu, and it looks like Void on the run. He's going to be chased down. A couple extra shots. Couple daggers thrown his way. Not really going to hit one on that one. With a couple blades, one will make his way back into the mid lane. as the minions are now pushing there. Snape and Atix kind of sticking around. Donnie will just kind of force this issue. I mean, he does have Fate Rewind if he wants to go, so he's going to happily trade. He eats a Scorching Barrage, and one, looking to just kind of force the issue, have Niap have a little bit of a better lane. I think it's going to be much, they definitely want to focus a lot of attention, and so Niap can get as much farm as possible in that top lane.
Exactly, and you know, one of the strengths of Funny is the burst potential that he has. So right now, it really depends on how they're going to control the growth of Niap. Because if you allow Niap to have an advantage over the lane, he's going to clear the lanes much faster, and he's going to rotate much earlier as well.
Yeah, and Donnie, I mean, he's the jungler, but he's been mainly in the mid lane. One has been just kind of, you know, farming, taking the blue buff at this point with the Azure Golem. But Mena looks like, I think, I'm not sure who got that at the end. It just went away at the last second. But one will continue to farm. He'll just continue just on his jungle path, so to speak. But yeah, Vivo Keat Stars have a slight advantage, almost 1k net worth lead.
Yep. As expected of the lineup of VKS, I think they have very huge burst potential as well, and that is going to be even more.
Oh, they've connected onto two. The Umbrella Outburst. Oh, they're so low, but none of them have gone down. Okay, Caesar will take him out. He gets the snipe in. He goes in for this with the rolling ray, but now he's caught on the wrong side of this. He's going to flash over the wall. He will be fine. He'll just use the healing dew to keep himself alive.
Yeah, that's a huge trade, and at the same time, Danny looking for a little bit more. I'm not sure whether they can do this because they're quite tanky on the side of Foot Esports, especially for Arctics as well as for Vol. But it's a huge trade, right, at the bot lane for the side of PKS because Caesar took out the corresponding farm lane, and now there's going to be an EXP differential.
Yeah, that's actually pretty huge. Snape goes in for the flash, the Blazing Brilliance. He says, okay, you killed my farm laner, I'm going to just kill you. He'll take that one as well as the Phoenix in the bottom lane.
Well, call him Professor Snape because that was a godlike move. He actually used the flash to perfection at this point, and Snape evening out the odds for the farm lane at the bottom.
Yeah, very well played in the bottom lane, and they're going to force the issue in the bottom lane. Make things very uncomfortable for Vivo Keat Stars here, as that T1 is taking a lot of damage. Forbidden Domain, he's just trying to clear the minion wave as quickly as possible, but he doesn't want to get out of position. Niap is looking to die. Void, he's going to go over for this to use the meteor kill, but it's only a 1 stack, and it looks like they will get that kill in the top lane.
Yep, that's the Razor Cavalry there, making good work of the opponent. At the same time, 1v4! What is this guy on, Danny?
Donnie realizes that they don't really have the control. He can Fate Rewind almost at will. He will do this, and he did so much damage to everybody, attracted everyone's attention, and he gets back to safety, and he continues to farm, and that's what you want as Danny, especially on this Hanuo at this point.
Yep, exactly. That's why he was Season 1's MVP player, most valuable player out of the entire league itself. Niap here, putting his pressure against Void with the Razor Cavalry as well.
Death the Sunset keeping him alive. The meteor kill, not a whole lot. The Scepter doing some work. Danny doesn't want to risk it. He doesn't have the Fate Rewind. And in the bottom lane, Lost is looking to take that T1 bottom.
Yep, so they recover a little bit, but at this point, if they get this tier 2 on the top, it's still a negative trade for the side of Foot Esports. So VKS, they want to mount the aggression here. And it looks like they're looking for more than that. They will take the Tyrant as well.
Yeah, look at how Vivo Keat Stars are playing objectives very, very strong. Like, okay, the Invincible Warrior, he's going to be pushed back. Atix will be fine. Time-lapse just zoning. They're not going to do much of this. But Vivo Keat Stars, the reason why they have such a huge lead is because they've taken the 2 towers in the top lane. Niap is now going to portal his way into the bottom lane and help pushing with that. And again, this is just one of those moments where you take out the towers, you take the space that's given, and you're just kind of able to just control the game.
Yeah, and it's all about management of the resources, right? They actually give the Azure Golem all the way to the Garden Wall, and that's going to make a big difference because of the cooldowns. At the same time, Danny, how is he doing this? 1v5.
Oh, but the Blazing Brilliance right onto Danny, but he like shrugs it off. He's like, okay, that did a little bit of damage, but that's not much. The Time Bomb is going to connect onto him though, and Void does need to be a little bit careful. He's about half-life. He gets knocked up. The Death at Sunset, that's going to be committed, and he's used those mainly just to stay alive, but now Void is going to limp back to his fountain.
Yep, it's really just using them to waste their resources, right? So VKS, they technically have Foot Esports in the palm of their hands.
Yeah, not a good place to be. Somebody else's palm. of their fans. Nope. All right, I'll show myself out. Anyways, Vivo Keatstars continue to push the mid T1, putting a little bit of pressure. And again, 4 members of Food Esports just to keep that tower alive. Yes, they're trying to prioritize the mid lane. It is definitely the most important, but they're getting pushed everywhere. Vivo Keatstars being super smart, understanding that, hey, if you want to defend the mid T1, we'll take this. Again, Death at Sunset, keeping him alive, but he's just going to go back to the fountain.
Yeah, but they're trading the hit points for the defense, and it's not going to work out for Food Esports that much longer, because when you have one who's snowballing out of control, he already has the Scepter of Reverberation building into the Void Staff as well. This is a very scary situation for the side of Food Esports.
Oh, Donnie going at it. He's going to go 1 versus 3. Donnie don't care. Donnie strong. Donnie throws out his scepter. He fate rewinds back and says, bye-bye. I did my work. I've attracted a lot of attention. Look at how my team is just pushing on throughout the Unbridled Outburst, pushing him back. Ryuga, that is. And it looks like, oh, the couple blades. Not enough to kill Atix. He limps away.
Yeah, almost so close for the side of this Ganimura. One doing so much work for the team at this point. They're gonna steal away another Azure Golem, and once again, this is gonna extend the lead. 4,000 gold ahead. VKS are just unstoppable at this point.
Very easy for them. I mean, when you have map control, like Food Esports right now, okay, they've taken back their jungle, and it's empty. They've been looted. They've been raided. They have nothing left. People from Stars have taken everything, right? And they're just kind of, you know, they'll give you what they want, so to speak. And they've taken pretty much everything. I mean, yeah, the Crimson Golem have been taken by Food Esports, so that's great for them. But again, they're down 4K network lead.
Yep, not only that, they have lost majority of their towers. In fact, you know, tier 3 on the top could easily be threatened by the side of VKS any time they choose.
So Vivo Keatstars continuing to push. They're finding gaps. They're forcing the issue where, you know, again, Food Esports are just reacting to what VKS is doing.
Blue team
right now, with that being said, it looks like the tier 2 is going to be threatened at this point as well. Ganimura looking for the couple blades. Look at the damage at this one mid lane.
Yeah, they have so much. I mean, the Niap, the Guan Yu is just so tanky. Nobody wants to go in at him. He's just kind of standing up front. Again, another Death at Sunset, keeping Void alive. He's going to back off. And another ult on cooldown. And so now they're going to continue to push. Vivo Keatstars backing up. The Tyrant is about to spawn. So perfectly timed by VKS.
Yep, exactly. And this is going to be close to the 10-minute mark. So we're going to have the Shadow Overlord and Shadow Tyrant. And it looks like they want to have one more snap at the Tyrant right before the 10-minute mark here. So they will have that extra Chain Lightning. Now take a look at the items itself. I think we are pretty close to a unkillable Guan Yu at this point.
You guys gonna be oh, Void! Oh, limps away. He had a of life, somehow survives. And it looks like he's gonna just kind of back off. And again, Food Esports hiding behind the walls. Yes, they have the high grounds, but at some point, it's looking like they're gonna be sieged, and that, you know, that defense is gonna basically crumble.
Yep, VKS showing why they are the champions of the Brazil, server at this point. Look at first.
Unbridled Outburst, it's going to be committed. It throws the path in, but it looks like Snape is going to be the first to fall, and they've gotten Niap, so they finally do kill Guan Yu, and it looks like they've gotten Atix somehow still alive. He's going to back off, and Vivo Keatstars will, I guess, be okay with this 1-for-1 trade.
Yep, in fact, VK is very happy because they took out Snape. That's one of the big burst potentials coming out from Food Esports. They can trade Niap any day because they still have one, they still have Caesar. There's so much burst coming in from the side of VKS.
Yeah, and the level differential is starting to add up, right? Donnie's 14, Atix is 12. This is going to be pretty huge for him. They've kind of controlled the game. They've played this very well in terms of objectively. Vivo Keatstars just, you know, taking everything, and Food Esports are just like, you know, searching for scraps. They need something, but they can't really find anything.
Yep. And this is the benefits of the early game, right? The early game lead that VKS have done for themselves. Now they're freshly, you know, rewarded for it, and handsomely as well. And down here, Danny showing off the advantage they have. He is looking like he's ready for a 1v5 any time of the day.
Yeah, he took the Azure Golem down. He did get the buff. So 1 versus 5, and Food Esports really, they can't deal with this Danny Heino. He's just on point. He's just doing so much harass. He has a lot of damage. Danny, like, throwing out the scepter. Food Esports, man, they are struggling.
Yep, if you take a look at the hit that Danny landed onto Lost, that was about 1/4 of his health gone. And they're just looking for an opening. BKS, they're searching for that perfect opportunity.
Perfect opportunity. They got Snape, and that's going to be a huge start. A lot of the damage has been mitigated already, but Void is down for the count. Now they're on the run. Ryuga trying to get to the fountain, trying to heal up, but they give up at this point. It looks like the T3 is going to be taken. No, they're ran out of minions. So it looks like they're going to maybe do a little bit of chip damage onto that base. Danny's going to back off. The time bomb slows it down. They eventually get the mid T3. Danny's still up in front. He is not scared. He takes the time bomb to the face. He's going to be focused, and it looks like they do have the damage. He rewinds, but he actually goes forward, and Danny will finally fall. But they did get Ryuga, and now the base wide open. The minions are here. Atix gets coupled blade. He's going to barely survive. He gets back to the fountain, but the base and the Blazing Brilliance slowing things down. The minions are in the back. The Invincible Warrior, Atix, is still alive, and somehow Foodie Sports hold, at least for now.
Yep, it's a big question mark, right? How did they hold it? At this point, BKS, the monsters with the damage they're able to deal at this point. One, as well as Caesar, free hitting the entire duration of the match itself. And every single time one has pressed Reforge up, you can expect that one of the members on the side of Foot Esports will take a fall 6 feet below.
That's not a good place to be, if I'm going to be honest. Foot Esports here trying to maybe potentially steal this Overlord, but it's been scouted out. They do need to be a bit careful of how they proceed on this one. And one is going to show up, and he will take the steal, and one says, no, you don't even get that, and they'll kill Atix. Oh, they've taken everything. BKS playing this one perfectly.
Yep, they take a giant step forward. This is looking like a step towards the grand of the top 8 for EWC, and it looks like BKS will not be denied at this point.
Yeah, that would be unfortunate. There would be less drama going into day 4 tomorrow if BKS were to take this one out, but it looks like Danny going in for this one, continuing to be this menace, so to speak. The Death at Sunset, yeah, connects on a 4. He does get the pick off. Taser's down, but now Void might have been left for dead. He gets charged back. He gets put away, and Void is down 6 feet under, as you were talking. And it looks like the Drake is going to push the mid lane. The Crystal is under siege at this point. There's just so much damage. Atix just trying to just deal with the minions. Is he able to do this? The Blazing Brilliance is going to be committed, pushing it out, forcing it out. The Searing Barrage as well. And it looks like they've gotten him in the front. He gets pushed back. The Fate Rewind keeping him alive. And it looks like they're going to somehow hold yet again, even with his Drake. And still not in position to get rid of the backdoor protection. And BKS are just going to wait for the next minion wave.
Yep, they hold on, but that's all they're doing. They're holding on. At this point, Foot Esports on their last standing list at this point. BKS, they will be patient and take a look at the replay. After this was a, I think, unfortunate mistake. Atix did not get the smite on time with the crucial kill theft onto the Overlord here, and this was the start of the fall for Foot Esports. They somehow managed to recover from that, and this time they will not be allowed to steal.
Okay, not this time, unfortunately, and Atix has to make that play. That's my play, right? I don't know if Danny was in position, but Nyap from the backside pushes him back. Here's the Invincible Warrior trying to keep him alive. Ryuga goes down, and it looks like they got Void as well. Oh, now they're on the run. Snape just trying to stay alive. He's been chased. He's tried to juke him, but no real way. And all 5 members of BKS still alive. All they need to do is bring the minion wave back to them. And it looks like BKS have this game as the base is wide open. It's just a matter of the minions going in. Nyap all the way in the front on Vital Outburst, pushing them back. And all they can do is watch from the fountain, and BKS take game 1.
What a dominant show of power here from our Brazilian kings. BKS, Vivo Key Stars. That's why they have stars in the name, because the team is full of superstars. I mean, Holler, we expected a bang of the series, but we expected a stronger battle coming up from Foot Esports, and at this point, Foot had just gotten their heads banged on the wall.
Yeah, tough situation, right? Food Esports, this is one where Vivo Key Stars did a great job of just taking over objectives. They weren't getting a lot of kills, they weren't doing rotations, but they were seeing where Food Esports were, and they just went to the weak points, right? And they took down the towers. The Guan Yu was just kind of pushing, charging down all the towers, gave themselves a huge lead to begin with, and they never relinquished it. They were just pushing throughout, and just Vivo Key Stars, again, just a very strong team, understanding how to close out the game.
Yep, you know, earlier in the game, I was mentioning about, hey, there's so many slows, so many stuns, and it will make life for Nyap very, very difficult, right? And so they mitigated that risk by allowing Danny instead to be the tank, the point of concentration. And when everyone was concentrating onto Danny, just snuck in from the backlines. That last Razor Cavalry was so sick, along with the heroic charge, getting so much damage across on the entirety of FUT Esports.
Yeah, very, very well played. I mean, Guan Yu, his rotations, his point, like he was creating so much space that it was difficult for FUT Esports to get kind of anything going. I mean, if we're looking at some of these, the net worths, 11K from Danny, Sacer, Nyap, all of these guys really just, those are your cores. Those are the ones you want. One, not as much, but nonetheless, he was a pain. Like he had that nice steal. He was, you know, doing as much damage as possible from the back line, and you just played it safe. You're 007. That's not that bad, especially when the rest of your team is like up front doing all the damage and getting all the kills from you.
Yep, exactly. And at this point, if you take a look at the reach of VKS, much longer range. And when you have Sesa, Eternity Blade, Crimson Reaper, XR Torment, Master Sword, Cloud Piercer, so much armor pierce, so much crit, and additional damage coming in from Sesa. That's just 1 point of entry of damage, right? Then you have one who does have the Scepter of Reverberation with the Void Staff and the Savant's Wrath as well. How do you deal with that?
Yeah, I don't know, to be honest. And if we're to look at the next part, I mean, Danny, you know, kind of sticks out to me in terms of the damage taken, right? Because he was up front fighting 1 versus 4, 1 versus 5. Danny don't care. Danny continues on. Danny's going to do some damage. And he was second in terms of his team and in terms of doing damage as well. So Danny just had some serious impact throughout. Like, again, we'll go to the MVP and think that but in my eyes, I feel like the MVP could have gone to almost anybody on Vivo Keat Stars.
Oh yeah, for sure, right? Of course, this is a very strong performance by VKS, and that is the whole point, right, of Honor of Kings. We want it to be a team game. We want teammates to support each other, and what better way to show support than to deal damage as a unit, right? VKS literally was a unit against FUT Esports. Not to say that FUT wasn't, but FUT just could not handle the strategies that VKS prepared for them. At this point, I mean, look at the damage, right? One having the highest damage, 137.7k. They allowed one so much space, so much freedom, you know, cutting out the mindshare. And when you have one on this gun and more having the time of his life, this graph is to be expected, right? Every single thing goes in the way of VKS.
Yeah. I mean, it's one thing is that it's not a hockey stick. I mean, we didn't get to that point, but in the sense of Vivo Keat Stars, just like, again, you had a lead, you can maintain the lead, you control the lead, you grow the lead, and just Vivo Keat Stars really understanding how to close out the game. Just really well played. But the MVP of this one is, of course, Nyap. Your thoughts?
It's gonna be Nyap. I mean, I like the way he played at Guan Yu. Let's be honest, right? Guan Yu was kind of like a double-edged sword, because if he didn't have a good game, that would have been the weakness point that FUT would have just picked on and picked at. But Guan Yu, played by Nyap, made the world's difference because he was a menace. He was chasing everyone. And as a Guan Yu, I find it very difficult that FUT could not stop him. But that's only because Danny was supporting him in all ways possible. Hey, hit me, focus on me, so that Nyap can come to your backsides and deal the damage.
Yeah. And I mean, it's not only objectives, but the fact that he got 7 kills as well. I mean, he was just kind of lining them up. Look at this, like he just forcing it out. Void was uncomfortable throughout the entire day, and Vivo Keat Stars did a great job of just making sure that Void really didn't get going. And this is a nice play by the Unbridled Outburst, and Sacer going in for this, gets that first blood, and that's all you want as a farm laner.
Yep, that was a huge moment actually. So besides that, they also got the kill on Void 2v1 under the turret, and when you get killed off like that, you know the game is not safe any longer. And I think I like the fact that Nyap always saved his Razor Cavalry for the most insane of moments. At this point, didn't get any kills, no problem. But here comes the team play, a nice steal with the Freshly Forged from Freshly Forged. And at this point, Nyap was having a freedom to kind of roam the map, right? And right off the bat, that was the advantage that VKS were looking for.
Yeah, definitely the advantage that they were looking for. But it's a moment where Atix probably should have gotten that smite, right? I think losing out to one, you know, who had an amazing steal, mind you, nice blades at the right time, but it's a situation where you can't really afford to do that. There are no mistakes at this level, and unfortunately, he made a bit of a blunder at that one, and just a tough situation, right? And I think Niap, this is the cleanup crew. Look at him all the way in the front, squirting people back into the fountain, just doing a great job of just controlling the game.
Yeah, it's a difficult position, right? Because end of the day, the amount of damage that the one Gun and More offers is actually higher than the damage of Smite available for this side of the jungler. So unfortunate. It was really just a timing issue, I guess. But nonetheless, this is just game one, right? It's not over yet. VKS, yes, they have the upper hand. Right now, Foot Esports, they need to, dig deep. They need to find that winning formula for themselves. And at this point, they need to pull one game back. They need to shake up the table, right? If VKS falls here today, that's going to be a huge contention for the second place in the Group A.
Yeah, and I think that these invitationals are great to not only get the fact that you get some international experience, but it's also a time to really put your team to the test, right? If you lose the first game, yeah, it sucks. But getting yourselves back into the situation of a game 2 and a 3 to basically come back in the series, you need that sort of resolve. You need to be able to face adversity to move on. This is the whole mindset of a champion as we get into game 2 here.
Yep, exactly, right? The mark of a champion is the ability to adapt as well as be flexible with the options you want to take. So at this point, I mean, we've already seen that VKS are a very flexible, very adaptable team, right? So right now, the ball is in the court of Foot Esports. Yes, VKS have the lead, but Foot Esports now can use the pressure to really turn things around, maybe turn the tides as well. But it really starts from the draft. I'm really curious this time, what's the thought process behind the draft, right? Is there a different and a secondary win condition for the side of Foot Esports?
Yeah, and Foot Esports, I mean, pressure makes diamonds, right? There's that saying. And Foot Esports, are they able to kind of, live up to the call that Foot Esports can potentially do in this one? If Vivo Keed Stars wins this one, the teams basically have 2-0 in the Group A, and it looks like then, Team Vitality and Vivo Keed Stars would be moving on into the knockout stage. But, this is one of those things where, Boom Esports as well as wants Foot Esports to win, right? So to give themselves a chance at that top 2 level.
Yep, and the funny thing is that if Foot Esports does them the favor, Boom Esports has the chance to take the game against Foot Esports because tomorrow Boom Esports will be going up against Foot.
No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And that's what they want, right? But if it's a 3-way potential tie going into this one, that's going to make for a lot more drama going into tomorrow, and that would be great. But right now, Foot Esports, they need to bounce back. They need to, they faced adversity. That was a bit of a rough game, but there's potential for them to get themselves back into the series.
Yep, that's right. At this point, let's take a look at what our Brazilian Kings are thinking. And of course, our Turkish boys here, can they pull something out of that magical bag? Maybe from the stack of papers they have on the tables, and see this could be the secret winning formula for them to shake up the table.
Yeah, they need this one. This is one where I was expecting, and we were talking about this even at the start of the day of how many game 3s we're going to see today. We haven't seen a single one. We actually expected the last one to be a 2-0. Okay. The first 3 matches, we expected all of them to go to the third game. We have not seen that thus far. We're hoping that this one does go to that third game. But the final series, we're expecting it to be a 2-0, and we'll talk more about that later. But this one, it seems to be a bit of a not really is what we predicted going into today, correct?
Yeah, but you know what? Things can happen. Anything can happen. At this point, it looks like Foot Esports, they want to take the experience of Game 1 and put it into practice. They're going to ban out the Hainor as well as the Dolia. Now, this will mean Arlie is open because Nyap is going to snap up that Arlie for the side of VKS, and we know how well Caesar plays on this Arlie.
Yeah, that's going to be scary. I mean, the potential for outplay is high. I mean, it's a high ceiling hero. There's so much potential that you can do with the Arlie. The mobility is unmatched. But banning the Haino, I think that's something that you need to do, Don. Especially if you're not going to pick it up yourself, I think it's definitely something that you want to do. But the Mayan and the Zhang Fei here, your thoughts on the counter, or hopefully countering this Arlie pick, right?
I think it's a bit difficult, right? Because as Zhang Fei, yes, your ultimate can be used offensively and defensively as well. The Unbridled Outburst offers that stun. At the same time, it changes your skills into a more damaging one, right? But you're going up against an RLE. Maybe they can go and try on Lady Zhen as well, but because it's a Sun Bin on the other side, the time lapse and time flux is going to be quite irritating to deal against. So I'm looking for something more in the ban pick for the Sutterfoot Esports. They still need a win condition, and they will choose to go in the form of the Burning Sun, Ho Yi. Okay.
Okay, all right. I mean, let's, before we talk about that one, let's talk a little bit about this Sun Bin pick. Has not been very successful today, right? I think it's been played 7 times throughout this tournament. It's a 29% win rate. I know that people are joking of, hey, we first phase pick the Sun Bin and we just lose the game. But Vivo Kid Stars, they must have a strategy in mind, right? I mean, why are teams picking this hero so much?
It's a lot of disruption, right? So one of the things is you can actually have the timelets as a deterrent to kind of push them away, kite them and zone them away when you're trying to take objectives as well. And it works perfectly well for heroes like Ho Yi, who doesn't have the best escape mechanism, right? So there is a very high potential of a long silence that would buy enough time for Caesar to really get the kill onto the Ho Yi. So Lost might be in for a hard time. And if it is a 5-on-5, bear in mind, this can be wombo comboed with the Destructive Deluge in the Flowing Side and Ocean of Tears as well. So it could be quite detrimental to the side of Foot Esports.
Okay. Lady Zhen here being picked. It's tied for top 3 picked heroes in the league, but it has one of the highest win rates as well. 77% win rates. The Lady Zhen, just so much control. You have a stun. You have a lot of potential. And I feel like Vivo Kid Stars just playing, like, these are the type of heroes that just shine with this team because their positioning is almost unmatched, I would say.
Yeah, and it looks like they want to give it a try on the form of Xiao Qiao. So this will be the first Xiao Qiao we have seen so far, at least for today as well. And I believe for Season 2, no, I think there was one game where there was a Xiao Qiao, right? But regardless, I think it's going to be a massive wave clear. Xiao Qiao has one of the strongest wave clears in the game as well. So they're going to match up pretty well in the laning phase against Lady Zhen.
Okay. All right. Sunsa picks here, as well as the Jing. What sticks out to you on this one? The last 2 picks, of course, for Vivo Kid Stars.
Very worrying because set sail now you can bring one other person with you as well. So there's very fast rotations that's going to be offered by the by Niap, right, in the Clash lane. Not only that, they have Jing. So the mirror domain, once again, very easy access. You can kind of ignore Zhang Fei, you can kind of ignore Ma Yin. They can really go past the frontliners and take a swipe at Xiao Qiao and Ho Yi as well. So it's a real concern for me, at least for the side of Foot Esports, because they need someone that can kind of kite or zone away these 2 heroes. Sun Ce and Jing, they are known as one of the heroes that have very easy access in their backlines.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I really like this lineup of Vivo Kid Stars. Yeah, there's really no, I would say, conventional tank, but everybody has the potential to just burst you down and then just kind of time flux your way on out of there. You have like so many options where the outplay potential is quite high. The positioning is going to be key for them. Whereas I feel like Food Esports have a more traditional draft. So it's going to be very interesting seeing how, game 2 rolls around.
Alright, let's take a look at how it's gonna be like. This is potentially the final game for VKS, Vivo Kid Stars versus Foot Esports. Make it or break it, this could be the ender of the table for Group A.
Yeah, but they would still play tomorrow. I mean, I think it's more of a maybe they test strats tomorrow. I'm just, again, maybe getting ahead of myself as they go into this one.
Yeah.
They still have Foot Esports to kind of deal with at this point. But going in, all right, draft-wise, who do you give the edge to?
I'm really preferring VKS's draft at this point because I think if they are able to get the growth, maybe steal a couple of jungle camps, tip the skills in their favor, it's really hard for Foot Esports to recover.
Okay. So Foot Esports, I mean, they probably, you're basically saying they need to have like a good early to mid game, right? And just ensure that they got themselves a chance because they can't be playing on their back foot again, right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Now, with that being said, I think we will see what this initial clear is going to be like. Snape not going to be supported by the support and roam at this point, which will open up the doors once again for an early rotation for Caesar as well as Mena.
Oh, look at this. And it looks like one is going to, deal with the bottom lane, the farm lane. Lost is going to just kind of be sheltered or protected by Ryuga in that bottom lane. So if we're looking at in the top lane, Niap dealing with Void and Atix. Foodie Sports, like which lane? Oh, nice two-man stun. Sorry, they're going to continue on. Ryuga is trying to stay alive, not able to do so. Lost is going to give up first blood. Ryuga leaping saviors over the wall. He's being focused by one trying to dive deep. He takes a little bit of damage, and Sacer changes it. Gets one more shot. But let's talk a little bit about Zhang Fei, the survivor of that one attack from the bottom.
Yeah, Zhang Fei, actually, if you pay attention to his madness and his skills, you can actually give the shield with the Leaping Savior. That might change the fight for you guys. Of course, if there's any trouble, or maybe even if you need an initiation, Unbridled Outburst, you've seen many times a day, will be the game changer. Not only do you turn into a damaged form of your Unbridled Outburst, you will be able to save your teammates as well by using the quote, offense is the best defense.
Yeah. And I mean, he kind of, it's one of those moments where you can kind of really get caught off guard. You think you're like, I got the Zhang Fei right where I want him. And then all of a sudden he outputs you. And he turns it around and he actually has some damage to kind of back it up. So it's just very, very strong. But Smite, a little bit different. This is obviously with all the junglers, dealing 1500 true damage to nearby monsters or minions and stuns them for 1 second. It opens up more jungle items for you, so your jungler must have it. Plus, it usually ends up being a steal for some of the bigger objectives, like the Overlord and the Tyrant. So, Smite, something that you want as a basic spell.
That's right, and it's not only equipped by junglers in this game as well. Sometimes the class lane or the roam and support will use that as well. Oh, nice Burning Sun arrow.
Oh, connects on. It's going to slow him down, and it looks like Mena is going to be killed. And with that stun from downtown, Foodie Sports will happily take that.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it landed on the mid lane, it landed on one, but hey, if a kill is a kill, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. It's one of those things where, I wasn't really, looking to kill him, Mena that is, but, I wasn't looking to kill Mena, but I ended up killing him, so I'll take it, right? So, Mena just in a bad spot, probably protecting the president, so to speak, in one.
Yep, and so far, I think this is the closest we have had of any game. Both teams around 8.7, 8.6k gold at this 3-minute mark. And I think for esports, they have, maintained this equilibrium. I would look for them to want to maintain this a little more.
And, in the top lane, okay, Void throws him up, gets the launch up with the whatever. He's going to back away. And now he wants to go for Niap. He's going in for this one. And they do get pulled back in. Niap taking a lot of damage. He's being chased, and Void will dash after him. Does get that kill.
Oh, one more Burning Sun arrow does not hit the mark though.
Sometimes, but sometimes you hit, sometimes you'll miss, and unfortunately not the case. But you got to fish for it. But it looks like they're going to dive deep for this one. Lost is trying to stay alive. He's under tower. Mena taking a lot of damage. One more shot. Oh, he does get it, but now Lost is in a bad spot, and Caesar will kill him. Lost does go down in the end.
Yep, that's a perfect trade for the start of VKS though. That was a very nice outplay, but at this point, advantage still to VKS. Yes, goal difference isn't that much, but the EXP differential will make a difference in the coming minutes, especially for someone like Caesar.
You want to stay alive, that's the most important thing. But the Tyrant here and Foodie Sports have seemed to have found a little bit more of the correct footing, so to speak, into this one, as they're looking to do much better. They not technically winning in terms of the net worth, but they're definitely putting a lot more pressure. There's a lot more fight in them in Game 2.
Yep, they have to, right? At this point, this is tournament life on the line. And if you are from Food Esports, this is something you should be doing at this point. Now, once again, they're going to put a lot of pressure on the farm lane. Lost going to be in danger once again.
Yeah, my issue is Lost is by himself. He's been killed yet again, and Caesar just styling on him with his R lead. They're going to take the bottom T1, and it's one of those moments where Foodie Sports, should they have done everything to kind of protect Lost, get him, make sure that he has a good game, because right now he's struggling.
Well, true they're struggling, but end of the day, they also need to prioritize the other lanes as well. And I think more importantly, the jungler needs to be active as well. But Arctic's gonna get caught out in the mirror domain.
Caught out with the mirror domain. He's dancing back and forth. The boat has been sent in, and he does knock him up. Arctic, that is, but not continuing on. But a huge rotation here with all 5 members. Vivo Keith Stars trying to take the enemy jungle. They're gonna back off now.
Yep, this pressure is extremely hard to handle on the side of Foot Esports, and once again, it's really just about the poke, right? Ladyton is going to be just throwing the flowing sides and the ocean of keys, and right now, Foot, they're losing their footing on the game.
I see what you did there. Look, can I stick with the dad jokes, or are you going to do it too? What's going to happen?
I don't know.
Boy gets him back with the whatever, and it looks like Niap. Oh, he gets jumped. Oh, the Forbidden Domain pushing him back, making sure that Void secured the kill. Ryuga coming out of left field.
Right, so Foot, they still have a little bit of fight in them, and this is nice to see, but at this point, they need a little more. They have cut down the gold difference to about 1,000 gold, but BKS, they still have pretty much a map dominance because they're pressuring them in the mid as well.
Oh, Sacer, he's showing up. Oh, he steps back. Snape barely alive. He lives to tell the tale of what a terrible person Sacer is.
Yeah, but at this point, he's going to do much more than that. He's going to take the tier 1 in the mid as well. And tier 2 going to be successfully taken in conjunction with that confusion in the mid lane. So for esports, every time they look like they're recovering, BKS take another stab.
It's a very smart play by Vivo Keith Stars. You can't win everywhere. You can't, you know what I mean? You got to take what the enemy's giving you. But as I say that, there's a nice 2-man knockup by Niap. He's getting kicked back. Void pushing him back, but Sacer actually gets the kill. And Otix will go down. Ryuga as well, and Donnie now chasing after them. Oh gosh, Foot Esports right now with only 3 members alive. They're hiding under tower. Vivo Keith Stars are looking for something. Sacer, Joe goes for this. Is looking to go for Lost. Lost has to flash away just to stay alive. And Sacer, again on this Arlie, is just on another level.
Yep, it's one of the things that you will find it very weird, right? The moment you see a parasol, you fear for your life, and that's the situation that being put in, right? And Snape, he's just going to be a victim of a 3-man push, 4-man push actually on the top lane.
They're bringing everything at this point, and it looks like, okay, they got 1, so that's a kill. They did get Otix in return, and Sacer has arrived, and he's going to do some damage. And Danny just kind of dealing with tower aggro with the mirror images, but Vivo Keith Stars, still, they're in control.
Well, this is not the fastest game of the entire Invitationals for sure, but this is a pretty fast game as well. BKS already taking 5 turrets in the span of 8 minutes. Now, this is a very scary notion for the side of Foot Esports who want to save a lifeline into the EWC positioning, of course. But as we see now, BKS having a very dominant hold over the game.
Definitely a dominant hold. It's been tough. Foot Esports, I mean, they were doing much better in the early game. They gave themselves a chance, but Vivo Keith Stars, man, they take one small, they take advantage of one mistake that Foot Esports might do, and then Vivo Keith Stars just control everything, right? Sacer has been on another level. He's been getting so many kills, just very difficult situation, and he's just been able to outplay everybody. Here's the boat going in. Oh, he's not going to.
Yep, set sail at this point, I mean, they can use it anytime they want, unless there's a combination like that. No, they miss it out.
Oh, the Unbridled Outburst. That looked a little bit like mine, where I kind of miss. Sometimes that happens, and the Ryoga will just hide under the T2 in shame, but not able to kill Danny. That was close, but again, you hit the Unbridled Outburst, you got a chance.
Yeah, so at this point, take a look at that!
Holy Savior will keep Otix alive. He's not dead yet, but they did take a lot of damage. And Vivo Keith Stars can blow you up wherever you are. Under tower, they don't care.
Yeah, I mean, my heart stopped for a moment there. And at this point, we are hitting the 10-minute mark. So the game is going to get even tougher because this time, the buffs are going to be enhanced. The chain lightning is going to be more painful. And the Shadow Vanguards take the place of the original Overlord Vanguards, which means there's going to be a lot more damage.
Okay, if your heart is stopping, I think you need to seek medical attention. I don't think that's a good thing. But here's the boat. It connects onto him, and it does get that kill. And Otix looks up, and he sees a boat crashing into him, and he gets just 6 feet under.
Yep, his heart has stopped at this point, and you can't blame him because VK have hit the stride. The itemization has been reached. And at this point, the evolution of the game, they are just one step ahead. Not just in terms of damage, but in terms of map control as well. So everything going right for the side of VKS.
Taking it out, it's just smart. It's calculated risk, right? You're not taking anything unnecessary. You understand the state of the game, where the minions are. And here comes the push. It gets the boat, and Lost is blown up just a little bit out front. And it looks like Danny getting a little bit low. He's going to be focused. No, he gets away, but his friend Mena, not as lucky. He's going to be down. Niap is down as well. Sacer, that's the first death for him. And they've turned this around. They've got 4-0, a double kill going the way of Void.
Do not lose hope. Foot Esports are still in this. Yes, they have lost quite a bit of their base. Structural damage imminent at this point. But VKS, for the first time in the span of 11 minutes, have made their first mistake. Can Foot Esports come back into this?
You know, if we were playing together, I would let you die if it meant that I could get, you know, a couple other kills. I think that your sacrifice to the greater good would be worth it. Mine, not as much. But nonetheless, I think Vivo Keith Stars really maybe overstepped their boundaries, or you know, overstepped here, because they got the T3 and they should have just turned tail and run. But they kind of were like, oh, do we go in? Do we not? And then they, in that confusion, Food Esports really made them pay the price.
Yep, and it all came down to the damage offered by Snape, right? That mid laner, yes, that's just why he is one of the best wave players in the game. The damage he did was absolutely insane, but here's another fight that might be started. VKS looking for the perfect entry. They're not going to take anything less than a perfect fight.
Yeah, I would think that you got to be a little bit careful. You don't want to let them, Food Esports, get back into this game. You've got to play a little bit safer. We talked about them taking low risk. That was a bit of a high-risk play in the bottom lane, and they paid with their lives. They're still in the, you know, the driver's seat, so to speak, but they got to be careful. They don't want to do this. Ryuga getting a little bit close. The Unbridled Outburst keeping him alive, but he's just trying to run for his life. Void, and it looks like they've got the mirror images, and Danny's going to be the first to fall, and Void somehow still alive. Ryuga, not as lucky. He's down. They're going to focus it in. They get Snape, and one makes him pay. Now they're going to push this top T3. No, they're going to wait for the next minion away.
Yep, that's a very painful loss because Snape and Ryoga are going to be taken out. Now that's going to be one major tank taken out and major magic damage taken out of the game as well. So you can see VK has recognized that, hey, this is the best time to get it started. They're going to start working on the Shadow Overlord. And at this point, let's take a look at the itemization. Oh, Burning Sun Arrow will not hit the mark at the correct timing just
they found
yet.
Optics. Oh, Optics was like, maybe I go for the steal, maybe not. Nonetheless, they're not able to do it. Mena will actually take the Overlord. So Vivo Keith Stars, again, are playing this objectively well, but the net worth lead pretty much dwindled at this point. It's a bit of a coin flip at this point.
Yep, and take a look at the growth of the items onto Sacer here, already with the 3 components here, which is going to be a Doomsday, Crimson Reaper, as well as the Eternity Blade. That's going to be a huge chunk of damage, and all of this without taking damage from the side of Food Esports.
I mean, if they can get away with it, they will, and they're trying to take as much as possible. Oh, they find Void, who flashes, he dashes over the wall with the whatever, and Danny thought about going in. Who's going to take the Azure? I'm not sure who took it in the end.
Danny just got it, so at this point, it's another resource taken away, and with the Shadow Vanguards marching down, it's not a pretty situation to be in. For
the they're going to go in the boat! It connects, and they blow up Lost. They saw him just a sliver, a little too far, and they literally sent the boat and the house on him. And Ryuga now has to just kind of keep them alive, but they've taken the top T3 and Lost down for 30 seconds. This is an eternity at this point.
Yep, they have to stem the bleeding. VKS already having a monstrous lead. Food Esports, they need to figure something out and they need it quick.
They need to figure things out. They just need to hold. They need to deal with the minions. This Drake is pushing. The boat is going to be backed up just to kind of, you know, showcase that amazing skin. And he's going to back off. But look into the bottom lane. The image, Atix thought about a 1 versus 1, but he's going to be killed as his friends come in. Sacer just doing so much damage. Mena gets the kill onto Snape as well. And it looks like all 5 members. The Drake is here. This is the one last hurrah. Are they able to hold the Unbridled Outburst, pushing him back, buying a little bit of space? But now he's all the way from the front and he's being focused. He doesn't get killed. Sacer will take that one. And it looks like they want more. They're going to take Niap is going to go down. Lost finally gets his kill, but he falls as well. But they're going to take the base and Vivo Keith Stars take games.
Vivo Keith Stars, VKS just ahead of the competition at this point, winning the games 2-0. And at this point, I think it is just monumental for the side of VKS. They stem themselves as the king of the group, as well as king of Brazil. Now, I'm gonna have to throw it over to Choo Choo. We wanna know more about how these Brazilian teams feel. And of course, with that being said, big props to Foot Esports. They did a valiant effort. They did their best, right? So tomorrow's games, more for the guts and glories to really show that they do have some potential in the team. And we will take a look at Choo Choo. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Cousins. What an exhilarating match it was just now. What a matchup between Vivo Kids Stars. And we have our winners here on stage live with me. But before we starting off the question, I want to thank the Brazilian community and also my colleague Samiri Osman actually sharing out the question coming up from the Brazilian community themselves because they love you guys so much. Now the first question will be coming out from One. Can we pass the mic to One? Yeah, thank you so much. One, you weren't kidding yesterday when you talked about you will steal a lot from the other teams. You stole it again in game number 1 for the Tyrant and Overlord. Now, when it comes to the next team do you want to steal from, which team will it be and what do you want to say to them?
Você roubou Tyrant e Overlord hoje, né? E eles querem saber, para a próxima partida aqui, de que time você quer roubar? O que você quer dizer para eles?
Acho que eu queria muito roubar um dragão da Lux, porque Brasil, né? Brasil contra Brasil ia ser muito engraçado eu acabar roubando um dragão do ABH.
He would love to steal a dragon from Loops. It would be lovely also to take one from VH.
That's your brother, man. What's wrong with you? Okay, for the next one, we have to give it to the side of, well, we have, I think I want to ask Dani as well, but we're going to start off with Seicha. Why Seicha? Did I pronounce that right? Seicha? Seicha? How do you pronounce the name? Sassy. It's Sassy, guys. Sassy. Not Seicha, it's Sassy, okay? Okay, Sassy, right? Okay, Sassy. Now, we do know when it comes to you playing marksman, you're super aggressive. A lot of ultra kills always. What happened in game number 1? Why weren't you that aggressive in game number 1?
Sempre bem agressivo, né? Tem muito ultra kill, tudo isso. O que aconteceu na primeira partida que não teve muito disso? Mudar a estratégia?
Eu acho que a primeira partida não teve tanto porque era uma comp que não era muito pra frente, igual a segunda foi. A Arla é bem mais agressiva do que a Lady Sun, é um boneco que vai pra frente, faz play. Então acho que o primeiro jogo era mais farmar, escalar e chegar num ponto que nós ganhava. Já o de Arla nós só amassou e foi pra frente.
I think the first team was a little different than usual because we were trying to probe the ground to see what they were going to be doing. That's why we gradually moved forward and only towards the end we really pushed all the way.
So they're warming up to the game. Last but not least, I have the question for Danny. The mic? Yeah. Okay, Danny, you're known. Your signature hero is Hino. When Hino was being banned, how do you feel about that?
Sempre usou Hino, né? O que aconteceu quando baniram aí? Como que se sentiu?
Sinceramente, era um pique que eu já esperava que seria banido. Eu nem achei que ia passar no primeiro jogo, mas já que passou, a gente aproveitou, executou o pique com muita eficiência, conseguiu basicamente não deixar o jungle inimigo jogar. E na segunda partida, quando a gente foi lá no backstage conversar, a gente já sabia que seria um ban, então a gente teria que focar em outros campeões.
Well, I knew sooner or later he was going to get banned, so we needed to adapt. I was very happy when I could use it on the first match, so I went all the way, and you saw how it worked out. On the second one, where they banned, of course, we had to adapt and move forward.
That's quite a mindset there coming up from Danny. And Danny, as the captain of Vivo Kids Stars and representing Vivo Kids Stars, as a shout out for your fans out there that's supporting you from the Brazilian region all the way.
Mensagem para todos os fãs que estão apoiando todos vocês.
Bom, eu queria agradecer por todo o apoio aí que vocês estão dando pra gente, todas as mensagens, né? As watch parties no Brasil que está acompanhando a transmissão oficial. A gente sabe que no Brasil agora é um fuso horário difícil, lá é basicamente de madrugada, mas todos os fãs estão acordando, estão mandando mensagem de apoio, estão assistindo os jogos, então eu fico muito feliz com isso e ainda mais feliz que a gente conseguiu a vaga para os playoffs, a vaga para a Copa do Mundo de Esportes e... Claro, os dois times brasileiros, então a região está bem contente com isso. E eu só tenho a agradecer.
We're of course very proud to be representing Brazil and we want to thank all our fans for supporting us. Even though the time zone is not particularly good, it's really early right now in Brazil. We are really happy that we managed to move forward and the results that we've been achieving here.
How do you say I love you in Brazilian? Eu te amo? Uchiamor? Uchiamor, Brazil! And that's gonna be Vivo against us, guys. We're gonna toss it back to the Gazas for more games to go. Thank you so much.
Fortiamo. I'm probably saying that wrong, but nonetheless, I think Vivo Kid Stars really showed up, right? That's what you want, representing Brazil here and just showing how strong of of a country they are, how their meta, their region, everything about them. They're playing on a next level. But Kin, your thoughts on that one?
I think it's a very nice ending to Group A, right? Because they've kind of sealed the fates for everyone from Group A to Group C. And of course, this leads us to the last group of the day. But before we go into that, we will run through the statistics of the game itself and look at how the game was like in terms of information, right? And we'll transform that into a story for you. Now, how do you feel VKS stands against their opponents?
Sorry, say that again?
How does VKS stand against their opponents? Well, it doesn't matter for now. We're going to just run through the state of the game that just ended. At this point, I think there was a massive amount of damage. Actually, I want to take a look at Snape instead, right? So Foot Esports, Snape did a very good job. Void Staff, Scepter Reverberation, as well as Savant's Wrath. There was quite a lot of damage that came down from this Xiao Qiao, and I think that changed the fights for a little bit against VKS in the later parts of the game. And more importantly, I think Artix did a very good job of trying to get the additional burst as well. Froscar embraced, and interestingly, he went for the Doomsday. He was expecting to be able to land a couple more hits to make that health percentage damage make more sense. And of course, Pure Sky to reduce the damage he was taking against VKS. But for VKS, very, very painful lineup. Every single time they try on the side of Foot Esports, they were met with the Destructive Deluge. And to make matters worse, Frozen Breath, Twilight Stream, as well as the Mask of Agony onto 1. That was a lot of percentage damage as well, and burst potential coming out from this Lady Zhen.
Yeah, a lot of damage there. And I think one thing that Vivo Kid Stars were like, hey, we're going to make sure that Lost has a bad game. They were focusing him throughout. I mean, he did die 6 times. He got caught out a couple times, but generally speaking, he didn't really get a real good chance to shine, especially from the laning phase, where Ryu kind of left him a little bit open early, right? And so Caesar was able to style on him. I mean, he had the mobility, he had the damage. He just had pretty much everything that you want. And I mean, it was a tough game for Lost to get anything going.
Yeah, and you can tell, right, by the teamfight rate, he tried his best. He tried his best to farm around the map, but every single instance, every single angle he tried, he always got founded out by the likes of VKS. And unfortunately for him, that was a pretty scary game for him to take part in. Right, and you can see later in the graph itself, I'm pretty sure it's going to be like a golf club, right? So we will see a very sharp increment towards the end of the game. Maybe a slight drop at the moment where Snape and the rest of the teammates on the side of Foot Esports took a win in the team fights right as the tier 3 was taken down on the bot lane.
All right, and if we're looking at these stats, I mean, some of the ones that kind of stick out to me is the damage dealt by 1 and Sacer. I mean, Sacer we knew was going to do a lot of damage, but 1 did more. But you know, the golf club, this is I would say a broken golf club. This is actually one of my golf clubs. When I I hit such a terrible shot that I break my golf club in half. This is what it is, because this is what it was kind of back and forth. Foot Esports kind of they put up a good fight. Obviously, they had some dips and dives, so to speak, in terms of getting in there. Food Esports did have a chance to get back in, and that's kind of what you see at probably about the 10-minute mark. But, Vivo Kid Stars just understanding how to close out the game.
Exactly, and now let's take a look at the MVP of the game. Once again, this is a spicy one. It's going to be the Arlie, this time played by Y Caesar. And of course, props to this guy. He made life so difficult, consistently diving into the backlines and making full use of his mobility, even using that Maple Dance to cancel out so many ultimates coming in from the side of Foot Esports. I mean, if you're looking to have a reference to how you should play Arlie, take a look at his gameplay.
Yeah, he was everywhere. I mean, he got farm. He was, feeding off of Lost, the Huyi. But the 10-1 and 5, that's exactly what you want, right, from your farm laner. He was able to do everything, and he did it in style. He would just, Michael Jackson, moonwalk away from you. He was doing everything. He was just very, very, very well played there. let's talk a little bit about the highlights here. Like, what kind of sticks out, or was there a specific fight that you're like, hey, this is actually the tipping point?
I think at the end of the day, the first blood mattered quite a bit, right? And at this point, it was immediately evened out by the side of VKS. And even though there was slight leads taken by the side of Foot Esports, somehow they always managed to find an entry point back into the fight itself. And this is one of the prime examples, right? They always make positive trades. It doesn't matter if you get a kill on the side of VKS. VKS always out-trades you. They make it a positive trade. So what if you take my members? I will take more important members on your side.
Well, it makes a lot of sense. It was tough, right? But it's one of those things where, okay, now teams are scouting out to go feed, especially as we go into the knockout stage. What is it about them? What are the weaknesses that I can do potentially when I'm facing up against them in the future?
I think VKS, one of the things you have to look out for is sometimes they overdive a particular team fight, right? We have seen that instance right a few seconds before, and at this instance, actually there were moments where I think Foot Esports had the potential to come back, but it's just unfortunate because Snake wasn't in the correct position to capitalize off and get the Meteor Storm right at the right moments itself. She couldn't survive the onslaught that was offered by VK. So maybe teams can take a look at that.
Okay, that'll be interesting. Let's check out the group standings here. We just saw Group A, both of Team Vitality as well as Vivo Kid Stars, who just had that victory, coming out on top. It looks like they've kind of moved on. I think that they're probably going to secure it, even if they lost in tomorrow's games. I think that they'll be fine. Group B, we know that Loops and All Gamers Global have moved on. So very interesting day. We've kind of set things up. We know who's going to be in the top 8. So tomorrow, if anything, might be a day of some of these teams really testing out maybe some janky strats. Your thoughts?
I think it could be a strategy play for a lot of these teams, right? Because the way that they will be matched up also depends on the position they take in the group stages, right? So first place might go up against the first place of the other groups and stuff like that. So depending on how they want to play their cards, I'm not saying that they will look to have an easy game with other people as well. But the thing is, it could be a strategic play. I would expect maybe experimentation with a more important thing. I don't think they want to show the cards they have on hand, right? That would be a very risky thing to do, unless you are so confident, so powerful. Example like Malaysia's LGD. That could be a spicy one, right? In the knockout stages, I'm expecting a lot from these teams, and right now, I think this is a prime time for them to re-lock in the positions that they want to be going into the knockout stages.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting going into that one. I think tomorrow will be interesting in its own right. I think that it's going to be a very interesting game. But what another interesting thing is going to be, of course, the upcoming match, RRQ versus Impunity. That one's going to be coming up. It's pretty much winner moves on, loser goes home. So much pressure, so much at stake. We'll talk again a little bit more about that one coming up, as that's going to be the final match of the day. But Kin, like, what are your thoughts going into this matchup?
Well, I think it's going to be very interesting to see how their stress levels are going to be, because this is fate at stake, right? But another thing I want you to take control of is that today is actually the 1st of July, right? So tomorrow we have Yao. He's going to be released, available tomorrow, the Shining Star, Ting's little brother as well. If you're unfamiliar with him, I'm very sure you can go and research what kind of skills he offers to you in the Hero's Gorge, and maybe he will be responsible for getting you those stars in your ranked games as well. Now, going back into the game, being a Shining Star, right? I think we have certain star players in both of the teams on the side of RRQ as well as Impunity, but I think following on to the interviews they have given, right, it looks like RRQ have some strats for Impunity. So what do you think about it?
No, I think all the teams have kind of been doing their research, right? They need to ensure that they do it. I don't think we've seen RRQ play, so we're going to see that one. I'm super excited to see them. I've seen them in some of the show matches. But first, let's take a break, and then we'll see them right after.
Our group is 4 teams. I think they're strong, but I think we're stronger.
We did some mistakes, but we will work on it and be better.
One small mistake leads us to defeat.
We can win every team if we play our draft and if we don't do mistakes.
我觉得我们能很顺利的成为小组第一。
Okay, teams, let's do our best, and we will see you there.
我也希望能够把开根抓带上更大的舞台。
Match nanti lawan Isurus, kami sih udah ada persiapan dari draft. Lalu kan kemarin juga Isurus ada bermain melawan tim Secret. Kami juga udah nonton permainannya dan kami rasa kami bisa sih lawan mereka. Kagendra, yo sé que ustedes les tienen miedo a Team Secret, mas nosotros le tienen que tener más porque hoy ellos sangraron mucho.
不管是对手是谁，做好自己，去赢下每一场比赛。
Öncelikle şöyle herhangi bir çekindiğim veya korktuğum takım bulunmuyor turnuvada.
在抽签下来之后，3个队伍可能都在我们上面一点点，但是经过一段时间的调整，我不敢保证肯定会赢，但是会是2场精彩的 BO3 吧。
VK changed bot lane. They were playing with other 2 players in S1. So I think we have a little bit advantage on the bot lane.
Having that dream come true is very amazing.
Vocês vão conhecer os reis do Ocidente.
Weekend, 我们的目标就是胜利。
打 RQ 对我们来说没有什么压力，
有很大的信心。
我们很早就在研究他们了，因为他们也是我们的重点的对手。我们确实会有比较特别的战术。
Hati-hati saja. Hari ini kami tidak menunjukkan apa-apa karena akan memberikan surprise kepada Infinity.
Saya percaya diri bersama tim RRQ.
你们不用太在意输赢，知道吧？你们自然而然就输了。我们会拿出全部状态。
Fiercely battled for a power that granted them life, but cursed them with ruin. Wait! Oh, no, this story is too cliche. Maybe we can find inspiration from other stories. Hey, that might work. Got it. Oh. This story is adventurous, but lacks excitement. How about this one? This is too much. It needs more fun. How about this? Like the thrust of a spear in battle. No one can tell my story but me!
I'm born to stay, ay. It's in my chest and my bonus play. Can't be late, won't hesitate. What do you say? Grace to find my face, scars to find my skin. I can't convince them, keep please, I'm enlisted, I'm the one. H-to-the-E-R-G, doing it for real, I found my dog. From the ashes, I go the game. Flow with a rumble, make them crumble, make them run. Baby, it's go time. Knock me down, how I rise. An inspiration, I know I'm the one who will buzz them up, nobody gon' do it. Facing our peers, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best, and we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, it's why I'm gon' lose it. I got a trophies on this boom and illuminate. I got you. Another day, another win. You got the power to turn around. Ain't got a champion, get me back. Calling out for the game. This all so high. Won't you yell out my name when I sing a song of fire?
This is my story. A story of honor. A story of bravery. A story of heroes.
You want to be strong? Learn from the pro now. When you're attacking a tower, you might accidentally target an enemy. Or when attempting a tower dive, you end up targeting the tower and minions instead. Professional players execute such impressive moves effortlessly. While you may feel overwhelmed and get killed by the tower, your control settings might be holding you back. Change the recommended basic controls to advanced. This activates extra basic attack buttons for minions and towers. Turn on show enemy avatars to accurately select the enemy's avatar for the kill and better assess vision exposure. Give it a try and play as smoothly as a pro, easily crushing the enemy faction. Learn from the pro. Learn more from Honor of Kings Global Esports.
All I need is a target.
Right now, Danny going in the lead.
Well, hunted by Fang. Fang doing the time damage from Danny as well, taking down the win sheet as well. Niap is looking.
We did some mistakes, but we will work on it and be better. We can win every team if.
All right, welcome back. It is the third day of the group stage for our Honor of Kings Invitational Season 2, and we are left with the final two of the day, the two professional teams RRQ as well as Impunity. Now, we're looking for them to give us a good result, right? Because this is the fate decider. Whoever wins will move on to the top 8, which means they qualify for the Esports World Cup. Holla, how are you feeling about this?
I'm feeling good. I feel I would feel much better though if I was able to play my games on the Infinix GT 20 Pro, like all the other professional players here at HOK Season 2 Invitationals. Of course, if you'd like to find out more, you can check out the Infinix official website. Make sure you do check it out. And of course, those phones are amazing. But going into this series though, I think it would give me a much better chance if I were to be playing in my ranked games. But Impunity, RRQ, your thoughts on this series?
I mean, based on this, I think it's pretty even at this point. So they have equal chances, right? And this is an equal chance, of course, to qualify for the Esports World Cup. That's what we've been talking about the entire day. Of course, this is a big shout out to Esports World Cup for being our partners as well. Join us as we pit the top 8 teams out here into Riyadh on the July segment here. In the month of July, we will see who else will make it one step closer towards lifting the trophy. And with that being said, we'll have the day started with RRQ. This is going to be fielded by Nightmare, by 663, Tia, as well as Jester F. Now, what are your thoughts about this RRQ lineup, man?
No, I think that we still have yet to see them in the tournament thus far, right? We've seen some of the show matches. We know that this team can play. Indonesia has some great teams. RRQ is one of those titans. But let's talk a little bit about Impunity here. This is a team from Myanmar. We have Asing, we have Black, we have X-Hero, we have Xiaolin, and we have Megumi here, which is, a very formidable team in and of itself. I'm expecting to see fireworks in this game, especially since Impunity needs to bounce back after that 0-2 against LGD yesterday.
Yep, and do not be, blinded by the results of that game itself. Impunity Esports is a really strong team, as well as the RRQ boys. So I'm expecting a very even matchup going into the games. And, at this point, I'm really undecided. Who is going to have the edge over another? This will probably be decided in the drafting phase.
Yeah, well, I don't want to get the cart ahead of the horse. I do feel like the draft is very, very important. Obviously, you want to give your team as much of an edge with, counter picks and all of that. So, yes, I do see that. But I don't think it's the end-all, be-all, right? I think going into this one, you're going to see two heavily matched teams or two evenly matched teams go up against this. They're both going to want this one, especially since the loser does go home on this. But for me, in my heart, I would have to go with RRQ. From what I've seen of them in the past, this is a team that's still, while they're not I would say top tier as of yet, I've seen a lot of growth from this team, and they have the potential, right? Not to undermine or to kind of undersell what Impunity can do. I do feel like in this one, there's a bit of an edge, at least for me, for RRQ.
Yeah, I feel so too. This is a series of realization, right? Who's going to realize their potential? And right off the bat, we're going to have RRQ pick up the Tun here. And this is a very scary start to the draft because Tun, as we all know, one of the best tanks in the game. And with the current patches and all that, they're going to ban out the Arlie because Arlie has been recently buffed. And, with the gameplay we have seen from the various players that picked up Arlie into the series, we know Arlie is a problem to deal with. And very gladly so, on the side of RRQ, they have taken this hero out of the pool.
Okay, they've picked up Impunity, though. In response, though, they first pick Marco Polo and Dahlia. The back-to-back combination, providing a little bit of I would say, security. You have the ode potential, a save for Marco Polo. But is it too risky? Because it looks like RRQ are like, hey, all right, you're going to go squishy, we're going to go Lady Soon, and we're going to go by, and we're just going to run at you and just blow you up. Is that the right response?
Well, I think it really comes down to how the farm lane is going to play, right? So this is really a test of Xiaolin's individual skill because, yes, technically the Lady Sun does outrange him in fights, but the thing is Marco Polo with the roaming gun will be able to reposition himself. And if he plays his cards right, makes the right decisions at the right points, he could kind of flip the script onto the Lady Sun as well.
Okay. I mean, for me, I always feel like the Marco Polo has not really been able to shine as much. It needs a little bit of time to really get going. And Lady Soon, same problem, right? Obviously, they're both farm laners in that sense. But I feel like a potential outplay is quite high on this Lady Soon. It's somewhat, I would say, not consistent, but it's done better, at least in this tournament itself.
Yeah, so if we take a look at the style of play, right? The moment you have a Guan Yu, right? A lot of attention is going to be placed on this this hero because he is actually quite easy to stop if he doesn't take Purify under his common spells. So at this point, I think they need to have something like Haynor, which is going to be banned out unfortunately. So they need someone who is able to capture the attention on the side of RRQ so that the Guan Yu can really go to work, not just in the clash lane but across the map as well.
Yeah. You're going to have a potential, but the Yuhan picked up here. Okay. I think that it kind of rounds out the draft a little bit more for me. I kind of like this pickup here. But Yuhan.
Yeah. And of course, they're going to ban out the Nerta. We've already seen Nerta in one of these days, I believe at the start of this day as well. Nerta is one of the, actually quite tanky, but more importantly, it's the true damage that he allows. And he can be played in the jungle as well. So that's a pretty smart ban from the side of RRQ, because that definitely is going to be an attention grabber against the likes of RRQ. Now, flip side, they will complete the ban on Ming as well as the Ma Yin. And for good reason as well. Ma Yin will have instant access, very easy at stopping the Guan Yu from hitting his strides. And more importantly, the Ming is meant to stop the growth of the farm lane, which is going to be Lady Sun, because with the buff from Ming, there is increased attack speed, increased movement speed, and the damage he offers as well, it could be quite detrimental to the side of Impunity.
Yeah, it could be a bit of a problem here, but the Mo's pick up, and then the Dharma, just a little bit more frontlining or control, so to speak, from the Moza. Impunity are going to probably want to stay at range as much as possible, let Guan Yi kind of create a little bit of space or bring back whomever he can kind of maybe catch out. So you have that potential, but now the Lady Zhon picked up by Impunity. My only concern with this lineup is it's kind of on the squishier side.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yes, they do have the iframes from the Yu Yuan melody, right? But I don't know. It really comes down. I think Impunity now they're taking a huge risk, but it is a risk that's necessary, right? If they can win in the mechanical skills, they can outplay them in the map. I think Impunity stand a pretty good chance because when Guan Yu has the lead, when Yu Yuan has the lead, when the Marco Polo has the lead, it's a difficult game for RRQ.
Okay. All right, let's check out the lineup. Who's going to be on which hero here? RRQ Impunity. Okay, which lineup is just like way easier to play?
I think it's easier for RRQ to execute their draft at this point, right? Because there's a lot of repositioning, a lot of making sure you catch your skills at the correct timing for Impunity. That is of major importance. So that's why I say they're taking a huge risk. But this huge risk also has huge rewards as well. It really comes down to how they manage the laning phase.
All right, well, this is going to be the fourth matchup of the day. And of course, the winner will move on into the knockout stage. The loser will go home, unfortunately. So a lot at stake at this point. I think this game one is going to be super important for both teams to kind of dictate the pace, put a little bit of pressure on the enemy team. But as I say, this one, RRQ Impunity kind of starting things out a little bit of, taking a little bit of damage on the top lane.
Yep, and right off the bat, you can see RRQ already making waves about the advantage they want to steal here. And this is going to be in the form of the ball camp here. Already successfully taken, this time by Jester.
Megumi taking a lot of damage. Jia throws out the grenade and did a little bit of damage there. Oh, excuse me, the missile from the rolling raid. But okay, RRQ here, 663 Mai, looking to just kind of launch up X-Hero, doing a little bit of damage, and we'll look to make a rotate. But Mai, we haven't seen we haven't seen the best plays today on the Mai. What is it about it? Okay, as I said, this Megumi goes down. Yeah, we'll take first blood.
Yep, this is going to be a good start for RRQ, and this is all of different strategies that RRQ have displayed, right? So number one, the River Camp, now with the level advantage, he's able to deal consistent damage against X-Hero. This is why Black is coming in. Maybe he will be able to trade the kill here. Will not be able to do it. Oh no. It's a missed opportunity for the IMP here, Impunity.
Yeah, so close. The flowing Sai is going to connect onto him. He's going to do a little bit of damage to 663. Does need to be careful. Picked up the Dew as well, and he will recall back to safety and just kind of heal back up. But this is a little bit of an opening now. Impunity realized that, hey, 663's low, does need to go back. So what can we take from the enemy jungle? And it looks like it's not too much, to be honest.
Well, at this point, Impunity needs to make something else happen, because if you take a look at the bot lane, right, for farm lane, it's a bit difficult for the Marco Polo to play. Right now, he's trying to use Dolia as the human shield to kind of suck in, the damage that's being offered by Xia. But in the meantime, that actually allowed the first blood to be taken by RRQ.
Okay, and RRQ will happily take that with their 1k net worth lead. They'll continue to just kind of farm, push out the lanes. But the Ajing right now kind of hiding in the mid lane a bit. A little bit different to how Vivo Key was playing it.
Yep, but now we're going to take a look at Dharma here. Holla, why don't you help explain what the combination is for Dharma?
Okay. Dharma has 3 mantras: Formlessness, Enlightenment, and Truth. Formlessness is like his charge. Enlightenment is like I would say 100 fists being thrown at you, and of course truth is like a knockout blow, right? So when you start out with Dharma, you want to start off with the ult, which is the truth, and knocking them back. Then you go into enlightenment, where you just kind of line them up with all the fists, and of course formlessness to charge in one last time, and then the truth to kind of clean things up. So if you've got the wall, you got the knock up, just a lot of potential damage that you could do. You could just pretty much burst them down, and that's what people really like with the Dharma.
Yep, so that's a huge skill to have, a huge combination to put down, and of course, one of the things you can use to counter this is actually the Purify. This is going to remove all the buffs and crowd control effects, except suppression like the Dongwang ultimate, right? Forsaken Contract will not be able to be purified out of. And this is going to give you extended crowd control immunity for the next 1.5 seconds as well. In the meantime, it looks like RRQ, they're trying to force things around the map as well.
Does Purify cure COVID?
I sure hope so, because right now it's going to be damage taken in. Jia's the first victim of it.
And coming in, they'll do the drive-by, and they kill X0, and it looks like they get something in return with Jester going down as well.
Yep, so this rotation by X0 has been super potent, right? And that's the winning formula for them. Yes, you know, we're going to use Megumi as a Michiu, but for good reason, because she has a wave breaker as well, so she will be able to recover some health and some mana as well, helping to sustain your farm lane.
Farming it out. It's Impunity right now, which is kind of forcing the issue. Jia left alone, he's going to be kind of just farming what he can. And Xiaolin kind of just taking the enemy, or taking his own jungle, excuse me. So taking a little away from X0, it's more of like a prioritization of making sure that this Marco Polo gets as much farm as possible. But it's one of those things where they're prioritizing it as a team. But 663 taking a lot of damage. He's going to be focused by, still up in the front, Unruly Blade, and Jia gets killed in the bottom lane. Think inside the Fox and Jester F. He's going to go down as well, and Megumi will secure this one. Nice little rotation.
Yeah. It's starting to look a bit dicey for this side of RRQ. Impunity have finally hit the strides. Xiaolin looking like he is the monster of this game. Right off the bat, level 8 already, one level ahead of Jia.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough situation for Xiaolin, and that's actually what you want as a Marco Polo. They've been prioritizing farm, letting him go, but 663 does a lot of damage on the Haching. Looks like they're going to take the Tyrants, Impunity that is, so with that opening, with that kill, they'll take some of the objectives. And Jester, all he can do is kind of watch, throw out the cannonballs.
And, you know, the unfortunate news for the side of RRQ is I don't think this is possible to Xiaolin anymore, and here we go.
They're going to go for this one. Jia down for the count again. Oh, man, tough situation for Jia on this. You need the XP, you need the farm, and not having either. And now Impunity are making a rotation into the mid lane. Oh, the charge back. It looks like Nightmare and 663 will be fine. It looks like they're going to try to focus this mid T1, the flowing side, just bouncing around on the buy, taking a lot of damage. Oh, he gets charged
nice
back,
catch.
and he gets pushed back, but the nice launch up. X-Hero is actually going to be the first to fall, and Bai with the wind slash, the slam from downtown, and he'll do it.
Yep, exactly. Combined with the punches and the fans from 663, this is a tough situation because once again, Impunity, it looked like they had the lead, right? And suddenly RRQ bites back, and let's take a look at the group of the items itself. First and foremost, already with the sector reverberation on this mine, that's going to make a huge difference. And he's well more than half his way into the Savant's Rock as well.
They're going to take the Overlord here, uncontested. RRQ, I mean, the T1 top has been taken out. That's the other big piece of this puzzle, so to speak. But now Jester taking a lot of damage. Black is all in the front, but they have 4 members of Impunity just waiting in the bushes. Who's going to be sticking around? Who wants to kind of challenge Black? He's going to be trying to bait somebody, but Bai going in, the flowing side does connect. Does a decent amount of damage. Black dodges most of this. The rolling right forward onto this, and 663 is killed elsewhere. But now RRQ have taken the mid wave, and with 663 down, I think they need to play a little more defensively.
Yep, that's a little bit unfortunate, right, for the side of RRQ, and they still have, yep, that's it, that's the ultimate, right, Melody of Peace, but it's not going to be a peacemaker so far.
Yeah, nice cannon blast connecting onto 2. The backside Nightmare, he's going to go in, he gets the formlessness, Enlightenment just doing some work. He will fall, but Megumi's going to be killed first. And then nice little play, and Xiaolin turned this around, and no, he's not. And with that, Bai will take credit for this. It looks like it's a 4-for-2 favor RRQ.
Yep, RRQ get the kills, but they do lose a tier 2 in the midst of the process here, and it's pretty much even, I think, because there's decent map control now from the side of IMP, but RRQ, they are leading in terms of the gold, just a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit, but that's all you need, right? I think that any sort of slight advantage you can get, that'd be great. Oh, he went for the cheeky Peacebringer play, Jester that is. Missed it. Ajing will survive, deal with his Drake, push it back, maybe give it to X0 to farm, but Impunity right now, still a little bit behind. RRQ have done a good job of bouncing back in this game, giving their team a slight net worth lead.
Yeah, but everything hangs in the balance, right? Because at this point, both teams have the option and have the ability to kind of swing things in their favor. And Asing, I have to say, making RRQ work for that advantage, because the way he's juking off these skill shots has been phenomenal.
Yeah, he's good at dodging things. I would prefer it if he would kill things or push things around. And Asing has been, he's been all right. He hasn't had that too many opportunities, but sometimes it's a tough situation for him. But now RRQ need to stop the top lane, and it looks like they're going to go for a fight. They get Black, they burst him down, and Gia gets that farm, gets that kill, and they'll happily take that one. And now Impunity on the run.
Yep, they traded 4 ultimates for that at this point, so there is a potential for comeback play from the side of Impunity if they can find the opening angle.
Oh, the Ode looking to zone him.
Oh,
they
there we
charge
go.
in. Oh, they get the pushback, and Jia's gonna be the first to fall. Asing making plays. I feel like I called him out. He listened to me, and he's making plays just for me. What do you think? No?
Yeah, that's why he's called the general, right? Asing on this Guan Yu, showing everyone what it is and what it takes to be the general here. Going to complete the counter push as well, clearing the wave out. Asing, once he's done, he's gonna come back to the mid and try and force the pressure as well.
Yeah, you gotta be careful about where you're positioning. Especially, you don't want to be grouped up like that. Let Asing make those plays. He was just like, okay, you're gonna want to group up? We're just gonna push you all back. We're gonna take advantage of this. And now Impunity is just definitely in the lead right now, and it looks like they're gonna take the Tyrants almost uncontested. Megumi's in the front, providing any sort of vision, but their damage a little bit on the slow side, no?
Yeah, it is. But, you know, this is one of the closest games we've had so far. Oh, the attempted steal there. The Cannon Blast not going to work out for them at this point. But I think this could be a scary situation for the side of RRQ, because now the Chain Lightning is coming through. And with that, our dear Xiaoling has just completed his Frigid Charge as well as a Cloud Piercer. That's a lot of Pierce and a lot of health percentage damage coming down.
Yeah, that's a huge boost for them. And they're going to kind of take advantage of that net worth lead that they now have. They're going to continue to force the issue. Again, the T1 mid has been taken out, so Impunity sticking around thinking that RRQ are going to make a play for the Overlord, but RRQ realizing that something is astray, they're not going to commit for this as they push the bottom lane.
Yeah, that's right. They do have the Primal Bond, so I don't think it's a good idea at this point. But right now, it's just about sourcing for information, right? Once again, Asing being very sneaky about it.
Oh, they're diving. It looks like they're going to take the T2. They were trying to force it out. Black was all the way to the front. Asing is all the way in the backside. He's looking to go the long way around, maybe go for a flank. But he will be spotted out. I don't think RRQ going to overcommit for this one. Black will back things up. And Gnosis kind of slow things down.
Yeah, but it's a consistent pincer move, right? Look at where Asing is looking to be at.
Looks like they're going to take the Azure.
Here we go.
The Golem. Oh, but the backside does get the charge. Jia will get out. X0 down for the count. 663 will take credit. Jia kills Ajing as well, but 663 will fall. Black now on the run. It looks like it's going to be a 2-for-1 in favor of RRQ.
Yeah, it's a good one, and Xia survives. That's a huge win for the side of RRQ, and this could be the mark of a momentum swing once again.
Man, I love this skin, the Sun Din, or sorry, the Lady Sun. That's just awesome by Jia.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what makes it even better is the amount of plays she's able to make. You know, so far I think Jia has been pretty on the ball.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, the Overlord is going to be started here. Megumi and Shaolin are nearby. Are they able to get a steal? They've called the help. They put out the bat symbol, not able to get there in time. And the rest of Impunity, 3 members arrive late. Oh man, this is like any sort of party, a house party, and then people are coming late to your place. Just come on time, guys.
Yeah, it's difficult, right? Because at this point, like RRQ, they have pretty good control over the map, and the fact that they got so many kills in the first skirmish itself meant the countdown timers, death timers, did affect Impunity's gameplay. Let's take a look at how that went down. There was an attempted Razor Cavalry, but he got caught out. This is why you have so much control for the Guan Yu, and once Guan Yu is unable to make the plays for the team, you won't be able to be repositioned, and they took full advantage on the side of RRQ.
Definitely took advantage. But speaking of taking advantage, the Cannon Blast, okay. He's gonna, Black will just get back. He should be fine with the Unending Sorrow, but they're looking to turn this around. The flowing side does connect, but it looks like they're gonna back off. And Xing just dodging in and out. Oh, he's trying to dash away. He went back in, and Jia will get another kill, and that's a bit of an opening.
Yep, and this is pretty concerning because once Xing is rendered useless, I think the win con for the side of Impunity starts to fall pretty much all apart. And RRQ, you can see they feel the advantage as well. They're going to try and push and up the ante as well.
Yeah, they're going to force it. The Drake is going to be there, but I don't know if it's going to get in range. Okay, it does get in range, but they're not going to do a whole lot of damage. They'll take the bottom T2 instead. That's where the opening was. Gio will get credit for that one. And they're going to continue to push.
Oh my goodness. Look at that. Rolling Wave always outranges.
Oh, they're going in?
Get some free damage. Okay.
Oh, they're doing some damage. Megumi does have the O, pushes him back. Black, though, goes for 663. Here's the Resplendent Revolver. Does connect on Jelling. Did some damage, but it looks like they're going to back off at this point.
Right. It's still thievery in the first 14 minutes here coming out from RRQ. This could change imminently as Impunity looks to secure a better position for this take.
Yeah, Bai here will just kind of kite out the Tyrant. I don't know if this is a full-on commit here. Very risky. Oh no. Xing, he's on the run. He's trying to dash away, but he's being bounced around like a pinball. And Jiao with yet another kill. Here's the Ode. They're going to just kind of run away. And now this is the opening. RRQ have found something. And it looks like they're going to be continuing to chase after them. Bai will stick around and deal with the Tyrant.
Yep. Trying to make some trades there, you know, pushing out the mid lane as well, but I think this is a small win, right? A small consolation prize in comparison to what is being taken by RRQ. At this point, it's going to be the Tyrant, and this is a Shadow Tyrant, mind you. So now take a look at the growth of the items. We already have the Insatiable Tome, Void Staff, as well as the Savant's Wrath, and the Scepter of Reverberation. So 663, he's going to be a very important component of the team fights.
Yeah. He's going to have to, I mean, he's been on point thus far. He's done all right. I mean, 2-2-3. But he's been there when he needs to, like in terms of just getting those right initiations, forcing the issues. And there's a reason why, you know, RRQ are up 4K. The team is starting to gel. They're starting to play, and they're starting to hit good Cannon Blast like that. But they're going to take the top T2 as well.
Yeah, you know what's concerning? At this point, Xing, he actually has the Overlord Plate Mail, which is one of the highest HPs you can get in the game from an item. But still, he got melted down by RRQ. That shows you how scary RRQ's lineup is at this point. And with the lead they have, it's about 5,000 gold. It's quite a huge differential.
Yeah, it's a tough situation. I mean, if you have more HP, you think that you survive, but you're still not able to do much more. Like, the damage isn't, like, mitigated. It's more of like, oh, can I hopefully survive? And at that point, it's kind of like in the team fight, you need your team to just make sure they bring what you're lacking, which is like the damage and the control and all these other things, right?
Yeah, exactly. And one of the things that's really hard to play against is just the F, because with the Peacebringer, he's able to reposition himself, and every time he uses his skills, he gets a shield as well. So it's really hard to melt them down, but they're going to try.
They're going to try here. Jester misses the Cannon Blast, but they found Nightmare, who's getting slightly damaged. Yes, he does go down. Black will get credit for this one, but now they're looking to turn this around, and they might have gone too far, and 663 is down for the count as well. That's 2 for nothing, and now Impunity are looking to take the Overlord here, and yeah, that was a good fight for them.
Yeah, definitely so, and at this point they are looking to try and contest this, but is it too little too late at this point? It will be, because IMP Impunity take it with no resistance at all.
No resistance, and they're kind of forcing it. I mean, RRQ kind of on the back foot. They were being chased. They were a little out of position. It was very congested. There's too many walls and bushes and things, and just a tough situation. Not a good fight to do it, especially when you don't know where the enemy is and you can get caught out like that. So Impunity really taking advantage of this, and they came out the victors, so to speak, at least of that skirmish, as they get the Overload as well.
Yeah, but at this point, right? Okay, Bai, he may have taken a step too far.
The charge! Oh, Xing doesn't actually get the nice knock-up positioning. Xing still up in front. The Resplendent Revolver just being used more to just zone out. But it looks like Impunity are just going to take the enemy jungle instead.
Yep, they need to be very careful, right? Because once this Shadow Vanguard dies, it's going to swing into the momentum of RRQ, because that is a open lane of super minions. If they manage to clear this without dying, it's going to be great for them.
Yeah, if they can buy. Ooh, getting chunked down. He's going to be fine, though. He gets under tower. He's going to heal back up. The Drake is now here. The Cannon Blast just kind of just trying to fish for damage. And they're still up in front. They'll deal with the Drake, and it looks like that's going to be the end of it for RRQ, at least for the next wave.
Yep, so it's safety for now.
A little bit of work. The Cannon Blast connecting on the black. But they just hold. They deal with the Drakes. They don't need to overcommit, so to speak.
Yep, they script the
Hey, mind you, the bottom
tier 3.
Yeah. Actually, the bottom T3 bottom has been taken out. So they do have a little bit of push in that lane. So it's more of the mid and the top that they need to worry about.
Yeah, but at this point, you know, at the top lane as well, on the side of RQ, they have successfully taken the tier 3 from them. So Impunity, I think it's pretty much even in terms of how the map works for them. Now it's really about finding the pickoffs, right? Can they get the important members? I feel if they manage to get Asing, it could change the fight pretty much in favor of RQ.
Yeah, and RRQ kind of playing a little bit more timid. I don't know if this is just like the norm for them, but they're not really like overextending. They're not showing themselves on the map, which is smart, don't get me wrong, but I think that they're also playing almost on the the defensive scared side.
Feels like a little bit risk at first. They don't know where Asing is, and they're gonna try and see whether he's there. He does not show very good understanding. They don't know what's happening here. Vision obscured.
Vision obscured. Megumi still up in front. Ashing just kind of providing a little bit of a push in the bottom lane, dealing with those minions. Xiaolin waiting in the bushes for somebody to come after him. And it looks like Impunity will just kind of walk out unscathed. Oh, Cannon Blast connecting on the black. The Ode push back. Oh, they're looking to turn this around. Nice 3-man knockup though. Black, though, he's looking to go. Bai still up in front. The 2-man knockup in return. Bai continuing to fight. He's been knocked up yet again. Bai so low. He's got his shield. He's going to continue and he's looking to turn this around, and he does get Black. They get the kill, and now they want to go for Xiaolin. They're going to focus this in, but RRQ just get a 1-for-0, and it looks like they're going to retreat. It's just a little bit low.
But that was huge. Did you see the recovery on Bai? My goodness, the amount of recovery he did was insane. He bought so much time for the side of RRQ. They literally had turned that fight around.
You were talking about the power of this Doom, right? He has so much sustain, and like the shields and everything is just kind of keeping him alive. But his positioning was good. He was still in the heart of the enemy team, so you had to deal with it. So, you know, RRQ really playing their heroes correctly.
Yeah, exactly. So when you have Bai in the middle of 5 members on the side of Impunity, that Gale's Benediction suddenly looks like such a godlike move.
It's quite good at that point, right? But again, it's like, are you able to get in the right position and somehow survive, which he was able to do, but then also have your team to kind of back you up so that you get something out of it, and RRQ taking a really good team fight there. Now this is looking to turn into more than that, of just a single kill, but now RRQ looking to maybe get the jump. They get the Cannon Blast, the Unruly Blade. He's going to go untargetable just for now, the Unending Sorrow that is, and now they're going to focus on this Tyrant instead.
Yep, there's a lot of space for the side of RRQ. Nobody's coming to contest just yet. Megumi gives them vision. They know that it's an attempt, but it's going to be thwarted by the support. So Megumi doing a very good job of pushing them away.
Pushing them away, but Bai sees it in return. The Tyrant again is about 60% life or so. He will go back into his home. Now Impunity are going to use the Resplendent Revolver. Things are very precarious. Nobody wants to get out of position. Ajing is actually playing a little bit safer too. He's played a little bit more reserved ever since he died a couple times early. But now 663, he's been launched up. The Resplendent Revolver, the Unruly Blade back from Bai. And they're just kind of fishing around while this Tyrant just goes back into his home.
Yep, it's not ideal for RRQ because right now they're able to match up the lanes as well, so they can clean up the super minions on the side of Impunity, and it is for Impunity to have to send someone so far away on the opposing lane.
Yeah, one thing to note is that Impunity, they know that 663 is in the top lane. They had a numbers advantage. They didn't take advantage of it, as it looks like 663 is making a beeline for this. But it was a temporary moment where they had a numbers advantage. They didn't take advantage.
Well, it is a risk, right? We don't want to have the risk. We love high risk, high reward, but at this point, I think the risk is a little too high for either team.
All All right, as a spectator, I want high risk, high reward. Okay.
Yeah, me too. But we'll see. So right now, Overlord's plate mail as well, completed. There is a bit of shielding coming out. This is going to come to Frigid Charge. Not just
Yeah,
yet.
663, top lane. He was spotted. He was spotted out there, so that's why they kind of got the green light and they're trying to go. But now they're not actually committing for this. Okay, I thought there was going to be a bit of a team fight.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's a tug of war, right? A tug of war for positioning, tug of war for an advantage between Impunity and RRQ. Nobody is letting up just yet, but it might all end in an instant if the Tempest Dragon falls below less than half his health.
Ashing needs to make his way back to the Tyrant right now. He's going to look to go for the flank. Especially, oh, no, he's not going to commit for this one. Black getting a little bit low, doesn't he? Be careful. They're going to go for this one now. And it looks like Nightmare getting so low. He's going to be whittled, but that's going to be life number 1. The second life from, looks like 663 as well. And they're turning this around, and Nightmare's down for the counts. They've got the damage. And Bai all the way in the front lines. Shaolin, though, he does get the kill. Megumi is down, and Jiao will get credit for this one, but he falls as well. And 663 and Bai, the only 2 alive from RRQ. They're continuing to fight the Unruly Blade. Bai continuing to go. And it looks like Bai will kill Black, but the top lane is open. 663 is here. He's going to look to defend. He needs to deal with the minion wave. Ashing is here. Splendid Revolver. Life number 1 for Ashing. He's going to be down. Bai continuing to stick around. He charges him into the base. Might have gone the wrong way. 663 getting a little bit low. Ashing just trying to provide cover for Xiaolin to do the damage. He's trying to force it, but now Xiaolin, without the minions, they're going to have to back off. They take the mid T3, and they just limp away.
But it's still a huge win at this point. Impunity definitely have the advantage. And right now, there's going to be 2 lanes of Super Minions and RRQ. I think they might struggle to contest for this Tempest Dragon. Yes, they are all up at this point, but Black is going to be out in the matter of 9 seconds. So once again, we're going to have the tug of war at the Tempest Dragon pit.
I love the fact that Impunity is down in terms of net worth, but they're playing this well objectively, right? They've taken the T3 mid and top, that you have that opening, and then this is how you want to win games. It's not always about the net worth and kills. It's about playing smart. And Impunity have done a great job thus far. Pretty much are in a position to win. It's just if RRQ makes the next mistake, it's pretty much game over.
Exactly. I mean, Starbreaker already equipped on Ashing as well, so he's going to have a lot of armor pierce. Now, the big thing here is, I think in the previous fight, if you notice, Ashing wasn't stopped by any of the members on the side of RRQ. There wasn't even any delay. So that allowed them to really have advantage in the fight. And as it stands now, Impunity once again have the advantage because they are able to maneuver around the Super Minions. Oh, Ashing. Oh, guys here.
He's getting bursted, trying to charge away. He's immune for now, but he gets sideswiped. Bai is going to take credit for this one. And they got an opening. They've got Megumi. They're forcing him down, and Bai will get credit for this one as well. And think inside the box is going to be a little off the mark, but they killed Jester. X-Hero will get credit for this one. And it looks like they've got 3 members down from Impunity, and RRQ are back in the driver's seat.
Yep, exactly. And at this point, RRQ, they need to make sure they are able to push up the waves, increase the pressure of that Super Minion lane. And maybe, if things don't work out, at least they have the security of going for the Tempest Dragon.
They have a chance. Nightmare, very low, playing a little risky. He's going to come back with his life, but it looks like they're going to focus the base. Bai is trying to take it out, and they do take it. And it looks like RRQ are going to take game 1 after a nail bite.
Yep, oh, jitters for RRQ. The boys from Indonesia have done it. This is going to be an advantage for them. They are one step closer towards the Esports World Cup placement. Now, all they need to do is to close the game out in the next series. But before we go to that, let's take a look at the gameplay. Let's take a look at the items. This is going to be something for the conversation for sure, because I think Impunity, they were so close. They really were so close.
I mean, both T3 mid and the top down, there was that opening, there was that push, but they ran out of minions, right? It was that hold that 663 had, and just being able to hold that down, I mean, it was super close. They had an opportunity. They were almost able to capitalize. But again, it's one of those, it's like a game of inches, so to speak, and just not being able to close that one out very close. But this is what we wanted, right? We wanted the close series, and RRQ really came back in that game.
And it really was the Tun that kind of saved the day for them, because at that point, I think right before that last engagement, when they were defending the base, nobody could stop the Tun because number one, his recovery was so high, they couldn't get the kill on him. At the same time, they couldn't stop his TP. He was allowed to walk back into the base. And with the Unruly Blade, right, that repositioning, they managed to not just cut the wave out, they managed to go back in and get the kills as well.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, in previous days, the Dune has kind of not, has really performed very well. This is one of those moments where you're like, bye, Dune. This is why he's good. I mean, he was 8-0-4. He was this unkillable machine that was in the heart of the enemy team, almost every single team fight. And Bai really showing why the Dune is such a hotly contested pick at times.
Exactly, and I mean, you know, I need to give a shout out to Xiaolin. Xiaolin did so well, I think, on this Marco Polo. 10-1-7, just dying the once. It was a little bit unfortunate. He did have the Sage's Sanctuary, but that was not enough to save him or the game on the side of IMP Impunity, right? So at this point, RRQ, they really functioned as a team because every single time they got their hands on Arsing, they never let go.
Yeah, and I mean, that was crazy, right? That game was so back and forth. We wanted a very hotly contested series, and we've got one. I'm pretty sure Impunity is going to come back angrier in game 2, and Xiaolin definitely. I mean, in 10-1-7, the guy was popping off. If they won, he would clearly be the MVP at this point. But it's one of those things where he's literally trying to carry this team. He almost did it, but that one death was pretty much the straw, the straw that broke the camel's back.
Yeah, exactly. So at this point, I think it's pretty clear to me, at least from my POV, who the MVP is going to be. It's probably going to be Bai here. He took 238,000 damage from the likes of Impunity and not dying a single time.
Yes. I mean, that's the perfect game. That's what you wanted as the jungler. I mean, the amount of damage he took, like he was giving, he was dishing out, but just the overall impact was just insane. But again, we don't have a vote in the MVP. We're going to find out what production thought or who they think is the best one. I think a lot of, some fingers might be pointing at Jiao with all that damage that he did and the kills that he might have had, but I think the overall impact was definitely Bai.
Yeah, for sure. So we will be taking a look at the graph as well. Now, one of the things that they achieved was the fact that Jia was able to recover, right? This is one of the closest games we've had out of all 3 days.
Yeah, definitely. It was definitely one of the most contested ones. I mean, look at this gold graph, right? It's up and down. This would be a fun roller coaster, to be honest. It's so many dips, so many peaks and troughs, so to speak. Very interesting game, and to be honest, we weren't really sure who was going to come out on top. I mean, look at this. At the 18-minute mark, it was next to nothing, or actually Impunity had a slight advantage at that point. That was that dip probably where they were pushing in the top once they took down that top T3, but the MVP, none other than Bai, the 804.
It has to be him, right? Because he was the catalyst that RRQ used to mount the comeback. Now, let me paint the situation for you. At that point, the position of the Tempest Dragon being at the bottom pit was so much in favor of Impunity because they were so close to the super minion lane. They could manage that lane really well. On the flip side, RRQ had to deal with 2 lanes of super minions, and they had to commit, I think 663, who was constantly back and forth trying to make things work. He needed to buy time for the team. So Bai did so much work by being the tank, soaking the damage, allowing Jia to really just go in. You will see it in the replay as well.
Yeah, and Ashing made some decent plays, kind of started things off well with some decent initiations. But it was one of those things where, it was so close, right? It was just that minor mistake that kind of happened in the end. But it was pretty much a coin flip. All of these team fights that were happening, you're kind of like, okay, RRQ strike back. No, Impunity wins this one. They're going to take this one. And Xiaolin turning this around. But again, Bai never focused, never killed. Bai was just like this, invincible monster.
Oh yeah, for sure. And of course, with that being said, the moment Arsing died, right, you could see the impact that had. So the moment Arsing dies, there's no one else to protect. Look at this. No one else was able to put damage onto the side of RRQ the moment Arsing died.
Yeah, no real chance. Okay, so these are some of the mistakes that Arsing had. he got caught out, he would be by himself, he'd just be focused. It's very difficult because, you know, RRQ are actually pretty mobile. I mean, not only can they do a lot of damage, but they can get on you, right? And Async usually has that that speed dash to get on out, but he got caught out a couple times here. And this is one of those crazy team fights. Xiaolin was just like turning it up. He was doing a lot of damage, and you're thinking, this is a game for Impunity. They got this. But then all of a sudden, RRQ are like, no, we're not done yet. We're gonna be here. We're gonna fight back, and it's just team fight after team fight, or just almost it's like chef's kiss.
Yeah, so it was a difficult one. I'm very sure this is a very difficult pill for Impunity to swallow at this point. But hey, this is how professional games are like, and this is the stress you need to go through in order to make it into the world stage. So as of now, we're going to see if Impunity has what it takes to recover, but not just recover, but come back into the game and tie this series up.
Yeah, and I think that they have the potential, right? Impunity, again, you got to shake it off, right? Reset. Think of it as a 0-0 match. You can't really think about it. I think that if you dwell too much in like, oh my gosh, the what ifs, what could we have done better? I think now is not the time, right? You can play with these boys, right? The RRQ team, the squad. You have a chance. It's just a matter of just closing things out. So again, it comes back to the coaches of making sure that we just settle the team down, get themselves back into this one, because I think that they have a huge amount of potential, and I don't want to see, well, to be honest, I don't know who I want to see go home. I don't want to say that right now, but I think Impunity can really make this a tough series for RRQ.
Yeah, you know what's funny? You know, we predicted that, hey, the first 3 games of the day are going to be a 3-game series. But now, this last game is the one that looks closest to a 3-game series out of all the matches today.
Yeah, I think we might have jinxed it or whatever. We were kind of going in. But it comes back to the teams literally taking a punch in the face in game 1, right? We haven't seen them take that adversity, take that, oh my gosh, I got punched. I want to counter punch. I want to fight back. Like, we haven't seen that real, like that you know, that fighting spirit, so to speak.
Yeah, we want to see more shimmies, right? So we want to see those boxing matches come back into play. We want the return fire as well. RRQ against Impunity, they will start the ball rolling. This is the second game of the series. Potential game ender for the side of RRQ, but this time IMP, Impunity, gonna be in the driver's seat on the blue side.
Yeah, they're gonna have okay, do you think that they need to go more with like a different draft, or like what would you do? How would you fix this issue?
Well, I think, like I said, right, in the first drop, I think they were taking a huge risk. That risk didn't pay off. So maybe something that has less reliance on someone like Asing. Not to say that he's a bad player, but if you put all of your eggs into one basket, meaning if Asing dies, we don't win, then that's too huge of a risk. So right now, I think they need to maybe just switch it up in terms of the heroes that they pass on to Asing. Give him something more stable, something that they can ride off of. A horse is a good animal to ride on, but not all the time, you know?
Okay, it's kind of sounded like you were calling Asing a bad player. But where can they find you on social media? What is it, Kindofu?
No. They can find me at Blam MOBA, right? That's my IG and online.
Okay. All right, good. Okay, all right. At least somebody's gonna come after him with their opinion of Asing at this point. But okay, let's go into the draft here. This is, of course, game 2. Marco Polo picked up by RRQ. Dune buys like, I got this, give it to me. And of course, with the Mai to kind of round out at least the top 3 thus far. Anything stick out to you?
Well, the fact that there's a Dun, right? We have already seen how Bai performs on a Dun, and right now there are 2 angles of entry for the side of RRQ, which is going to come in the form of Marco Polo with the Resplendent Revolver, as well as Mai Shiranui. So there's a lot of burst potential from these 2. Now, bear in mind, of course, the timing differs for this. Mai Shiranui, early power spike compared to Marco Polo, but if you allow that growth on Marco Polo, which RRQ definitely can do, we're in for a scary time for the likes of Impunity.
Yeah. And I think with, you know, off of the back of Bai's Dune, who's just like attracting so much attention, everybody wants to kill him. And I'm sure he's going to be even more focused in game 2. And you're kind of like, hey, you know, then the Jia on the Marco Polo will kind of have almost free reign to kind of just do damage. Or at least that's the thought process in this the hero picks here.
Yeah, exactly. So right now, I think with whatever that Impunity is offering us at this point, I think it's quite legit as well. We do have the Zhang right? So the Unbridled Outburst with the Leaping Savior and whatnot, a lot of shielding capabilities, a lot of tactics to buy time, and that's exactly the thing that helps synergize with Direnze and Haino as well, right? Give them more time, they deal a lot of damage over time as well.
Okay, all right. And you're going to have a lot of time, and, you know, with Haino's favor wind and all that, you have as much time as possible, so to speak. But I think the Haino is actually very strong, especially when played and piloted with a, you know, a really strong player. Not to say that anyone from Impunity couldn't pick this up, but I think that it's one of those moments where it has so much potential to do well, right? But you have to have a somewhat well-rounded draft to kind of let him do his thing. But Charlotte being picked up and the Princess Frost, you got a lot of damage, you got a lot of potential. You know, other squishier type heroes that might kind of maybe, you know, attract some of the attention from RRQ onto them. But your thoughts, King? Or Blam?
I'm thinking about this Princess Frost pick, right? In theory, it works really well. A lot of people underestimate the damage that comes out from Winter is here, especially when paired up with the Frigid Prison and the Shattered Eyes as well. So I'm curious to see how they're going to make this work, because there's a lot of mobility coming out from the Impunity lineup. But at the same time, there is good burst that may come out in the form of the Charlotte and Princess Frost as well. Oh no, it's going to be a Nerza.
Okay, all right. Neza is going to be picked here for the final pick. No band. Okay, walk us through the Neza.
All right, so Nerza here will be able to have easy access into the backline. So that's number one, right? With the bind, he's able to jump through the different members on the side of Impunity. But more importantly is his AoE effect skill, his first skill. He will be able to deal true damage. That is the marker that I think is going to be very painful against Impunity.
Okay. All right. So it looks like Vi will be playing the Neza, throwing people off, and Jester will be playing the Dune here. So a little bit of a change of pace, and they were kind of showing something, but they went a completely different way, maybe confusing Impunity here. But we're going to be going into this one. Of course, this is the fourth matchup of the day. This is Hunter King Season 2 Invitationals. This is going to be Game 2. This is must win. Loser goes home. Although it does look like RRQ do have another game to play with in worst case scenario.
Yeah, you know, I mean, really, it really brings us to do or die mindset here, right? RRQ definitely, they might feel the jitters as well, because it will really suck to be so close, so near yet so far, and falter at this point, right? So RRQ definitely want to be focused, and you can see right off the bat, they're already trying to make rotations around the map to make life difficult for the side of Impunity.
Okay, now let's talk a little bit about this RRQ bot, right? I mean, he just had an amazing game on the Dune, but now Jester's playing it with the Roam. What are your thoughts on the Roam Dune?
I think Dune is going to provide a lot of value for the side of RRQ, but let's take a look at Mai first, right? This is one of my favorite mid laners. The most common skill combo is to use skill 2, skill 1, basic attack, ulti, and then continue with the finishing blow on your second skill. Now, of course, with that being said, right, this is a full control combo, and your basic attack, when your passive is filled, you will be able to dash in the direction that you choose, right? But this is determined by the direction of your directional pad.
Okay, all right, and I think this is going to be the most basic of you know, the spells that you can have, and it's going to be flash, right? Which is just like a small teleport. You get out of position, you can you know, teleport, flash over a wall. There's a lot of outplay potential with it, so it tends to be the favorite of a lot of players in Honor King, so it's a good spell to have. But if we're going back to it, sorry, let's continue on with the Jester F, the Dune pick. Are you okay with this on the Roam?
I think it's okay. Yeah, because he does have that Unruly Blade, right? So he will be able to offer a little bit of CC at the same time with the Guild's Benediction. If paired with the correct number of people, he will be super sustainable. But right now, they can't deal with Black.
Yeah, this is the Halo. Like, it's so annoying. Okay, he's going to zip on out, gets to 88 miles an hour, he teleports back, and Black just walks that one off. Super annoying.
Yeah, perfect combination though. So at this point, you can see Impunity, they really want to buy time for themselves, and it's working out so far, right?
Definitely. All right, so if we're going to go in the bottom lane though, okay. Izelin the D-Renge versus the Marco Polo of Jia. Who do you give the edge to? Just those heroes in isolation, in like a vacuum.
I think it's easier for the D-Renge to outplay the Marco Polo, right? Because he's really more of a auto attack. And at this point for Marco Polo, he really needs to have a straight line for his targets. If not, the Resplendent Revolver doesn't really work.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. You gotta like line it up. Your positioning needs to be great, and it does help if you've got some teams that kind of help you. But the Death at Sunset gonna be committed by Nightmare. He's on the run, and he does kind of get back to his honeydew healing pod, and he should be fine.
Yeah. So at this point, we're still looking at a very close, I would say, close scoreline for IMP and RRQ, but at this point, Infinity just slightly edging them out in terms of the gold accumulation.
Yeah, slight edge, still very early. Of course, it's not even 4 minutes yet. But I think they're doing a good job of prioritizing that, make sure that Xiaolin has the best game and the most space as possible. As the Megumi is sticking around, making sure that it's there. Because, I mean, if you're looking at the top lane, like X-Hero and Asing are just doing a great job of just putting a lot of pressure in that top lane.
Oh, for sure. And this time, it is going to be RRQ. They're going to try and force the issue here with the Tyrant. And it looks like there will not be a resistance that's strong enough. And Vi will get the first Tyrant of the game.
Yeah, we'll easily take that one. Commits the smite for it, which is smart. Just securing it. But Black still up in the mid lane. Throws out the Scepter. The Unbridled Outburst pushing him back. And Bai gets pushed back. He might go down for the first time this series. No! He gets dashes. He walks into the Scepter and he does finally fall. And it looks like, you know, that's the first death that he's had in this, you know, the 2 games. The Death at Sunset, that's going to be committed. Connects onto 2, but now Nightmare has to walk away. He doesn't really have a whole lot of damage.
Yeah, they're gonna try and cut their losses here, but Asing is gonna make things worse. He's gonna try and steal the Crimson Golem away, and he will do so successfully. So within one play, Impunity put themselves up 2,000 gold.
Yeah, very smart play. Make sure that you got the kill. You're kind of seeing what, you know, the MO of RRQ are, which is kind of like let Bai do his thing, let him do his damage. And so it's like, okay, now we'll just kind of make sure that we kind of limit his game. You focus him a little bit. It might be a little bit tougher for Bai to have that, you know, phenomenal game like he had in game 1.
Yeah, and at this point, I think they need to really figure out what is the strategy here. How do we cut the losses? How do we stem the bleeding? And then try and, you know, turn it into a momentum swing into our side.
Right. Definitely gonna have to do that. I mean, this is like, it's a game where Impunity are definitely in the lead. They know what they're trying to do, which is, again, just invade, force the issue, make it uncomfortable for RRQ, make them play from behind. And so you're kind of forcing the top lane. Asing is just cutting the creeps in the top lane. So he's putting a lot of pressure there, and it looks like Nightmare does need to kind of fix that lane.
Well, the funny thing is 663 is a 1 level advantage on top of X-Hero, right? So we have yet to see the efficiency yet, but Asing maybe getting caught.
Death at Sunset. He's not going to get away. He's trying to. He's dashing away. Asing's being chased. The Unbridled Outburst keeping him alive, at least for now. But, you know, there's not really much Megumi can do. The flash over, but he's been spotted out, and that was a wasted flash, I would say, as it looks like Bai does get that kill.
Yeah, with the Blazing Cape as well. He's going to be a quite a difficult target to deal with, because that moment, the longer that he lasts the fight with you, the more damage he's going to do with the Blazing Cape as well.
Like RRQ are looking to capitalize, turn this into a conversion of the Overlord here. They're going to do that one. And again, 700 gold difference. And RRQ finding ways to get themselves back in this game, especially off of those solo kills.
Yep, and they're going to try and threaten the Azure Golem here, and they might be, no, they're not going to be out of position at this point. Pretty decent map control from both teams, right? I don't really see big swings just yet.
Not yet. It's still a bit. Oh, 663. Oh, he dashes away. Oh, he's fine. Okay, all right. Calm down. He's alive. He's alive. He's good.
Yeah. At this point, you know, the itemization, they're pretty close. Very tight-knit. I mean, we are less than 100 gold difference between the two teams, right? So it's really neck and neck at this point, and itemization-wise, both farm lanes have done their Spark Force Dagger as well as their DP.
Oh, the favorite line, that's going to be committed. Yeah, forcing it out. Yeah, it is even, and that's exactly what we wanted. We want this as competitive as possible, and of course, it's about who makes the first mistake, right? It's about those objectives, taking it out, who's securing what, and I mean, it's so neck and neck. It's anybody's game.
Yeah, there's a couple of things that we need to bear in mind, right? X-Hero, I think he needs to definitely build one of the armor pierce, magic pierce items as well. He needs Twilight Screen, he needs the Void Staff to be able to deal with the nerfs up, because the Express Shield is quite difficult to deal with, especially if Vi is burning you the entire time he's fighting with you.
Yeah, tough situation. Vi is going to be still in the mid lane though. We haven't really seen him pop off. I mean, yeah, he's a little bit tankier and all that, but with the Tyrant taken here and almost largely uncontested, another bit of an opening for Impunity.
Oh, here we go. Okay, Skyfall not going to be cancelled at the last minute. Not worth to dive under the tower because the breath of Impunity is actually going to keep them in their sight.
But did he cancel the Skyfall or did he run out of gas? Because gas prices are absolutely insane right now.
Yeah, they need to watch out that foot on the pedal as well. And right now, Impunity might punish them if RQ step a bit too far forward, honestly.
Yeah, and I think that they're going to look to invade the enemy jungle, take what they can. Impunity right now realizing that, hey, they have a little bit of space in the top lane. They'll probably push this one out. RRQ in the bottom lane, it's like two ships sailing in the night, so to speak. But in the mid lane, a little bit of action. They got the knock up onto Black. Jester is going to be there in the front line. They'd get him with the Wind Slash, but with the Fate Rewind, really not much you can do against this Black.
Yeah, but it feels like those are the two heroes you don't want to engage against, right? They are wasting your time. So RQ, they recognize that they're going to back off right away. They need to catch up people like Arsing, X-Hero, or even Xiaolin.
With the Tyrant, make it much easier for Xiaolin to kind of push the lane. Now, will be played back for Jester. Keep them alive. Yeah, look forward. With the roaming gun, the Resplendent Revolver onto the minions, though. Tyrant and the Overlord have now spawned again. So this is a bit of an opening, at least for Impunity.
Not an ideal situation, right? RQ, they're gonna have to make the two recalls. I don't see how they're gonna be able to steal this. Impunity take things with no resistance. Once again, Nightmare can only stand by and watch.
Yeah, not much you can do, but I mean, if anything, RRQ are making the right call. They're like, hey, we're not gonna contest, we're gonna take our own. Yeah, it's the Overlord. He's the ugly brother of the Tyrant. And they'll take something, right?
Yeah. So at this point, 2-1, this is one of the lowest kill score games we've ever had. We've already hit the 10.5 minute mark, and this is where the Winter is just going to make a lot of sense. And with that, Xiaoling will reward the team with that mid lane T1.
Yeah, kind of getting a little bit low, making me a little uncomfortable. Okay, all right.
Hey, no, he didn't. He didn't.
okay. I thought that was super close. But nonetheless, RRQ right now, I mean, you're talking about kills. It's just that this is an elimination game, right? You don't want to be making mistakes, so you have to play somewhat risk averse. You got to just take calculated plays, so to speak, and they'll do it, and they'll push ahead with the bottom Drake here. Megumi taking a little bit of damage, and just play things safe.
They need to escort the Vanguard a little bit better at this point, because Xiaolin is rendering that Vanguard mute at this point, and it looks like RQ, they don't want to push too heavily, and they will make a beeline for the back of their base at this point.
Gia taking a lot of damage. The roaming gun. Oh, he actually had to use the Fever Barrage just to keep himself alive. The Unbridled Outburst pushes 2 back. He is looking to stand in front. Black is continuing to fight, but the Fate Rewind sends him back to where he came from. And again, a lot of action. Everyone was taking damage, but nobody was done.
Yeah, but this is a very, very clean foreshadowing, right? If you take a look at what's happening, Impunity didn't take that much damage, but the entirety of RRQ down to around half their health. And if it so happens again, I think Impunity will not miss a second time.
Oh, Megumi, did you see that? There was a cheeky little, you get the Forbidden Domain. He got the steal on that Crimson Golem, taking it away from RRQ. And oh, they've got him, Jester! They found him out, the Death at Sunset. The Resplendent Revolver on the backside, but now he's in a bad spot. He's gonna go in for this one. He's continuing to fight. The Resplendent Revolver does kill Xiaolin. X-Hero is down for the count as well. 5 will get credit. Xiaolin is dead by 663. Megumi as well. And it looks like it's a 3-for-1 in favor of RRQ, and they're back.
Yeah, and that's what's so dangerous RQ, right? Every single time you feel like, hey, I have the advantage, RRQ bite back like this Indonesian boys. They will not let up without a fight.
Okay.
Red
I don't know where you're going.
has destroyed a tower.
Biting you, and this is like a normal thing. I don't know, but nonetheless, RQ, they found out the way to get back in the game. It's a bit of a comeback in that sense, and now they're like, how do they proceed from this point on? They still need to deal with that mid T1. They have a long way to go, but they do have a slight net worth advantage, so that's you know, something that they can kind of hang their hat on.
I think anti-heals would be good at this point. If you take a look at the itemization, there isn't anything that points out about anti-heals at this point. So I think it would do good for X-Hero to maybe pick up the Venomous Staff, because that is the skill with Winter here, one of the highest AoEs in the game, which means potentially you could lay down the passive of the anti-heal, anti-regen onto majority of the cast on the side of our RQ.
Okay, all right. Professor Kin is in the house. Oh, it looks like they're gonna go. They have the Starfall. He's gonna commit, but Gia's already down. That's the damage. And again, Impunity. Oh, X-Hero is down as well. They have the Meteor kill on the Black, who's getting sent back. He doesn't have favorite wine. Bai's been killed in the bottom lane. It was a 2-for-1, and Black somehow survived, but Azing not as lucky. And oh my gosh, we need to CSI this. It's a 3-for-2 in favor of Impunity, and they're back.
Yep, exactly, and that's where the health pools matter, right? So Impunity, they once again reward themselves with another Tyrant. I don't think RRQ will be able to contest against this. This is a type, 3 turrets each, 3 neutral objectives each, 6-6 in the kill score, and we are in 14.5 minutes of game time. This is as even as it can be.
Even as it can be, and that's what we're kind of looking for. Death at Sunset, connecting onto 2. The Moonlight flashes back. Jester is now in the front line. Looks like they're going to let him go, but Impunity here, they want to take the Azure Golem. Black pushing him out, throws out the Scepter. Gia was hopefully looking to get it. He's just going to farm up the his jungle camps. Try to take as much. Next big one, Jester will walk into Black here, who eats a Scepter to the face. Jester just using the Guild's Benediction. Wind Slash as well, but Black just kind of shrugs that one off. Really no damage to him. But the Unbridled Outburst committed by Megumi. Something to take note of, as that ultimate, that cooldown is quite long.
Yep, so this could be a trigger, right? This could be the marker for Impunity to not take a fight, but here, that's why our
the Wind Slash, that connects. The Stasis, though, keeping him alive, but Giug is the first to fall. He's going to go down. X-Hero is dead as well. Black still up in the front line, throws out the Scepter once again. Oh, it looks like Azing survives, somehow limps away. 663 is being focused, and Black is wanting to go after him, and they got by as well, and they're turning this around. They've gotten 2 thus far. And it looks like they're trying to push the lanes as well. And Charlotte, Azing that is, will be going back to the fountain to heal.
Yeah, they just out-sustain the likes of RRQ, right? So it's a 2-for-1, a very good trade for the side of Impunity. And once again, this time they're going to threaten the Overlord. And this is a Shadow Overlord.
Yeah, they'll take this one. Black will secure that one. And it looks like Impunity right now. I mean, the net worth is like negligible, right? You know, 100 gold or whatever, it's nothing, right? So at this point, Impunity continuing to push on. This is so tense right now. 663 getting jumped in by Azing, and it's just a matter of like, it's like the small wins.
Yeah, it really is. And if you look at the itemization by Impunity, it makes a lot of sense, right? They have the Pure Sky onto the Charlotte, they have the Splendor onto the Princess Frost as well, and they have the Ominous Premonition, right, on the Zhang. So it slows them down, it reduces the damage that RRQ is able to deal against them. At the same time, it also buys a lot of time for the team to get damage in. So damage over time, one of the strengths of the Durance here, one of the strengths of the Haino as well, and this is working out for Impunity. Looking so strong at this point.
Oh, the Starfall, he goes right into this one. He doesn't care how many there are. He's going all in, and it looks like they've gotten some damage, but Bai is looking to go down. He does get killed. He went in. The rest of the team didn't seem to be on the same page. Nightmare's down for the count as well, and Azing will take this one. The favorite wine, keeping Black alive one more time. 663 dashes away. Azing is going to be healed up. He does have the shields, and it looks like 5 members still up from Impunity, and they're looking to crash into the T3s.
Yes, they can buy time, but can they buy enough? That's the big question to jump in.
Oh, Gia, he gets sniped in. Azing will take this one. They've taken the mid T3. They're looking to do this one. And one last hurrah, 663. How are they able to hold Jester alive as well? 663 does get the kill, but that's going to be life number 1. Azing is back for the count. Doesn't have any minions, but 663, he's like, I don't care. I'm going to take this one out. The Drake is here. They're going to take the base, and Impunity strike back. They're going to take game 2. And
there we have it. That's going to be the second game of the series. We talked about a 3-game series. Finally, today we're going to get it. It's Impunity who take the win this time. It's going to be drawn 1-1, and what a game by Impunity.
Okay, it's kind of funny because we were calling game 3s for all of the other series. But the one that we're like, this is going to be a 2-0. This one is going the distance. This is going to go to that third game. Impunity really showing that, how they can shine and how they can close out that game, because that was a nail-biter, right? And RRQ, 2 evenly matched teams. And again, we're going to go to see a game 3, the first of the day.
Yep, so this is going to be a change, right? Now it's no longer a BO3. We take it as a BO1, right? Winner take all. And, I'm going to start feeling for the team that doesn't take it, because it's such a painful experience. But at the same time, can you imagine the elation of the team that secures that final top 8 spot for the Esports World Cup? I mean, damn. So at this point, it really is, hey, let's see. Can they figure it out? What is the winning formula? Both teams have shown that brilliance. They know that, hey, we have some chinks in the armor. Let's go break into the defense and steal the win.
Yeah, and to me, honestly, I kind of felt like Impunity just found, they capitalized on some of the mistakes that RQ made. They had a couple extra pickoffs. I think the Hanuo was quite strong. I think that it's, teams really need to either ban it, figure out some sort of strategy to deal with it, because it was tough, right? And if we're looking at, the net worth lead, the net worth altogether, I mean, Shaolin trying to carry as much as possible, 14,000 net worth. Black again, I talked about Hanuo just being on point. He was 306 as well. So both of these, players very strong.
Yeah, for sure. And at this point, if you take a look at the itemization, there's a lot of defensive capabilities as well. Specifically, I want to point about the Deep Frost Siege being put into the hands of Xiaolin. So this is a hybrid build where he's actually going more tanky instead. So he's able to survive the fights and just try and leech more damage onto them with the help of the passive of the Spark Forge Dagger. And this is going to be complemented by the Blood Rage as well as the Cuirass of Savagery. And boy, did it work well. 4, 1, and 5, Xiaolin did so much work for the team. But I think the one person we need to keep our eyes on is actually Black. He not only survived, he was responsible for buying so much time for the team.
Okay, I'll talk a little bit about RQ here. I feel like he had an amazing game 1, so he's allowed to have a bad game 2, but his Neza Starfalls were really not on point. They were it's one of those situations that you have so much mobility that you're further out than everyone else. So if you're going to go in for that initiation, your team needs to back you up. I think that him going first is not great. I think you needed, the Elaine or, even the Mai to kind of start things off. And then you can kind of come in like a giant starfall, right? Like you just kind of crash into that, like a comet, so to speak. But if we're talking about damage here, Black still up on top, did so much damage. He was so annoying, right?
Yeah, exactly. And then, of course, with that being said, I really need to point it out that Impunity had a better understanding of what the win con was on how to deal with Bai, because one of the things that's hard to deal with is true damage in this game. And how do you get rid of true damage? Let's just build more health. You need to take more time to kill my team. And at the same time, they managed to just deal so much damage, soak damage at the same time across the entire team, and allow the main damage dealers to get the pain in.
Yeah. There's a lot of potential. But look at this goal graph. I mean, it was like the peaks were never very high, except for towards the end when Impunity kind of just controlled that game at the end. But this was really back and forth. I wasn't really sure, which team had a huge advantage. Impunity showing their strength early, then they kind of faltered a bit, RQ, but then they kind of fumbled the ball in the end where they let Impunity kind of take over the game. I think that this is going to be an interesting VOD to watch to see what sort of mistakes they made, because I feel like this is RRQ's game to have lost.
At the same time, it's also difficult to kind of decide who the MVP was. For me, I think it was the Hainua, right? I think Black did such a good job of tanking everything and allowing the team to really flourish. So let's see. It's gonna be the Charlotte instead. Okay, so it's gonna be Asing doing a lot of work. I think mainly that last play, the ability to dive into the backlines, get the kill onto the farm lane as well. There was a huge deficit to the side of RRQ. And throughout the entire match, Asing also did a lot of very zoning plays that allowed the team to capitalize the positions as well.
Yeah, Asing had some nice plays. I mean, it was one of those things where Impunity played like as a team very well, right? So there were some moments of like the MVP was kind of up in the air. I don't think Asing this is like a clear-cut winner and he was like the best. It was more of, you know, he made decent plays and he put his team, you know, just slightly better than everyone else because everyone from Impunity played well, in my opinion. That was a good game by them. They were able to bounce back. I mean, just look at this Fate Rewind. He attracted the attention of 4 members, made it very difficult for RRQ to kind of get anything going. But the Starfall, again, this is a numbers advantage, right? They're taking this fight 3 versus 4. Not the smartest of plays. Now 663 is joining the fight, right? And they were lucky to have kind of turned this one around, but I felt like, okay, the first couple times you got lucky, you did all right. But then later on, it's one of those moments where you got to let your team make the initiation. He jumps in late on this one, and you see how much damage he's doing and how much he's kind of cleaning things up. But without Jiao, actually, not a whole lot of damage to this team.
Yeah, but if you look at it, it's kind of like playing tag team, right? Hey, I've soaked enough damage, so let's tag each other in and out. And then that's how Impunity won most of these fights, which I thought was really interesting. Yes, they did very good control on the buy. And at this point, like I said, it's really the HP pool, right? The ability to reset, the Fate Rewind, buying so much time. And Asing here with that last flurry of slashes into the base itself, allowing for the kill on Jia, allowing for the kill, I believe, on Jester F as well. And that really changed the state of the game because then the floodgates were open.
Yeah, but him going in with the Starfall, like Jiao was not in position. He came very late to the team fight. They went in 2 versus 5, and then we're continuing to fight. Like, the call needs to be made where we're all in the same place at the same time, right? And then we focus on, we just blow up people that we need to do. You know, the farm lane, you just have priorities, right? You just make these calls. But if you're going in solo, you're like, go, 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 go. We're like, oh, wait, I'm not ready. I was all halfway across the map. Like, we're going to have a hard time.
Yeah, I think they miscalculated a little bit because at that particular moment, I think you're referring to, the T-Ranger was actually being chased down by the clash lane of RRQ, and they were doing decent enough amount of damage, but not fast enough because they did get the kill on the farm lane, but they lost the trade because Impunity just wiped them off the face of the earth shortly after that. So now these are little things that happen across the game that matter, right? Small decisions in the split seconds really do make the difference. And this time we will see how much of a difference these seconds make because we are going into the 3rd and final game of this series. Our first 3-game series of the day, Holler.
Yeah, and we had to wait for the 4th match to get to it. Of course, it's going to be going in. It's going to be straight up fire. Again, best of 1, right? Winner, you win, you move on. You lose, you go home, unfortunately. And so there's going to be a lot of pressure. Make sure that you get into the top 8 because, again, there's so much at stake. You not only get into the playoffs for this one, the knockout section
stage,
of the tournaments, the knockout stage, excuse me, but you also get to go to EWC, and who knows at that point.
Well, as the saying goes, right, we always save the best for the last, and welcome to the last game of today and of the series as well. Impunity and RRQ battling it out to see who will be the final victor, one step closer towards that esports World Cup dream.
Yeah, and I'm sure there's got to be like the coaches just trying to calm people down, calm the team, the players, make sure that they're, hey, you just play the best of your abilities, right? We're going to draft. We're going to go into this 3rd game. We're going to pick everybody's most comfortable heroes so that when you get into this with your backs on the wall and all this pressure is there, you can just be like, hey, I know this hero. This is the best one. It's going to be for the team. Let's stick together. We're going to do well in this game 3.
Yep, exactly. So it all starts with the draft once again. This is the last draft of the day. Like you mentioned, I think the coaches, they have to take very careful care of the mental state of the players, right? Now everything's at stake and you don't want to be the one that misses the buzzer beater, right? Imagine you miss that shot, it's going to be a very painful experience for the players. So the coach right now, besides calming the nerves, they're also trying to provide them with the best tools possible to get the best results.
Yeah, for sure. And they need to do this. I mean, going into this draft, okay. I think right now with game 3, this draft, you cannot get cute. You pick your best heroes. You get yourself the best possibility of winning this game because everything is at stake in this game.
Yeah, so right off the bat, RQ going to ban out the Guan Yu as well as the Zhang Fei, right? So two very, very difficult to execute heroes, but when executed properly, it can be, decimating to the side of your opponents. Likewise, Impunity gonna take out a specialty hero in the form of Jing, and of course they want to reduce the amount of burst damage that comes through, taking away the Lady Sun.
Yeah, take it away, but the Haino being picked up here with the Dahlia. Interesting to pick up here. Again, the Dahlia's been doing decent throughout. The win rates have definitely gone up from today, so they're going into this one. But I think the Lady Soon, you just ban it out, make Jia play something he might not be as comfortable with. But the Haino, I really think this hero is in a really strong place right now. I'm not saying we need to nerf him, but I think that it needs to be in a situation where your team needs to be prepared for something like this.
Yeah, and interestingly, I was about to say, hey, isn't it a very huge risk to allow the entry of a Haino into this match? But now they have come up with the Yaria, and Yaria, I think this is one of the first few appearances, at least for today as well, right? So Yaria, a lot of disruptions, but more importantly, giving you the extra life, extra shield. So it could be the difference maker, especially if she gets her ultimate, the Verdant Protector, onto the RLE.
Yeah, and I mean, it opens up a lot of doors. I mean, the Yaria, the Verdant Protector is just so strong at times. But it combos well with the Arlie because, like, obviously the extra mobility and all that, and she's kind of on the squishier side, so you got to be a little bit more careful. But there's a lot of outplay potential where Arlie can list step with the Verdant Protector on it, and now you've got two people like right in the heart of the enemy team, or dodging away. You have, but a lot of mobility.
Oh, for sure. And of course, it might not seem like a lot of damage, but accelerating blitz, the second skill of Yaria, does give some wisp damage onto the opponents. Sometimes it could be that slight additional increase of damage that makes the difference to get the kill. So we'll see how that works out.
Yeah. Okay. So it's gonna. I mean, we're gonna go into the final phase coming in for the draft here. But Impunity again going with the Charlotte, very the MVP from Asing last game. So picking it up here, no surprises. Again, picking into the best hero. Now I'm curious as of where this Dune is gonna go from RRQ. Is it gonna go back to Bai? I would hope so, right?
I would think that at this point it's a flex pick, right? He could go into the Clash lane, he could go into the jungle as well. And if you take a look at the bans coming out from RQ, they want to make life really difficult for the farm lane. So I'm curious to see what they have for the farm lane. Yeah, so at this point, let's take a look at what's going to happen. Yu Yuan going to be secured by Impunity as they look for inspiration for the final picks coming out from RRQ to give them some direction on what the final pick will be for the Impunity farm lane. I see some finger pointing at this point to RRQ. They seem to have a very decent idea of what they want to do against Impunity. At the same time, while they're considering, okay, it's going to be a Byron, so there's going to be a lot of tankiness, a lot of burst damage coming out with the Storm Strike as well. And it looks like Dun will be going into the jungle, which means Shangguan here going into the mid. They have the full roster. RRQ placing all of their bets onto these 5 heroes. Now we're going to be left with the final pick for the side of Impunity as well. Megumi this time. What kind of farm lane will they pick up for the team? Impunity, they have the first 4 already.
All right, so now I've got the Byron, the Shangguan, and the Yuhan being picked up here. What is going to be the best kind of to round out this draft from Impunity?
Well, they're missing a farm lane, right? But the big question is, with the amount of farm lane bans out there, okay, no, it's going to be probably a Hainor farm lane, I presume.
Okay. Interesting. All right. Okay. Wow. All right. Are you comfortable with this, with your backs on the wall, kind of going into this one with this lineup from Impunity?
I mean, let's be honest, right? It does get a little bit confusing for the newer players as well, but these are professionals, right? So I think they do recognize certain win conditions, and that is in the form of the burst as well as the crowd control skills. So they are expecting the dive from the Byron, they are expecting the dive from the Tun. And at this point, actually, with the knockout from the Xiao Xiao, it could make the world's difference.
Yeah. I mean, wow. Like, but for me, it's kind of like, this is risky, right? This is I'm not comfortable with this draft, but again, I'm not Impunity. Obviously, their players are definitely comfortable with this one going in, but with so much at stake, everything on the line, and you're going in with this lineup, which is not questionable, but it's, I mean, if they pull it off, it's going to be amazing.
Yeah, but there's a lot of magic damage coming in, right? And there's not a lot of survivability. So yeah, it is a huge risk. We'll see.
Oh my god, watching this three. He's gonna be knifed in. A couple more shots just go down. Megumi will take first blood. And I guess that's one way to make sure that you have a good draft, is just kill everybody and get first blood.
Yep, I think it was overzealousness for the side of Bai, right? I think the idea was there, but unfortunately, execution wasn't as crisp as well. So RRQ going to be punished by Impunity, and this is going to be the first blood going in. Right off the bat, they're going to have a couple hundred gold advantage.
Yeah, it's going to be a huge one. But now Impunity, they're going to take advantage of this. They're going to invade the enemy jungle here. Look out to take that Crimson Golem, and that's pretty huge. With Bai not able to get that, you're going to slow him down even more. He had a great game one. Now he's going to have a much more difficult situation now.
Yep. Give them an inch, they'll take a mile, and that's gonna be Impunity. Right now, let's talk about the Tun here, because we need to know how do you play this Tun best, right? And that's gonna come in the form of first skill, ultimate first skill, and second skill. Now, Wind Slash going to your ultimate Unruly Blade, and finish up with the secondary state of Wind Slash. Finally get the Gale's Benediction. Will be able to kind of crowd control people, get your shields up as well, and recover some health.
I mean, the play, Bai not dying in that first game where he was like this unkillable machine, got like 804 or something like that. Just very strong, and he kind of overstepped his boundaries. But let's talk a little bit about heal. 15% to the user and nearby teammates. Of course, it increases the movement speed as well. What about this heal other than, like, should every roamer take this, or why shouldn't they?
Well, really dependent, right? So example, if you take a look at RRQ, they don't exactly have the squishiest draft, but it would be a difference maker, especially if the Bai and Nightmare are having troubles. Maybe they need an extra hit, maybe they need an extra entry, and the heal would buy them that extra opportunity to get and turn the fight around.
Okay, because usually my roamers don't take it. They usually take like Flash, or they take something else. So what do I do to convince my roamers that I'm stuck with to take heal, to just kind of keep me healed the entire game?
Well, it's called a request, right? So a request can be denied. So unfortunately, you're out of luck there.
Okay, because every time I try to talk to them, they don't talk back to me, or they just don't like me. I don't know what it is. Maybe I'm unapproachable.
Well, talking about unapproachable, right? It looks like the jungle camps are pretty much unapproachable for the side of Impunity. No steals have happened so far.
Yeah, I mean, nothing as of yet. RRQ will continue to just push out the bottom lane. The play, a little bit more standard, but they're down 1k. Impunity have taken that first blood, and they've kind of turned it into much more. I mean, invading the enemy jungle was great. Ashing will stand up in front. But Nightmare, just trying to deal with this potential pickoff where they get 3 to jump on him, and they do, and the flash away. And Nightmare will stay alive, but at the expense of that flash.
I think that's a good trade, but at this point, he's still going to lose the T1 tower, I believe. Right now, RQ has to figure something out. They need to make a different kind of play. They need to find a kill somewhere else across the map.
Yeah, they're going to take the bottom T1. They're going to trade, understanding that, hey, they're going to force a lot of players, 3 players in the top lane. If they're going to take the bottom lane, they have 3 of their own. It looks like RRQ will take out the Tyrant. Impunity are looking to take the Overlord here.
Right, that's a little bit of recovery, but of course with the trade onto the Overlord, I think it's still Impunity that are in the driver's seat at this point.
Definitely in the driver's seat. I mean, this net worth lead is starting to grow. Impunity right now finding ways to just get farm and to kind of, force RRQ to react to what they're trying to do. Gia still up in front. Verdant Protector's away. Sorry, the list step away, excuse me.
Yep, at this point, the silver lining is that they do have the potential to outplay because of the Verdant Protector onto Tia at this point. But everyone else on the map for the side of RRQ will be struggling because the level difference is quite big, right? It's unignorable at this point. And as Impunity take more of the objectives across the map, you're gonna start to see that RRQ don't actually have the best draft to play from behind.
Yeah, definitely don't. Tough one. But, I mean, this is why they're in the lead. They're taking advantage of it. They're going to be like, hey, I don't want to play from behind. It's tough. So we're just going to, you know, have an early start to this one. Kind of force the issue and let RRQ kind of make the comeback. It's not going to be easy for them. They do have options. It looks like they're going to go for... okay, they're just going to kind of push out the lanes and back off here. Unruly Blade bye-bye to keep himself alive.
Yeah, and it takes a bit, right? Right now, if they have to build a lot of magical defense, I think it's going to hurt their economy because defensive measures, I think there's only one in the physical attack items that have magical defense.
And now it looks like RRQ are going to push the T2 top, but in the mid lane, it looks like, okay, the finishing stroke keeps 663 alive. And Bai, he's going to be sticking around. They have 5 members of Impunity here. And his friends have now joined the fray. Black, he's going to be knocked up by that wind slash. They have Jia going in for this one. He's trying to focus on a Megumi. Not able to do enough. The finishing stroke again. And it looks like they're going to back off here. But Bai is going to be the first to fall after that long extended fight. And it looks like the Fate Rewind, he pushes him back. No, he goes in for this one. And Jester's going to be killed. And they're turning this around. And Azing with a triple kill. And Nightmare still alive, 663 as well, and they're going to look to just push this T1 and Impunity coming out on top thus far.
Oh, for sure. That was a huge win for the side of Impunity. Look at the net worth growth here. It's close to 2,000 at this point. And, you know, most importantly is they could have gotten the ace, and that would have been damaging to the growth of the game for RRQ.
Yeah, would have been very tough here. But again, you know, Impunity understanding that they've got the T1 mid, they're going to focus their attention on the bottom lane. Bai hasn't really been doing as much. I mean, Black he has a slight net worth advantage if we're talking about roll to roll with the jungle, right? So Bai needs to figure out ways to get back in the game, right? Having the Dune, being behind, not great, especially when you want to be tanky and doing a lot of damage, and just kind of controlling the team fights, and just a much tougher game for him.
Yeah, and I just noticed this, but there's double smite on the hands of
Impunity. X0, he gets launched up. Nightmare, he's going to take this one. The finishing stroke keeping Xiaolin alive. They're going to back off here, but RRQ, they get 1 kill onto X0.
Is this the start of a comeback here? I don't think it looks anything close to a feasible comeback for RRQ, but they're doing something. They're doing something to try and make the difference here.
Never say never, right? This is a situation where, okay, they're going to go for this one. Jia actually lifts us back, but now Black, he's been smashed up. He's taking a ton of damage, but the Fate Rewind sends him back. And he's like, okay, I'm back in full life. I can continue to fight with this one. And it looks like they're going to back off RRQ, that is. Now they're on the run. They're being chased, though. Black wants to get revenge. Does need to be careful. He's going to be stunned with the Whispering Spirit. And it looks like, oh, the Unruly Blade by Bai, keeping him alive. And they're being chased, but still, all 5 members still alive from RRQ.
Yeah, they're showing some glimmer of hope, right? But at this point, it's just a glimmer, nonetheless. RRQ, they need to figure something out. They're going to try and trade out for the camps of the jungle for the Tyrant at this point. They do have the damage coming from Jia, so this should be a quick work of it.
Yeah, they're going to look to just take this one as quickly as possible. They do take the Tyrant eventually. Jia will take this one. And Impunity now back off, realizing, hey, maybe we take the Overlord. They did a little bit of pressure in the mid T2, but they really didn't capitalize. They didn't take advantage of what that space was given with RRQ taking the Tyrant.
Yeah, but you can see, right, that RRQ Jia, he's carving a pathway out for RRQ to come back into this game. But the question is, how much time can he buy for the team? They need a couple more to kind of shorten the time limit, which is to maybe get a couple of kills, steal more camps, I don't know. Because right now, Impunity, they recognize the momentum shift. They're not going to allow it lightly.
Yeah, it's going to be tough at this point. I mean, Impunity right now still, you know, in the lead. They're still pushing. Megumi's going to spot into Nightmare. Hits him with the Ode. They're going to back off here, but a couple things to note in the top lane. This Jia hasn't really been popping off as of yet, right? Like he hasn't been getting all the kills that we've kind of seen from, you know, other teams that have been playing the Arlie as of late, like Vivo Kid Stars.
Well, he can't, right? Oh, and once again, Bai gets caught out. Will he be able to get it work?
Bai somehow still alive, gets the wind slash, and they do get the knock up onto Ashi, which is great, and Megumi as well. And Nightmare continuing to fight, the finishing stroke backing off. And it looks like Bai is on the run. Nightmare's been killed, as well as Jester. And they're going to continue on. They found Jia, who's trying to list step away. Bai, oh, the Scepter, a little off the mark. Black looking to go. He does get the snipe out, and Black will flex on that one. It's going to be a 3 for 2. Favor him.
Yeah.
Favor him.
Impunity will not be denied at this point. It's 7-4, 10.5 minutes in, and more importantly, they could get the kill on Jia. This will be huge.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
He's
Maple Dance.
running. X-Hero on the run, and he gets blasted with the Honey Sweet Breeze. And now they're going to turn this into an objective, which is going to be the Tyrant. And the RRQ, ooh, that was a tough team fight for them.
Yep, and you know, you were questioning about the draft. Is it time to use it? Looks like that was the correct answer, because this time Shadow Tyrant on the board. We are past the 10-minute mark. This is going to be an increment on the damage as well as the buff for the side of Impunity. And you know them, they will not waste this.
Yeah, will not. They're going to continue to push. I mean, they're going to take as much of the farm as they can. I mean, this net worth lead is starting to grow in favor of Impunity. You know, I'm starting to question everything. I was like, hey, is this draft good enough? I mean, the way that they're playing, yeah. I think they understand the strengths of their heroes. They seem to be playing on points, and they're playing well as a team. They're understanding when to take those team fights. So, again, just, you know, taking this team comp to the next level.
Yep, and I think it's a little greedy from this side of RQ. They have not built a lot, if any, magic defense, just the boots itself, which is kind of really hurting them in the long run.
Yeah. Oh, Jia still up in front, being forced back by Black. These Scepters are just insane. How much damage they do. Being pushed forward. And it looks like they're going to take the enemy jungle as well. Impunity, that is. And again, the 3K net worth lead. Tough situation for RRQ.
Yep, and not only that, right? If you take the itemization of the team on the side of Impunity, they also have defensive measures as well. They have the magic defense, and that's going to come in the form of the August Wand. But more importantly, there is a stave of sorcery. I believe it is on Black. If not, it's going to be on Shaolin. Either one of them.
Oh, Nightmare!
Damage!
Woo! The electrifying charge into the sword strike. Just a combination. All so much damage bursted. He just walked into the bush and he got deleted. And that's going to be a bit of an opening for RRQ. How are they going to turn this one into more? I mean, they've got a numbers advantage, but they're still just pushing the lanes.
Yep, and it's hard to dive on the front lines as well as the back lines of the side of Impunity, right? They have the reset with the Fate Rewind. They have Arsene who's able to dash in and out. And of course, with that being said, Xiaoling has the Melody of Peace. So hard to access the back line.
Ja going in. Okay, just zoning them away. They're going to take a free Overlord here. Jia will make sure that they just kind of secure this one. But they've done a great job, RRQ, of just kind of taking a kill and converting it into some sort of objective.
Hey, but this is RRQ we're talking about, right? So once again, Jia falling a bit low. Maple Dance to get out of danger at this point.
What is up with this Impunity T1? Obviously, Black has the Fate Rewind, and I think he's used it a couple times to keep it alive just for a little bit longer. But, you know, it's been almost nigh indestructible. As I say this, Black is getting all the way in the front line, forcing the issue with Bai trading, happily doing it. They don't really have the control, so to speak, into dealing with this Taino, who's pushing the lane. And just all the way up in the front, super tanky, just does so much damage.
Yep, they're actually kiting and zoning Jia out, which is a great play by Impunity. But this all might change if they get the lockdown here. Oh, here we go, the switch.
Oh, Azing from the side. He does connect on the 2, and he's going to start this one off. Azing now backing off the finishing stroke and committed as well. Black still up in front. It looks like they want to go for this one, but he's 1 versus 5, and Nightmare, he's fighting a losing battle as he goes down. And Nightmare down for 40 seconds. This is a huge window of opportunity for Impunity.
Yep, they're going to cancel out the Shadow Vanguard as well as the Overlord Vanguard as well. And this is going to be a big opportunity, like you mentioned. Impunity, if they play their cards right, they will be able to get a big win. Jia is the target of choice at the moment. I don't think they know that he's in the brush.
They don't know. I don't know if he's going to go for the steal.
Oh,
he's trying to go for this one. Jiak does go for this. He does get the kill. Now he's got his friends. The Fate Rewind back. The Scepter forward. And it looks like they're going to back off here. 663. He's going to dodge away. The finishing stroke. Black continue to stand up in front. But now the Tyrant there. They need to be careful. Fable Dance is going to be committed. Oh, Bai's all the way in the front line as well. He's taking a lot of damage. Black is still up in front as well. They're chunking him down. The top T3 is taking a little bit of damage. And it looks like who's fallen? No one thus far. Black's still up in front, and they do get Zhao Lin, and that's going to be the first, hopefully, of many as RRQ on the chase. They're trying to chase after him. 663, no, he's going to divert his attention, and he's going to go instead for the Tyrant. And they're looking to turn this one around. Zhao Lin down for 35 seconds. Black,
but this is the RRQ that we know, right?
Yeah, I mean, they still have a chance. I mean, they're never say die. I think that's the one. Nightmare going in for this one. Tried to go for the electrifying charge. And they're going to end up getting the Tyrant. Jia's going to look to finally take out that T1 at 15 minutes. Congratulations, RRQ. Took you some time, but he's there. And again, 9 more seconds for Zhao Lin to come back.
Yeah, but not only that, if you notice as well on the top lane, the T3 is down. RRQ have made the miracle play. They are back in the game. If you take a look at the gold differential, it's about 1,000 gold. Negligible at this point, and Impunity might have taken a little bit too long to win this game.
Yeah, and it comes back to the draft, right? If you don't have that traditional farm laner, how are you going to win out this game? Zhao Lin going down there, he was very squishy. And this is very disconcerting as the game gets longer and longer because RRQ are kind of built for this long-term play.
Oh,
they're taking the bottom T3. They don't care. They don't have minions. I don't need minions. I'm just going to take this one down. Jiao will take this.
Oh, that's a really scary moment here. RRQ, if they get caught out here.
Oh, gets the launch off Black. Still up in front. He's going to get knocked up. And it looks like they're going to try to turn this around. Black still up in front. The Wandering Beam doing a little bit of stun action onto Black, just being a nuisance more than anything else. But all 5 members still from RRQ still alive. But how do they take this next fight?
At this point, I think it's up for Jia to really get the initiation though. Because, sure, they are focusing so much. They need to melt down this farm lane. If they don't get rid of Jia, the whole fight will turn on them.
Agreed. And that's the problem, is that, I mean, you have Jester on with the Verdant Protector just providing so much cover, but okay, they got the Overlord. That's a good start for them. Bai still up in front. Megumi, they found Black. They do have the numbers on him. They're trying to focus him down, and they do have the knock up, the launch, the Black. Is he able to Fate Rewind? He is. He does get away. And playing with fire, he does survive. Ashing dashes away. Looks like they're going to continue on. Zhao Lin still up in front. They want to go for this. They do have the knockup. They do end up killing Jia. That's all the damage. They're looking to turn this around, and Bai now on Unruly Blade. He's going to run. Nightmare on the run as well. They got Jester. They're looking to turn this Zhao Lin. They got Nightmare as well, and that's a double kill going the way of Zhao Lin. Continuing on, but now they need to wait for the minions. They have that window of opportunity with 4 members down. A triple kill going the way of Zhao Lin. We question the pick, but he's making it pay off in spades as it looks like Impunity is just a matter of time as they take out Bai as well, just to pad the KDA, and they're going to take the base. Impunity will move on.
Congratulations to Impunity. What a game by them. They had to go the full distance here, all 3 games, but what a game by Impunity here. The Myanmar boys have done it. They will secure the ticket. They will be heading over the Riyadh for the Esports World Cup. They are part of your top 8 in this tournament for the Invitational Season 2. Now, we were talking about the draft, right? It was a bit iffy at certain times. You know, they couldn't survive if they were ganked out of surprise, but Impunity still made it work. RRQ, there were glimmers of hope. Jia, that shining star, couldn't really bring the game back, but we'll see. Chu, it's time for you to let us know what they think.
What a tug of war just now between the 2 teams. Oh my god, I can see the devastation in the air. There's also the cheer coming out from the fans as well. RQ versus Impunity, that was such a phenomenal run. It's a whole sum of Honor of Kings, as it is. But congratulations on the side of Impunity. I know, I need to translate. Don't worry, guys. But yeah, starting off, I want to ask 谁是射手啊？我忘了啊，小雷是吗？啊，小雷你拿麦。Okay, I'm going to starting off with Chinese first, okay, just in case. 啊，小雷第一场的比赛的时候，我感觉到你们差一点点而已就可以赢了，但是发生了什么事呀？
我们当时应该比较着急了吧？我们应该觉得我们把线处理好再打架。我觉得我们打龙团那波有点那个吧，有点不像训练赛打出来的成绩。就是我们训练赛打出来的跟比赛打出来的有点不一样吧。
你可以告诉我什么不一样，可以吗？
就是我们那波其实要从下路给压力的，但是我们还是
给自己压力了。
对，给自己压力了。
Okay, so I basically asked Xiaoling, he was the marksman or the one that actually had to carry out the game number 1. What really happened? You're so close at winning, but RRQ came back. So I asked what really happened in game number 1. So they were trying to pressure as much as possible and try to play as aggressive as they can towards side of RRQ. But instead, it seems like a bit of a reverse side of them. It's a backlash on their strategy side. Now next, I'm going to ask you guys, for game number 2, how did you manage to come back? How did you guys manage to handle the pressure and come back and still think that you might win? 还是给小林啊哈。第二场完全不容易，对吗？
对。
那压力很大。
对，压力很大。
但是你们会怎么样回来？你们呢？你想这东西，你们那时候的打法，还有你们讨论东西，那时候很短的时间，你们的过程是怎么样？
我们过程就是尽量放松一点嘛，就是我们比赛的压力不要给到自己吧。我觉得我们紧张，对面也会更紧张。
你是一个射手，你当然压力最大是吧？他们有骂你吗？
完全没有吗？等一下的吗？
So basically what they do for second game, how did they come back? They try to cool it down for a bit. They know the pressure is big. It was huge, enormous, especially for Xiaolin. He's actually the one that have to carry out till the last, and especially when it comes to the dragon game. But they managed to call it out safely. Nobody actually blame you as well. 那这个下一个我就是要给 X Hero 队长 ，OK 队长，我知道你们的Sorry， 你们队员有告诉我，今天是阿星的生日，对吧？
对。
成为你们自己的，你是队长，你有什么要祝阿星吗？他的生日？
我感觉我们全队都想揍他，因为他隐瞒了我们，不告诉我们。
你也不知道？
对，一开始我以为是假的。
真的，你要祝阿星什么？现在？他的生日，今天是他的生日。
先打他一顿吧，然后海底捞庆祝。
Okay, so today is actually Asing's birthday, and I asked the captain, Axel, what would you actually say? Want to wish for his birthday? But he will actually treat him into a hot pot, maybe afterwards. But they need to fight another one, so make sure that they have to fight better after this. For Asing, last one from you. Asing, Mike, yeah, okay. Sorry, Asing, 我看不到你，不好意思。Asing，今天是你的生日，你的团队已经给你最大的礼物了，那就是飞你去 Riyadh， 你感觉到什么？
什么？
你们去 ，what we call？去 EWC， 对，
很正常吧？
很正。Casual day for him. So basically, I asked, today is your birthday, and your team just gave you the best gift ever. You go to EWC, and today has been a long day. So he just like, this is pretty normal, man. Like my birthday, yeah, cool. Okay, last but not least, Asing, today is your birthday. In your own language, what do you want to say to your fan? 你有对你的粉丝要说吗？用你自己的语言来说。
不太会，因为我中文一直说中文，缅语不太会。
You guys, anything to say to your fans? 会的呢。Okay, Asing, happy birthday in Burmese. 对。
我突然之间忘记了我也。
你要有什么对你的粉丝说嘛？用你的自己的语言来说。
要跟粉丝说吗？
对对对 ，Yes。
用中文说不行。
隨便你們啦。
阿先每年嘛表現嘛死咯，做當尾巴咧。
Again, that's it for the side of impunity. Thank you so much. We're gonna wrap it up. Happy birthday, 阿星。
我来翻译一下，就说生日快乐，祝我生日快乐。
Thank you so much. Back to Casas.
All right, thank you, Choo Choo. That's the end of the day, and of course, happiest of birthdays to Asing here. What a big birthday gift to make it into the Esports World Cup as part of the top 8 for the competition. But we're not done just yet, right? So, Hollow, we have to walk through how this game went with the stats and, of course, the MVP and whatnot. But how was this game for you?
All right. Okay. Let me respond to Asing's birthday. I didn't know that going into this one. I felt like you can't lose on your birthday, right? Like the other team didn't even have a chance on that one, right? Nonetheless, very good game. Impunity proving that hey, unorthodox drafts, we'll roll with it. We understand how to position our get the right pickoffs right at the right moments. And just closing it out. Unfortunately, this is the road that ends for RRQ. I thought they put up a valiant effort. I expected them to go even 2-0 going into today. So, color me wrong. You don't like this feeling. Actually, it's a terrible feeling for me.
It's okay. This is what happens in the competitions. But of course, we look on the bright side of things as well. Now we have our confirmed 8 finalists. Now the next part of the competition is going to be going into the knockout stages. But before we jump into that, let's take a look at the post-game stats here. The itemization was very huge. Let's focus on Impunity first. What speaks out to you, man, Paula?
Trying to think like what is kind of like the best one. I mean, Xiaolin obviously making plays. I think, look, he died once, right? And I was kind of questioning this Yuan pick. Like I was like, is this the right way to go? But I mean, he just proved me wrong. Like he can play any hero, whatever he wants. Give it to him, let him go, because I mean, he can get top of the net worth lead. He knows how to farm. He knows how to get all his kills. I'm actually wondering if he's probably going to be the MVP this game, right?
That's true. I mean, it's a competition, right? At this point, it's between Xiaolin as well as the birthday boy Asing, because Asing made a huge difference in the team fights as well. He had the armor pierce as well. Cuirass of Savagery, Starbreaker, Axe of Torment, along with the Frostguard's Embrace, and to make things more easier for himself, he had the Sage's Sanctuary as well. Let's take a look at the damage that they did. Wow. Jia, RRQ, 133,000 damage dealt.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage. I mean, he was keeping them in there, but once he died, he was like the one weak point. You kill him, then everything else just crumbles, right? And that's what we saw in that last team fight, where Impunity were able to just find Jia a little bit out of position, picked him off, turned it around, closed out the game, right? So again, when your damage dealer is like, the Arlie, you got to be super careful. A very high ceiling skill player or a hero. So very difficult for Jia. Obviously, not to say that Jia can't do it. He was on point, but it's just one of those things where you make one mistake and, everything just crumbles.
Yep, exactly. And Black and Xiaolin, the two of them, dealt a total combined of 200 over 1,000 damage as well. Now, not only that, Black was doing a very good job of soaking in damage for the team, which allowed a lot of freedom for Asing to just jump into the backlines once the health pools of the RRQ members were low. And, Xiaolin was not going to miss that opportunity as well. Now, I'm a bit surprised at the damage dealt for X-Hero. I thought they did a fantastic job on the Xiao Xiao. He was one of the win conditions that really changed the fights all over the place.
Mm-hmm. And if we're looking at the gold graph here, I mean, Impunity, we knew that they had a good early game. They were controlling it. And then there were some dips where like, hey, RRQ can get back in this game. But Impunity, again, that last team fight where they killed the Arlie, and boom, the power spike and the game. So Impunity understanding that, hey, we were on a timer, but we just close out the game when we can get that one opportunity and we'll take it and just end it.
Yep, exactly. And this is where the benefits of the Overlord come in, right? So the massive Overlords and the Shadow Overlords really help Impunity find that opening for Jia. Now, who is the MVP of the day? That's the big question. Let's take a look. It is going to be Xiaolin. This is going to be the Yuhuan. What a game, especially with the Melody of Peace so many times averting the imminent death coming in that RRQ wanted to provide and give him with a fast delivery as well. Xiaolin, juked all of the damage, juked all of the attempts, made it out, gave so much damage for the team, and with that, he helps the team secure entry into the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, congratulations to Impunity there. And I was definitely on the back of this one. I mean, the 6-1-4, the KD, like, you only died one time on the Xiaolin. Like, that is perfect positioning. And we'll see a lot more of that in the replay here. This is where I think that RRQ, you're taking a very high-risk play, and I think that it's really not worth it. I think this is one of those moments where you go back to game one where Vi was playing a little bit more conventional in terms of his jungle pathing, right? You don't have to do this. You don't have to force things, and putting yourself in a situation where you're playing from behind, it's way more difficult than, playing like a more traditional one where you can just farm for Vi, because Vi is that player. Just get him that farm. Just give him space. Don't force things.
Yep, and this draft itself, there was a lot of magical damage, and I think RRQ didn't expect the amount of damage that was going to be dealt to them, especially with the iframes itself. They kept getting pulled into fights that were unfavorable to them.
Yeah. Actually, you bring up a really good point, right? In the sense of just play things a little bit more stock standard. I don't know why you need to kind of force it as RRQ, and get that magical defense, understand the right itemization, but this is the end, right? They got the Jia down for the count, and it's just a cleanup crew. There's really nothing RRQ can do. They're running for their lives. There's really not much they can do with the minions pushing, and by one last goal, trying to keep them alive, but Impunity came out on top. They're your victors. They're going to move on. Top 8.
Yeah, very deserving win, and this will be the final standings of today after the results. Group A, we're going to have Team Vitality and Vivo Stars at the top 2 positions, both winning 2-0 against their opponents, which means tomorrow will be a battle for guts and glory and positions as well when they face up each other. On the other end, Group B here, it will be the same story because Loops and All Gamers Global have taken R8 down onto the floor, which means tomorrow it's maybe a reshuffle of the position of who's first and second amongst the table. At the same time, later on, we will be showing you Group C and Group D. As we've just concluded the last game of the day for Group D as well, we will see LGD Gaming Malaysia joined by Impunity as they make it to the next stages of this competition as well. Now, Group C, we already have Team Secret that is going to be going to the Esports World Cup, and Kagendra, after the victory today, will be sending Isurus home and making their way forward.
Yeah, and LGD and Impunity, both of them obviously just kind of proceeding into the EWC as well as the knockout stage, which is going to be held starting on Thursday. But you were talking about some of the other games. Yes, we have more group stage games tomorrow, and I think that I want to stress the importance of those games, because if you happen to be second place in your group, you might be going up against the first place squads of the other groups, and who wants to play against LGD or Team Secret, especially in the first round, right? I think that you got to play super hard tomorrow so you don't get matched up against them going in.
Exactly, and the next round of knockout stages are going to be best of 5s. So if you thought best of 3 was tiring, BO5s are a monster to deal with. So this match that will be taking place tomorrow for the rest of the groups, for Group A as well, believe for Group B, yes, they will have major importance because it does affect how they're going to be planning and strategizing for the knockout stages as well. Now, there's another strategy you need to prepare for, and that will be in the form of a new jungling hero, the Yao, coming out tomorrow, 2nd July, the Shining Star. Hopefully, once again, he will be able to help assist you in getting many of those stars.
Yeah. Hopefully. That's the plan. If I buy it and I don't get stars, do I come find you, Kindofu, on social media?
I don't know. Like I said, don't say Kindofu. I'm Blam Mova. That's the real name you can find me online by.
All right. If I don't get it, got it.
Now, with that being said, I think it has been an exciting day. I mean, thank you for joining us as well. And really excited because once we hit the knockout stages. This is going to be the second part of the competition. First part, yes, we have identified our top 8. They will go for the EWC. But tomorrow, it's also the secondary objective to see who is closer towards the first place of this competition, right? So Vivo Key Stars against Team Vitality, that will be the first match of the day at 3 o'clock GMT plus 8. Followed by Loops at 4:40 p.m. against All Gamers Global, and we'll end the day at 6:20 for the last match, Boom Esports versus Foot Esports.
Yes, and of course, tomorrow is all about the seeding going into the knockout stage. Super important. Vivo Key Stars, Team Vitality, both of those guys 2-0. That's going to be a great game. All Gamers Global, and going to be a good one as well. So I'm super excited. I'll be casting tomorrow. Unfortunately, Kindofu, you're going to be taking the day off. Slacker. But
No,
again,
I'm not.
they will find you, of course, during the knockout stages, in the later stages. But yeah, thank you, Kin, for today. I think we had a great number of good games. So super exciting day, and I'm super excited to see what happens tomorrow and also in the knockout stages.
Oh, for sure, for sure. And of course, just to keep it open and out in the air as well, we do see the comments, and I really like the fact that you guys on Twitch and YouTube and Facebook enjoyed the matches a lot. We always open the feedback. Let us know what you think of the games, and maybe let us know if the strategies that the professionals have pulled off in game on the professional stage work out for you in your ranked games as well. Remember, we do want to find out about more content, right? Not just about season 2, but across the board for all types of content for Honor of Kings. Now, Holler, of course, I'm pretty sure you're ready for tomorrow because it's another round of decider matches, right? Like you said, it's going to decide the fate of the position and the teams you're going to be playing against in the knockout stages as well. So with that being said, I think it's been a interesting first few days, right? Day 3, and we're going to head into day 4 with a lot of big expectations as well.
Yeah, a lot of expectations playing live, I'm sure, for some of these squads. Not something that you always do, especially traveling here into KL and being able to play in on stage is not easy to do, and going into this one. So nonetheless, interesting games to play throughout. But we're going to go check out the highlights.
All right, so let's take a look as we dive into the Heroes Gorge. Oh, okay, and right before that, we're gonna sign off. So it has been your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu. With me today as well has been Holler. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Just Holler and Blam.
no stranger to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some can be in this world. Only ones in this world. Only ones in this world. Call out my name. Cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the